to miss that. Is everyone kind of seated? Okay. So here again, to everyone, good morning. Welcome to Leader 2.0. It's a platform that celebrates the evolution of leadership in our industry. So Leader 2.0 is the future of leadership. Leaders who may be young in years, but are already creating outsized impact. Over the year, this platform has recognized individuals and organizations that move faster than change, think beyond convention, and deliver results through innovation, creativity, and accountability. These awards honor individuals across advertising, communication, PR, marketing, events, startups, technology, who represent a new leadership mindset, agile, data-driven, purpose-led, and deeply connected to today's realities. The leaders we celebrate today are not waiting for the future. They are building it, setting benchmarks, shaping culture, and creating businesses and brands that are relevant, resilient, and ready for what's next. Let us celebrate the leaders who define what Leader 2.0 really stands for. With that, I would like to congratulate all the winners of Leader 2.0 today. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. So let's raise both of our hands up and give ourselves a big round of applause for our determination, our dedication, hard work. So we are honoring that. And once again, we'd like to thank all of you. I think we shouldn't call you ladies and gentlemen. You all are the leaders of today. You all are the stars, our inspiration. So let's begin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, rewards and recognition honors leadership that is relevant, responsible, and future ready. So are we all ready? Yes? A louder yes. Are we all ready? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with Leader 2.0. To do the honors, I would request once again, Ms. Ghosh to please join me on the dais. Can we have you, ma'am, for the felicitation? I would also request Mr. Shubho Sen Gupta, Digital Marketing Advisor. Can we have you, sir? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our dignitaries. Well, our Leader 2.0 goes to Faizan Ayubi from Trachea. Congratulations. Can we have you here? Hello, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Mr. Faizan, for joining us here. Congratulations once again. And now I would request Mr. Kartik Mehta from Channel Factory to please join me on the dais. Can we have you, sir? Mr. Kartik Mehta. Hello. Welcome. Congratulations. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, next award goes to In Ocean. I would request Mr. Santosh P. Kumar to please join me on the dais. Hello, sir. Congratulations. Thank you so much for joining us here. Our next award goes to Mr. Udit Verma, once again from Trachea. Congratulations, Mr. Verma. players, please join me on the dais. Congratulations, Mr. Singhal. Can we have you here? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our next award goes to ITV Network. Akshan Yadav. Congratulations. Can we have you here? Hello, sir. Thank you so much for your presence. Can we give our leaders a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please? Well, our next award goes to Mr. Anirudh Babu from One Advertising and Communication Services. Hello, welcome. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are honoring leadership that is relevant, responsible, and future ready. Let's move to Aparna Mukherjee from Royce Art Private Limited. Hello, ma'am. Congratulations. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. All of you, can we give them a big hand? Our next award goes to Bhushan Varghese from Royce Art Private Limited. Hello, sir. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I would request Ms. Canada Pereira from Royce Art Private Limited to please join me. They say leaders don't create more followers, they create more leaders. And well, ladies and gentlemen, next we have Mr. Chandan Kumar from Z Media Corporation. Congratulations. Can we have you, sir? Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for your presence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next award goes to Ms. Nithika Kohli from Movies Art Private Limited. Hi, congratulations. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award goes to Juanita G. D'Souza from Movies Art Private Limited. Hello, congratulations. I would request Kritika Rao from Movies Art Private Limited to please join me on the dais. Hello, ma'am. Congratulations. Welcome. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would request Maddie Amrutpur from Glad You Came to please join me on the dais. Hi, congratulations. Can we give all of them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please? Next we have with us Mahalakshmi Singh from Movies Art Private Limited. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I will request Malvika Sinha from Rodofin to please join me on the dais. Hello, ma'am. Congratulations. And now I would request Mr. Manoj Grover from Jaguar. we give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, please? Now I will request Riddhi Mukherjee from Sahi Group to please join me on the dais. Riddhi Mukherjee. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Sahi Group, please. Next, I would request Richie D. Alexander from Davidson PR Communication to please join me on the dais. Can we have you? Hello, sir. Congratulations. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now I will request Shivani Singh Raghuvanshi from Toot Consult to please join me on the dais. Can we have you? Hello, congratulations. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we give our leaders a big round of applause, please? Now I will request Ms. Neha Rewari to please join me on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. She is quite an influential consultant. Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us here. And now I would request Turisha Kanga from Moise Art Private Limited to please join me on the dais. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Moise Art Private Limited. Well, I think their journeys remind us that leadership is not about certainty. It is about creating clarity when path is still unfolding. Well, a big round of applause for our leaders once again. We'd like to thank them and we'd like to thank all of you. Thank you so much for being here with us. And once again, a big round of applause for our presenters. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your support and cooperation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have few more leaders who've joined us just now, so we'd like to invite them. But before that, once again, I would request our presenters to please join me. Ms. Ghosh, can we have you here? And Mr. Sen Gupta, once again, to please do the felicitation. Can we have you, sir? Can we have you, ma'am? So, Leader 2.0, we'd like to recognize Parki Arora from ICCPL Group. Congratulations, ma'am. Welcome. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Ms. Arora. Well, ladies and gentlemen, from Hero Motocorp, we have amongst us Sadia Khan. Can we have you? Congratulations, ma'am. We'd like to thank all of you, all the leaders here, to set a benchmark for next generation of professionals. And thank you so much once again, Ms. Ghosh and Mr. Sen Gupta for joining us for the felicitation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take this further. Very shortly, we'll begin with our MOBEXX Summit and Awards 2026. So request everybody to please settle down. In few minutes, we'll begin with our Summit and Awards. Thank you.
game-changing, AI-powered advertising technology, and we'd like to show it to you in action. Imagine seamlessly tapping into more digitally connected channels and countless datasets telling you what your audience watches, browses, and buys. Imagine intuitive customization that gives you the choice of premium data and inventory, allowing you to take full control. Imagine decisioning that's built for both insight and action, based on quality data and decades of trading expertise. And imagine results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful performance. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12-year-old, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double-aged for an irresistibly smooth sip, Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat on the rocks or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel Factory, context matters. We understand content better than anyone else. With precision and transparency, brands get back control on where and how they activate on social platforms, eliminating budget waste on placements that just don't make sense for your brand. Channel Factory is recognized as the preferred partner for the world's biggest brands and agencies globally. Channel Factory. We place your ads where they matter most.
Ready? शुरू करें?
खेला तो होगा, खूब जमेगा, जबरदस्त।
जब ना
So, what's next?
India is ready for title.
संकल्प लेते हैं हम। इसी मिट्टी पर सेना खड़ा करेंगे और युद्ध होगा।
क्रिमिनल्स को नहीं, क्राइम को खत्म करना जरूरी है। मेरी बेटी तुम्हारी बहुत बड़ी फैन है। प्यार में का चक्कर नहीं।
So now tell me everything from the beginning till the end. जब ना
मेरे द्वार हमेशा खुले हैं। दुनिया का कोई भी कानून हम पर लागू नहीं होता। अब खेला शुरू हुआ है, देखें क्या होता है।
मुझे अपने क्लिनिक को बचाना है। कैसे भी? I don't have much time.
Looks like destiny wants us to be together.
एक खास रियलिटी शो और 2 हिस्सों में बटा।
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. We request all of you to please settle down. We have few winners who've joined us now of Leaders 2.0. So we'll resume Leaders 2.0 and after that we'll begin with the MOBEXX Summit and Awards 2026. So we request everyone to please take your seats, mobile phones on silent mode. Please don't step out. We'll begin with Leaders 2.0 and then we'll start with MOBEXX Summit and Awards 2026. ladies and gentlemen, we'll resume with Leader 2.0. And once again, I would request Mr. Shubhu Sen Gupta, Digital Marketing Advisor, to please join me on the dais. Thank you so much, sir, for your support and cooperation to this felicitation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Mr. Amit Pandey from Kotak Mutual Fund to please join me on the dais. Congratulations. We'd like to thank all the leaders here for the decisions you make, the culture you build, and the standards you set that'll influence not just organizations but future of industry itself. And now I would request Mr. Harsh Mehta from NICA to please join me on the dais. Can we have you? Congratulations. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Well, now I would request Mr. Naveen Sangwan from Uniqlo to please join me on the dais. Ms. Nidhi Rastogi from Uniqlo, can we have you here? Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Uniqlo, please. And now I will request Nisha Didwania from Zenith Group to please join me on the dais. Congratulations, ma'am. Welcome. Now I will request Mr. Rishabh Thakur from Moise Art Private Limited. Hello, congratulations. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Moise Art Private Limited. Congratulations once again to all the leaders recognized here at Leader 2.0. Now I will request Mr. Shepali Galotra from Fuji Film India Private Limited to please join me on the dais. Congratulations, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you so much. Once again, we'd like to thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Ghosh. Thank you so much, Mr. Sen Gupta, for doing the honors. Once again, congratulations to all our leaders. Thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you so much for, giving us new innovations and for celebrating creativity and creating more leaders, not followers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. So we'll begin with MOBEXX Summit and Awards, one of India's most focused platform dedicated to mobile marketing, media innovation, and ad-tech leadership. So we're about to begin with our MOBEXX Summit and Awards. We request all of you to please settle down. Everybody, please take your seats and put your mobile phones on silent mode. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in MOBEXX Summit and Awards, we are delighted to see senior marketers, media leaders, agency professionals, platform partners, and technology innovators. They are gathered under one roof and they are ready to exchange ideas that'll define how mobile marketing evolves next. MOBEXX is created with a clear purpose, not to talk about mobile as a channel, but to understand mobile as the center of consumer attention, commerce, content, and conversion. Over the years, MOBEXX has evolved into a platform where real business challenges are discussed, decisions are examined, not just trends, and outcomes matter as much as ideas. So today's theme is reimagining mobile marketing, data, devices, and disruption that reflects where the industry stands right now. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what makes MOBEXX distinctive in today's conversations that are led by people who are in the middle of these decisions, not observing them from the sidelines. So let's begin. But before that, can we have our event AV, please? Let's shed some more light, and we request you to please play event AV. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead, I would like to acknowledge our partners who've made today's MOBEXX Summit and Awards possible. We'd like to thank our presenting partner, Channel Factory, our co-powered partner, Amazon MX Player, our co-powered by partner, Truecaller, our gold partner, AppTruth, gold partner, Audience Connect, Hybrid, our gold partner, MIQ, our gold partner, our gifting partner, Ray Ethnic, Doers, our celebration partner. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd like to thank them for their continued support in making MOBEXX a platform that drives meaningful industry conversations. So once again, can we give a big round of applause to our partners, please? And now, let's formally kick off the day. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we invite on the dais the force behind AdGully and MOBEXX. Ladies and gentlemen, she has consistently built platforms that spark industry conversations, celebrate excellence, and bring the ecosystem together. Once again, please put your hands together for Ms. Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO, AdGully Network. Ma'am, can we have you on the dais for the opening address? Can we welcome her with a big round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, everybody. Good morning. Welcome everyone to MOBEXX. बैठ जाओ भाई लोग, please. Good morning everyone. Welcome to MOBEXX Awards Summit and Awards. So if one screen had redefined how India connects with brands, content, commerce, and culture, it is the mobile screen. Today, mobile is not just where marketing happens, it is where business is built, trust is earned, and growth is decided. When MOBEXX began 9 years ago, mobile marketing was about reach and optimization. Today, it is the command center for growth, powered by data, accelerated by devices, and reshaped by disruption. Mobile now sits at the intersection of AI, commerce, entertainment, payments, and identity. That's a whole host of things, actually. That is why our theme,
Reimagining mobile marketing, data, devices, and disruption focuses on structural change, not incremental progress. Over the course of the day, we will exchange ideas that matter, challenge assumptions, and celebrate excellence. Thank you for being here. Let's shape the next wave of India's mobile first growth together. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. Before I leave the stage, I want to thank my sponsors who've helped us in shaping our day today. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Can I have the sponsor AV, please? That's what I owe it to them.
We've built game-changing, AI-powered advertising technology, and we'd like to show it to you in action. Imagine seamlessly tapping into more digitally connected channels and countless data sets telling you what your audience watches, browses, and buys. Imagine intuitive customization that gives you the choice of premium data and inventory, allowing you to take full control. Imagine decisioning that's built for both insight and action, based on quality data and decades of trading expertise. And imagine results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful performance. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12-year-old, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double-aged for an irresistibly smooth sip, Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat, on the rocks, or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel Factory, context matters. We understand content better than anyone else. With precision and transparency, brands get back control on where and how they activate on social platforms, eliminating budget waste on placements that just don't make sense for your brand. Channel Factory is recognized as the preferred partner for the world's biggest brands and agencies globally. Channel Factory. We place your ads where they matter most.
रेडी शुरू करें ट्रेलर तो होता खूब चलेगा जबरदस्त जब ना
So, what's next?
India is ready for action.
संकल्प लेते हैं हम इसी मिट्टी पर सेना खड़ा करेंगे और युद्ध होगा
रोमांस का रंग क्राइम को खत्म करना चाहिए मेरी बेटी तुम्हारी बहुत बड़ी फैन है प्यार बाबा तक बनी
So now tell me everything from the beginning till the end.
जब ना मेरे द्वार हमेशा खुले हैं दुनिया का कोई भी कानून बदलाव नहीं होता अब खेला शुरू हुआ है देखें क्या होता है
मुझे अपने क्लिनिक को बचाना है अमित कैसे भी I don't have much time.
Looks like Destiny wants us to be together.
खासी रियलिटी शो और 2 हिस्सों में बटा एक खेल। हम सब साथ खेलेंगे ना, तभी जीतेंगे। मैं नंबर 1 पे अपने आप को प्लेस करना चाहूँगा। देश के हर कोने से फाउंडर्स लेकर आएंगे अपने सॉलिड बिजनेस आइडियाज और उनके लिए होगा 100 करोड़ का रियल सॉलिड कमिटमेंट। शायद आपको पब्लिक को मालूम है कौन कौन आने वाला है। जब ठोकना होता है तो मैं बात नहीं करता, बस ठोक देता। मजा तो बहुत आए। अगर हम हिस्ट्री क्रिएट नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कौन करेगा?
Ready to skyrocket your mobile marketing game? No matter if you're in gaming, finance, e-commerce, CTV, OTT, food and drink, or travel, AppTrove has got you covered. Introducing our cutting-edge mobile marketing solutions. Deep linking for seamless user experience, iOS attribution for precise tracking, audience segmentation for targeted campaigns, and top-notch fraud prevention. AppTrove helps you drive higher ROAS, scale user acquisition, unify the customer journey, and increase user engagement. It's time to hit your marketing goals and watch your business grow.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual advertising solution with a multi-format approach. Hive. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation.
AI vision advertising platform Vox offers eye-catching ads that are embedded into images and article content. Bright formats have high visibility, while non-standard mechanics and artificial intelligence capabilities create wow impressions. Overcome banner blindness with Vox.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronize TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
Programmatic advertising wasn't designed for what's become. That's why we created MIQ Signal. With our AI-powered advertising technology, connectivity is seamless. Customization is endless. Decisioning is fearless. And your results become boundless. MIQ Sigma. Take your programmatic advertising to the nth degree.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. At the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 15, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness.
Once again, we'd like to thank our partners. Let's give them a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank them for their continued support in making MOBEXX a platform that drives meaningful industry conversations. And now we'll be taking it further. Ladies and gentlemen, there's this interesting and engaging panel discussion that's lined up for you. And it's on cross-media measurement, unifying reach and ROI across screens. So this is our first panel discussion of MOBEXX Summit. And in this, we'll discuss cross-media measurement. In an era of multiple platforms, how can brands measure performance consistently and unlock actionable insights across TV, digital, mobile, and streaming? And we have our panelists joining us. But before that, I would request our organizers to please set up the stage for panel discussion. Can we have the chairs on the dais, please? Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite our panelists on the dais for this discussion. I would request our session chair, Mr. Shubho Sen Gupta, Digital Marketing Advisor, to please join me for the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our session chair. Hello, sir. Welcome once again. Thank you so much for joining us for this discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Akanksh Yadav, CEO ITV Digital, to please join me on the dais. Hello, sir. Nimish Agarwal, Director, Digital Business Unit and CMO, Niva Bhupa Health Insurance. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have amongst us Sachin Vishushta, CMO, Paisa Bazaar. So I request you to please join me. Hi, welcome. Sir, can we have you? Next, we have Sumit Singh, Group Chief Marketing Officer, InfoEdge India. Can we have you, please? Hi, ma'am. Welcome. Well, a big round of applause for our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, there's this interesting panel discussion that's coming up for you. Thank you so much.
Hi, very good morning to everyone. So we'll start off with the first panel discussion. Honored to be invited by MOBEXX and the organizers, and a warm welcome to very luminaries on the panel. Okay, I was just talking to Sumi a little while ago. She was telling me about InfoEdge, fabulous work. She's the CMO there, as many of you know. This Sachin from Paisa Bazaar, CMO from Paisa Bazaar. These are heritage, they're no longer startups. These are heritage, trailblazers in the Indian consumer internet scene. Okay, there's Prasoon, of course, from Magic Bricks. Okay, honored to have you with us, sir. And there's Nimish from Niva Bhupa Health Insurance, right? Okay, great. So today's topic is cross-media measurement. I'm Prasoon. Akshansh. Okay. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, great. Okay, our topic is cross-media measurement, which is, there are many legacy medias. I started off in legacy media and advertising, so I've paid my dues doing TV ads and radio spots and, outdoors and print ads and so on. At some point, it turned into email and then banners. This is, I was telling, I was saying, those little banners on websites. Those are the days of Yahoo and so on, right? And then, of course, there was social media, and now there's WhatsApp, there's, AI, of course, and then many other touch points, right? So we'll kind of, nothing has really gone away, but it's become more fragmented, more targeted, which is good for us and sometimes not so good for us. So we're going to explore this, wide swath of discussions, why cross-media measurement is very, very crucial for brands in this overcrowded marketplace. I remember, I don't know how long back it was, that, sometime in the mid-90s, there was, one demographic, one audience, one persona for everything. Right now, those days have changed, and especially in e-commerce, as Sumit will tell you, there are multiple kinds of audience for the same product, depending on, well, everything. It's not just age and location, but it's also, education, demographic, and, so on and so forth. It's very, very complex and complicated. So, the way we'll do it is, how much time do we have, approximately? We've got time. We got about 40 minutes. So, there are a couple of questions we'll kind of toss around. But, I've mentioned in the WhatsApp group, it's about them, your insights, your experience. And And if you want to kind of reframe the question, this morning I was watching a YouTube interview of the IT minister with someone from NDTV, and he was asked a very difficult question. Okay, see, he quickly reframed it, something about AI. And the answer was actually very interesting. Anyway, so you can reframe any question that you want. And I don't have any difficult questions, actually, compared to the kind of wealth and experience that you bring to the table. I'd be more than honored, along with the audience, if you just share your, experiences. Okay. So, the first, let's start off with this, and we'll start with Sumi first and go right up to you. Why does cross-media measurement really matter today? And what are the decisions that the brands are getting right and they're getting wrong? Because TV, digital, mobile, OTT, put in a little bit of AI somewhere out there, is still sometimes measured in silos in the old way. So what are they getting right and what are they getting wrong?
So I think, because there's so much of fragmentation and any brand wants to reach out to their target audience. So what's happening is the target audience is all over. You've kind of named the mediums yourself. And therefore, when we started, there used to be one DD and 10 channels only, where you had to put money. It was much easier, just as you said. Now, your marketing monies are also getting fragmented into these various mediums because you need to be where your target audiences are. What is happening is, at least from my perspective, I think why I want the cross-media measurement is because I might be reaching one person too many times and maybe just omitting reaching somebody else who's very important very few times. So what is the incrementality that my monies is getting me will only come if I can see a unified audience. Having said that, it's tough. We don't have a solution. But that is the reason where we would want it, because then we would put our monies to better use, optimize our budgets better, and make sure that the right cohorts are being hit with the right frequency.
Fantastic. That's we've gone off to a nice start. Do you want to take the same question? What
Sure.
are we getting right and what are we getting wrong?
Sure. See, for me, cross-media measurement is really vital in terms of what is the bang for the buck that I'm getting. If I'm spending 100, what's the ROI or what's the ROAS on my particular marketing budget? Again, as ma'am mentioned, it happens all together that we keep on seeing the same ad while watching a match that is being streamed. So I'm not reaching out to unique audiences per se, and I am burning my impressions. So cross-media measurement is really relevant when it comes to calculating the ROAS and ROI for a typical CMO or a CEO per se.
Okay, fantastic. Over to you.
Thank you, Shubho. See, what Sumit and incrementally to what Akshansh mentioned, the two more important metrics. One is what is the impression that is assisting and what is the impression that is getting the conversion, whether it could be a purchase on the website or add to cart. We don't have today a very good understanding of what impressions are assist impressions and what impressions are conversion. Most of the attribution is last click attribution. It's possible that a customer has seen ad on IPL and he's then started searching for the brand on Google, and then a purchase happens. The advertisement spent on IPL, which is an assist impression, doesn't get the attribution. So that's again a very important problem to be solved. And how do we stitch this assist and put a right weight to assist? Otherwise, what's happening in the industry, by and large, there's a big trend that long-term brand building is taking a backseat, which could be very dangerous.
That's a very interesting point. I mean, before we move on to you, long-term brand building and immediate ROAS, ROI kind of thing. And it's like we were discussing a little while earlier, it's very fluid. Okay, so, and there's this lady who's just joined my team yesterday, or day before yesterday. So she's just come in from a very reputed B school, right? And with the best of intentions and so on. So, the first thing she said was, well, I've, spoken with everyone in marketing and they don't seem to know anything about long-term brand building. I didn't jump in and give her an answer, but, let us stay there for a while, So anyway, back to the main question, cross-media measurement. What are we getting right? What are we not so?
So first of
Yeah.
all, like other panelists mentioned, I think it is the most important and most critical topic for a marketer today, because we have, unlike 10 years back when there were limited channels and we could deploy our budgets prudently across those 3, 4, 5 channels, largely traditional. There was the start of digital where you mentioned there were banner ads and a few other options available. Now we have a problem of plenty, right? Within digital is getting more and more share of the marketing budget, and within digital there are different platforms claiming such different metrics, saying I have 40 million engaged users. Somebody say that my time spent on my app is more than anyone else, and so on and so forth. So I think it's such a very critical issue for us now. What are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? I think measurement is still we haven't figured out yet as marketers. We have an internal model. It's built and improved over last 6, 7, 8 years when we started investing in other channels, but it is not perfect yet. And I'm sure other brands are also doing the same. They're not relying on any single platform, but trying to build their own indigenous systems. What are we doing right? Because, our consumers for if I would say last 2, 3 years, brands, especially brands like us, our product teams, and, the other platforms also, they have worked very hard to build a seamless consumer journey across platforms. And now consumers are able to move and shuffle between platforms without logging in. Because there is a single currency which is traded across platform. That's either your email ID or a mobile number. That's a single identity.
Saying he was data driven. What that had to do with Shadi.com, I don't know. Anyway, so, everyone claims to be data driven. Which part of your measurement stack, which part of your measurement stack is, what KPIs, 2, 3 KPIs, if you can talk about, actually tell you about real effectiveness and ROI, ROAS across media?
So, at InfoEdge, we have the same KPIs whether we're doing brand marketing or we're doing performance marketing. And we've maintained that from the beginning, and I think it was frustrating for a lot of brand managers who came from CPG and FMCG saying that, hey, why aren't you looking at brand lifts and TOMA and, all that? Why are you measuring the effectiveness of brand advertising as what is the traffic or what are the CVs or how many profiles or hits have you got? I think in hindsight, I think it's wonderful because now there's so many different mediums. At least you're looking at what is. So the KPIs that matter to us and that we measure, irrespective of the objective of advertising, communication or marketing, is business KPIs. So whether it is 99 acres, whether it is Jeevan Sathi, whatever the business KPIs are, and they are more bottom funnel, not mid funnel. So even if we are doing top funnel advertising, which we do for reach and incrementality, ultimately you see what is landing on your site. If your ad is so successful, if my campaign is so good, irrespective wherever it's run, are people coming to your site? They might choose to come from somewhere else. I might run a campaign on YouTube, and as Nimish said, somebody might plan to come to me directly or land on to me from Insta or Facebook, but where are they coming from? And if nothing is coming, then only I'm saying it's a success, because ultimately the businesses gain nothing. So our KPIs are absolutely business KPIs. And therefore what we look at more is the internal dashboards, because your business KPIs are best measured by your internal systems than external systems. So you try and marry the two. But we also have kind of over the years built a lot of internal systems. It's also when we started, there were no companies that were giving these solutions because we started digital advertising in 2003, you know, and at that time, none of these companies existed who could build stacks for us.
You joined in 2005, I think.
I joined in 2005. That's
I
right.
mean, a big hand to her for being in one company for so long. In a day and age where, 5 months is,
I know. Yes.
Yeah, please carry on.
So that's what we measure, business.
Fantastic. What about you?
No, I agree. Proof of the pudding is in eating. As long as the business KPIs are not moving, doesn't matter what matrices external dashboards show. And as my fellow panelist also said, key performance marketing is something which can only give you a short-term spurt in growth per se. Long-term brand building remains a focus for us as well. So one of the metric that we track internally in addition to if the business is moving or no is reach. How many new people have we reached this particular month through our marketing initiatives is something that I as a CEO like to track.
Okay. All right.
See, what we've become more better at is setting up our internal, like Sumit said and Akshans mentioned, an analytical engine on every campaign that we run. So after every campaign or as the campaign starts, we get our analytics team to look at a certain set of measures. What we've successfully been able to do is to lift our KPIs, not just to business outcomes, but also consideration. Because we feel that we probably do not have a good answer. How are we measuring the brand in terms of mind measure? Because we work with a couple of research agencies, but their sample size to look at top of mind awareness, unaided awareness is not great. The sample size is like 1,000, 1,500 people, which is not representative of a country of our size. But what we do measure successfully and very well is from the time the customer lands on our website, what channels, what choice of media is driving me incremental reach? If I put the same money on YouTube or Hotstar, what works for me better? That's something that we've coming to website or searching on Google search queries is a good proxy of consideration. And at the end of the day, like Ogilvy said, the intent of advertisement is to drive curiosity. And if there is curiosity, somebody's going to search me on Google or come to my website. So our measurement starts from there. And after that, it's the full funnel. Number of people who've dropped a lead, number of people who've been able to take a policy quote and final purchase. So that's how our measurement has been built in. And we've been able to see incrementality on various things that we do. 50% times we still get it wrong, but that's an evolution.
Okay, fantastic.
So for us also, largely business metrics, right? There are few campaigns which are always on. There are few campaigns which are seasonal. So we measure incrementality for each campaign we are running. See, it's for a marketer, especially.
If I may interrupt, how do you define incrementality in your case?
So that's what, because we are an end-to-end digital company, and if we are running a campaign, it would result in an incremental traffic. That's the bare minimum, right? We have our own internal systems. We have an analytics team which measures. So if I'll give you an example of a very, basic example of how we measure TV. When we run TV, we see a lift in our traffic. And it's instant because of the second screen phenomena. People are watching TV, searching, browsing your site at the same time. When we get the BARC data, for each spot, we take that data, we map it against our traffic, against our inquiries and the lower funnel metrics. And we see when our ad was run on Star Sports, let's say, what was the peak, what was the previous peak, and how long the tail stayed, because there is a tail effect and then that tail dies down, right? So it's a internally built model through which we measure the incrementality, not only for a channel, but for each spot which we run. So it helps us in our media planning also. What time is working well for us, what programs are working well for us on a particular channel, right? So basis that we, measure everything in the incremental cost of acquisition, or I would say incremental cost of revenue. Now, Google will always give you the best of it because it's the lowest funnel channel, and it usually just harvests. You create interest using other channels, and then Google will just take credit for that. We know that, and that is why, while the metric remains same, but we have different weights for different channels. So for example, for Google, I may be okay with a 60% cost by revenue. But when I'm running an OTT, that number can be 140 or 150%. That I'm okay to spend 150 rupees to get 100 rupees revenue, because I know there will be tail effect, there will be some, movement in my brand metrics. So, and these weights, these weights are, defined and developed over a period of time. The data which we had when we started running the campaign, how they matured, how, the impact came. Using that, we created these weights. And in a shorter term, we measure all our channels, all our campaigns against these weights and metrics. And in longer term, of course, there are brand lift and the other metrics are there.
So it's an interesting phrase you use, short term, long term, and I'll go back to you. You mentioned that everything needs to be aligned to business metrics, whether you're doing brand building or performance or whatever. So is there a short term, long term runway that you also kind of do? And by now you must have perfected it. You've set up all systems in the background. So, I mean, especially because I originally come from a, legacy traditional advertising thing. And so, I mean, what is short term and what is long term? I mean, do you run a TV ad and say, oh, my sales is not happening, something is wrong with the TV ad? Of course, you don't do that. So what is the ecosystem? What's the framework? What's the approach?
So, I think, and when we started our brands, we were also doing TV because that is the time where, traditional media was ruling. We set both long term and short term. I think we have a different way of looking at them. Pretty much like maybe Sachin said, we know that when you're using certain mediums, they are giving you an added benefit. They are giving you reach. They might not lead to conversion in that particular funnel. So while performance is looked at very tightly, that it has to convert in that particular session, in that particular funnel, you also, I think a lot of, at least my belief is, GRPs can't help you build long-term brands. Brands, I feel, are built by the experience that you give to customers, by the communication that you run. Does it really? So, I mean, I'm not one of the believers who feels that, oh, if I do 100 crore campaign, I can build a brand, because I don't think GRPs play a role. I think, are you getting insights right? Are you talking the right language? Of course, at the right places, because wherever your consumers are. What is the experience that you're giving? What is your product? I think brand gets built by that and not by advertising campaigns. Campaigns just help to accelerate, to get you new visitors, to get you reach. And I think, therefore, just to say that this can help, it's never going to be true. I mean, I think we have enough examples where people have come and poured in millions of dollars and gone back and we don't even remember their names. So I think brand building is per se a larger job, a job that goes beyond just marketing. But because we do both performance as well as, I mean, I'm not going to call it digital, but let me just call it branding. For example, a lot of work that happens today on social media, because people spend so much time there. And for example, Meta has very good inventory. The sizes are such that they are causing a lot of brand. So when I say that we do that, what is not important for us is Meta coming and saying, hey, your brand lift is so much, or Google, YouTube coming and saying your brand lift is so much. What is important for us is to see what's happening. If we are doing all this, are maybe old users coming back? If it is not resulting in anything at all for us, because we're digital, we can actually measure by the second, by the hour, then we kind of feel, what brand are we building if nobody's coming back? It could be a registered user who's planned to come back. And we can do that because we're totally, as Sachin said, end-to-end digital. So it's easy for us to measure. And therefore, we feel it's important for us to measure.
Yeah, that's fabulous. I'll ask you to take the question also. I mean, what are your runways? You know, what's from I mean, it's actually a funnel question. Okay. So what do you do for awareness? What do you do? And if you can look at this across media. What is the medium that you use for top of the funnel or bottom of the funnel? There is this myth or maybe fact that digital can crunch a lot of these, especially for the newer generations, new audiences. What is your opinion on
Sure.
this?
Our typical exercise starts with identifying where our end users are. I always believe that TV for now has become as a medium which is just there for the halo effect. What we try and do is that we run majority of our campaigns on digital. When I say digital, you have your typical, since we are also in the news media space. For us, it's more about YouTube, Meta properties, Twitter. For our overseas brands, it's TikTok, and we try and enforce the credibility by buying spots in print and OH, because there's always this bias that if something is in written form, if TOI front page enforces credibility right away. So by identifying what for a particular news brand or for a particular entertainment brand that's in my kitty, I would want to know where the audiences are that we have to reach and create TOMA, because performance will obviously run on digital. So it's a mix of majorly tilted towards digital with OH and print thrown in, TV not so much.
TV not so much. Okay. All right. And what is still TV? Because, you know, I mean, the company that I work for, it's a government-owned initiative for e-commerce called ONDC, Nirmit Bharat, and so on. So I was doing some research, and I was told that in tier 3, tier 4, TV is still bigger than digital in some areas, not everywhere. What do you think is the right funnel approach? You know, across
Just
media.
adding to your point, more than TV, it's connected TV that people are accessing these days with free internet and smart TVs in home. The cable, even data-wise, DTH subscriptions are going down every month or quarter on quarter.
That's right.
See, it's a question to which I'm not sure if there's a perfect answer. It's a function of experimentation. And what I believe is that as marketers, we've got two jobs. One job is essentially to nurture, and another is to extract. And hence, our campaigns are two types campaign. One is campaigns which are working on lower funnel, which is essentially audience who are searching for health insurance. How can I surface a different kind of information to the audience who's searching health insurance? So on Google searches or YouTube searches, we do a lot of organic content. An audience who's searching health insurance probably knows something about health insurance, or depending upon whether they've come to our website or not, what is the level and depth of content that needs to be served to them, because it's a complex category. And then there is upper funnel for audiences who are not even thinking about health insurance. They are watching cricket, they're watching, and I love TV. I think television still works. And it is the cheapest way to buy reach in this country. It's just that the consumption has shifted from a certain genre to a certain different kind of genre. So sports, news, they work for us. We've done a lot of analytics. Every time we've spent on sports, all metrics move. The brand metrics with the research partners, our mind measures month on month, they move. Our CTRs on our performance campaigns improve. Everything improves. So I think it's just about understanding what is the right utilization of your budget. Brand building could be done in tranches, consistently over a long period of time, and consideration, which is performance, is always on. So broadly, that's been our approach. And there is no differentiation between a performance campaign and a brand campaign. And I also don't think there's a difference between an awareness campaign and a conversion campaign, because how will conversion happen if the awareness is not there? So some of these are, I think, more nomenclatures. All of good awareness campaigns have delivered conversion. All decently optimized conversion campaigns have also given us a lift in awareness. So it's a bit of a nomenclature.
Very interesting thing, which is, you know, removing the walls between awareness and conversion, between two sets of audiences. I'm sure you connect these audiences. So someone who's seen awareness gets served that particular ad in whatever channel. What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, so I agree with what Nimish was saying, right? Good performance campaigns, they also give a lift in your brand metrics. And when you run an awareness campaign, there would be some people who are in market for that product at that particular time, and when they come to know about your company, your brand, they'll definitely go and result in some sort of performance. So it is largely interlinked. We do rely on TV. In fact, Paisa Bazaar and Policy Bazaar, we both are always on TV 12 months a year, at least 15-20 days a month, right? For us, TV is a good medium to reach out to new, because even today, right, there are platforms like Meta and Google, YouTube, and a lot of other platforms are there. OTTs are there, but still beyond top 30 cities, nobody gives you higher reach than TV. In tier 2, tier 3 cities, linear TV is still very strong, and it is increasing. It's not going anywhere. People buy smart TV and then take a DTH connection and plug into their, the smart TV. So it's happening there. In top 30 cities, yes, people have, replaced a few categories. So for example, English movies channels, I think they have suffered the most. Sports, again, it has migrated to connected TV and OTTs now than the linear TV, especially in top 30 cities. So we do see all of these things, and all the permutation and combinations. We are there on connected TVs also. We are there on linear TVs also. Performances, again, it's throughout the year, because we have to capture people who are in market. Now, so see, there are two types of campaign we have. We are in lending market, and loans have a certain stigma attached to it. In Indian societies, people, and in large quarters of our population, people do not consider loan a very good product. Right? There is a social taboo. People do not talk about loans very often to their relatives, to their friends. So unlike insurance, so Policy Bazaar, they do, get discussed in normal family conversations, that I'm buying a new health insurance, I'm buying a new term insurance, why it's required, why it's necessary. But you would never find any family discussing loan to their friends or families, because there's still a little bit of shame associated with that they have to take. Unlike it's a car loan or a home loan, personal loans are still not looked at in a very positive way. So that is a challenge, and that's why we came up with this positioning called Paisa Se Badkar. Then loans are just an instrument. And the current tagline is Har Sapna Hoga Sach, right? When you want to realize your dreams, sometimes money is a road blocker, and we basically provide you that. So that you can keep chasing your dreams, you can grow higher and higher. So that will reflect in our campaigns. We do one long format campaign once a year, which is roughly 7-8 minute long campaign. Most of our campaigns have won good awards. So that is the soft branding kind of a thing that also we do, but the allocated budget is not very large. As a proportion, that would be roughly 10-15% of the overall pie. Rest 85%, we want to see ROI on the entire budget we spend.
Right. Okay, we're going to move to no prizes for guessing this one. AI, the effect of AI in cross media, marketing, buying, whatever you call it. So we'll start with you. Where has AI actually changed your media decisions? Not necessarily media buying, but everything. And, where has the money shifted? By money, again, I mean resources, broadly speaking. How has AI helped you or not really helped you?
So, there's AI and then there's Gen AI. So AI, we actually introduced in InfoEdge in 2009.
That's right.
And we started predictive analytics then. And the first experiment where it was done was marketing. Can we predict, for example, in Jeevan Sathi, that the profile that we've just got what is the propensity to pay for this profile? So I think that journey has been long, but Gen AI has revolutionized a lot of things. And what it has in particularly, I think, helped us to do is now, the publishers have great inventory because they are using AI to optimize. And therefore now the inventory that is available to you by the walled gardens is now performing far better because their algorithms are now using ML and AI, which is resulting in a lot of good results. But for brands like us to be harnessing them to their fullest is because of Gen AI. A lot of these new inventories, a lot of Gen AI has enabled automation. So everything running now is running on feeds. Now, for example, if I have to post 5.5 lakh jobs every day as a feed and have one video and one static with it, if there was no Gen AI, I would have never been able to do it ever. You know, we would have never had the wherewithal, the agencies, the freelancers, the designers to actually create that volume. So today, I think what AI is enabling us to do is far more better optimization, much more automation, and that is resulting in phenomenal results. I mean, results that I haven't seen in the last 6, 7 years. You know, so I think that the other beautiful thing is switching has become very easy. You know, just switching budgets midway, dynamically doing that, that has become very easy. And of course, as you said when you started, digital allows you so much of micro targeting, right? So all that I think Gen AI is enabling extremely well, both at the brand's end, but also at the advertisers, the publishers' end, because there's so much more open now, you know.
What about you? How is AI helping or not helping? How much time left? Someone rang a bell. 2 minutes. Okay.
Sure. So for us, AI is more about how do we automate the processes, how do we A/B test our creatives, how do we A/B test our copies, and then how do we use predictive analytics. For us, it has taken a while. We did not have it since 2009 per se. So AI, basically, we are using it more for automating the creative processes per se because we run ads at scale.
Okay. What about you? From a media, cross-media perspective, not just creative.
So on the media front, like Sumit said, a lot of publishers have their utilities powered by AI. So I'll not touch that because that's been covered. One interesting use case for us is that, see today, taking decisions on media is, there's a large Excel sheet that comes from a media agency, and then you cross-tab that with your KPIs, traffic on websites, searches on Google, number of leads purchased. Now we put all of that in a notebook LM and we just ask questions. So the ability to spot through hundreds of rows has reduced your ability to ask questions in English. I can just write on notebook LM which spot has given me best incremental traffic on my website. Which spot or which channel, whether it is YouTube, Hotstar, Cricket, etc., has given me best quality leads. The ability to ask questions in plain English has become so much better. And I think that's going to be the new normal. And our ability to make media choices going forward is going to be that more sharper.
Yeah, so I think they have largely covered it. And like ma'am mentioned, they started in 2009. We also started in 2014-15. The machine learning exercise to do propensity modeling, because we generate a large set of data on a daily basis. So just to give you some perspective, we get roughly 4.5 million inquiries every month. And then on these inquiries, there are 3,500 agents in Pesa Bazaar who call on these inquiries, get dispositions, and these people move through the funnel. So we that data set goes into a data lake, and then there sits a lot of models. There are few models for marketing, there are few models for product, and we do a lot of modeling of that data, and that we have been doing for quite some time now. Now how, and our media planning, we take help of these models when we are doing media planning.
Okay.
But now how generative AI is helping, and when it comes to creative, I think ma'am inspired us in our last event when she told me that they are doing a lot of videos through these tools. Her team is creating these videos through these AI tools, and we started using those tools, and now we are also churning out video
Okay,
through these tools.
I'll kind of interrupt in the interest of time.
Yeah.
So I'd like to, starting with you, something you'd like to tell the audience in one sentence about cross-media approach? Something important that we missed out, if there's something else you want to add.
I think we have largely covered it. Just wanted to tell one challenge, and till the time that challenge is not sorted, it would be difficult to do cross-media attribution. That challenge is arriving on a single currency, because the metric these platforms are using are different. YouTube is saying you can measure your campaigns in completed views. OTT is saying you can measure your campaigns in effective views. So Google is saying I'll give you impressions. TV is saying I'll give you
one metric.
So till the time we reach one universally accepted metric, it would be difficult to
one universally
measure.
accepted metric. What about you?
I'll put my money on building a good set of KPIs, which is first party. On your website, something that is around consideration, something that is around purchase. If you have these two set of KPIs, couple of things, I think you're in a good place, because I don't think publishers are gonna share data. The walled gardens, in the near future, I see them as walled gardens.
Okay, fantastic.
I'll just echo my fellow panelists that one single metric is the need of the hour. Yeah.
Great.
I would just say that do cross-media measurement for incrementality rather than attribution.
Fantastic. So that's the end. Is there a dying need for a question, a very important question? We can take one question from the audience, collective, or you can ask any one panelist. No? Okay, all right. So thank you very much. It's an honor to moderate this discussion, and all of us are very enriched. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for our panelists. We request you to please stay on the dais for the photo op. Can we have our volunteers? Request you to please present token of appreciation to our panelists. What an engaging discussion it was on how can brands measure performance consistently and unlock actionable insights across various platforms. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for them, please. And this is a small token of appreciation from our side. Thank you so much for your support and contribution. Thank you so much, Mr. Shubho Sen Gupta, for moderating it so well and for your support and contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, please. Thank you. Well, that was enriching panel discussion, and now let's move on. Our next topic is on brand safety and brand suitability on walled gardens and social platforms. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this we'll be discussing how can brands maintain trust, safety, and relevance in an increasingly complex digital ecosystem. And joining us for this panel discussion, we have amongst us our session chair, Mr. Amit Rathi, MD Channel Factory. Can we have you here? Can we welcome you with a big round of applause? Hello, sir. Thank you so much for joining us here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have amongst us Mr. Nitin Guleria, Media Head Mars. Can we have you, sir? Mr. Rahul Marbaha, Managing Partner, WPP Media. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for giving us your time and your support. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Santosh P. Kumar, Chief Operating Officer in Ocean India. A big round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We request you to please settle down.
Check. Okay. Thank you, my first of all, AdGully team and Bijoy and entire AdGully team to be, it's our honor to be associated with the AdGully and as well as the fellow panelists, Nitin, Rahul, and Santosh to be part of this topic. I know, in terms of everybody using YouTube, Meta in India and outside India, TikTok and other social platform, which is majorly driven by creator economy, where it is mostly to the creator become a publisher, and UGC content being always questions to everyone is brand safe or it is brand suitable. So, there is a lot of companies talks about brand safeties. Yes, they can do brand safety fully, but are they able to do brand suitable on that? Considering 500 million users are using in India both the platforms, uh, average in a day twice, which is a bare minimum, uh, and the major brands are investing on these platforms. I would say 50% plus are investments going on these platforms. Are they brands safe on these platforms or are suitable on this? So I have a certain questions which I prepare with for the fellow panelists. Uh, that's first one is brand safety has changed. Is it? Or when did brand safety become a leadership decision rather than just a media task?
I think certainly it has evolved over the period of time. And I think when it has started becoming, as you rightly mentioned, because UGC content is currently driving the whole progress of Meta in YouTube. And as you can see, it comes with its own set of challenges. As many years, like 10 years ago or a decade ago, when all the content was curated and brands were able to control what narrative to put out, what exactly messaging should go out. Now that creator economy has taken that power away from the brands, and they are basically, and also the liberty that digital has provided in terms of whether about the language, whether about the context or settings, everything is basically put brands in a state of risk, which basically poses a great threat in terms of, I mean, you're just one viral video away from, um, losing your brand equity, to be honest, if I can be very straightforward. So I think it has evolved. So it's no more a media decision, because at the end of the day, if your leadership doesn't understand that what kind of an impact this can have on your brand, I think it certainly can be a huge threat for any brand, to be honest.
Rahul?
So the way I look at it, or the way we should all look at it, I guess, is we are buying platforms, Meta, Facebook, YouTube. They're in a business to create content. They're chasing goals like growth, more users, engagement. Whereas brands are chasing a very different kind of roles. They're looking at long-term, meaningful association. They're looking for trust. Now, in the whole race of chasing growth from YouTube versus brand being meaningful there is always a gray area. Now, and it's outside the media plans, to be honest. The brand safety, I think, has changed. If you look at me, is outside the media plans. Do you need to be present in the safest environment? Is not nothing with media plans, but it's more of a leadership decision. And I think that's where it really comes in. The challenges that we face in India is very unique than the whole world, right? We don't necessarily have the same guidelines that others follow. We have different languages. The satire in humor, politics, comedy is very different in India as compared to the rest of the world. So saying that, we will take a global measurement tool and a framework that will apply in India is not going to work. And that's what one of the big things is. So is brand safety changed? In India, it has become different. I won't say changed per se in the pure play definition.
Santosh, from your side.
Thank you. So when you ask the question, is brand safety changed? And I would say, it's become a hygiene, but the more bigger parameter or more bigger metrics that we chase is the brand reputation. And brand reputation actually combines these things together, because when we are operating in a walled garden structure of a Google and Metas of the world is there is a trust, but there is no transparency. And that creates a more panic, or more, I would say, a problem in the, on the brand side is there, because we can put all the safety measures of blocking a site or keywords or negative keywords, those things are there. But it is no more just about a media execution, but it is more of our leadership and boardroom discussions with brands are doing now, because as our fellow panelist has said this thing that this is we are just a one viral story away from losing a brand reputation, and that is which is not just about execution or by the media team, but it is the biggest one of the very big I would say agenda for CEOs as well, because they need to be very careful about. So today when we are talking about brand reputation, we deal with at an intersection of a legal, marketing, content, and the media put together, not just about the media thing is there. And that's where we have to be more cognizant, we need to be more careful about that, how we are going about these things is there.
Sure. So the second point is platform holds more control because they are a walled garden and they control everything in-house compared to the giving any data to the outside world. How comfortable are brands relying on platform protect their reputations? Anyone to go for it? You are from the brand side, so definitely we expect you to address. And if Rahul wants,
I think, if I have to be blunt, I think the confidence is decreasing day by day. I think there was once upon a time digital was sold with the notion that we are going to give the complete transparency back to the end consumer, which if you see it's partially there, but whether they're enabling you to basically fully control it is a question and is becoming more and more challenging. Okay. Let me put an example of, like, let's say YouTube. You can still download all the reference reports and everything from a campaign that you've already run, but you can't plan for it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, there's no reach plan. The moment, like, they have given you a very basic tool to plan your reach and frequency or targeting, etc., etc. They'll not tell you what is the base, where exactly it's going to be run, what exactly are you going to get. Yes, at the end of the day, you will basically get the where it was run, but your money is spent by then. And then on top of that, they're cross-charging you for ADH and whatnot, other solutions. And pretty much, if you see, this is I'm just quoting Google as an example, but Google, Meta, Amazon, everybody is then plugging into other MarTech tools, basically to then analyze what they've run, now filter that, then plug it back, and it is becoming tedious. So, which shouldn't be the case. So, I think overall, as brand, I can safely say that the confidence is completely diminishing.
even using any third-party tool also, if you use any third-party tool which will help you on that, for example, Nitin? Anyone?
I'm certain there are tools outside in the industry, obviously Channel Factory being one of them and others as well, which can be helpful. But yeah, we certainly yet to test them with our brands.
Rahul, you?
Nitin said it pretty much what I wanted to say, but essentially what we are essentially doing is outsourcing how to reach our partners to the wall gardens, or how to reach to our audiences, our TG to the wall gardens. Now, outsourcing something like that, I think is fair. Outsourcing the reputation is dangerous. So that's, you need to build systems, you need third-party tools, Channel Factory, of course, one, and there are many others, where you would need to build systems that the reputation is protected. You cannot compromise reputations just by compromising it by reach and frequency. I think that is a big problem.
So to answer in one word, yes, confidence is losing, and that is very much natural because the technology is evolving so much that it's not just about an ad, but it's also about the context where it is playing, what is there. Now today it's a blur line between even the original content or the Gen AI created content. In that, the risk is furthermore higher because we need to be very clear about that, how much we are really bringing the brand ethos and values together on those contexts is there. So yes, as Rahul clearly said, that this responsibility lies with the brand and the custodians of the brand, and we see in a very different context, not just a kind of a switching on the toggle of a brand safety, but more also from a scanning of a content or putting the right context to the content that where ads should play around it. And definitely there's a third-party verification is required, because I again and again saying that transparency is one big question mark is there. So the verifications are being, but only challenge is that it is still in an experimental stage. There is no straightforward way to really measure and then verify those things is there. But yeah, we are, and I'm very hopeful that with the evolution of AI, it will be furthermore, I would say, controlled, and we can control furthermore on those things.
So I do agree. The policing is required by any third party is very, very important to validate that. Irrespective, wall gardens their own brand safety tool, but policing is required on the other side as well. I have one question more from Santosh as well again. Trust in closed ecosystem. Is brand safety today based more on trust than transparency?
Okay. So, of course, it is trust because that is the only thing we do. The systems and wall garden platforms are not transparent. So, but yeah, trust is definitely there because there is a very strong technology that runs behind these things is there. And even from I would say brand safety perspective and brand contextuality suitability perspective as well, we do follow those checks, and even the instructions also being managed well by the wall garden people is like that. But I would say transparency, that's a question mark again and again, because we are really not clear, and most of the time, as we discussed it before as well, that we read report rather than we plan. And that's where our control is not there. It's a course correction that we do. Wherever we are doing a course correction, it is only just we are getting better, but it is not that we are already prepared not to have those kind of things is there. So this is one part is there. The second part is also important is that trust of the trust factor doesn't come only from a safety parameter, but it also comes on a with a parameter of suitability, that where the brand is really actually placed and all. There has been a lot of incidences where a baby product has run on a liquor content or those kind of a content is there. That is a purely thing which a brand would never like to have. Even all the safety parameters are on, those things are there, but there are certain content suitability is very much important. Those things is there. So again, this goes that transparency is lesser. It's we have to act it together to improve it.
This. Rahul, safety versus relevance. When the safety comes in and relevance is always required, are brands playing it too safe and losing connection with audiences?
Yeah, let me try to give you an example. A media planner plans a campaign. Just about when he's halfway through, there is a heavy budget has gone into a wall garden. There's an unfortunate accident that happens, and which it takes 2 days away of media power. Something that happened recently where in Noida, a car fell into the water body and stuff, right? How can a media planner plans for that? Is your ad showing on it? Is your TG is pretty much the same because you want to reach out to that? So honestly, this is something that we all need to ask ourselves as brands and as agencies and understand, how do we really plan for it? And is relevance important? Is safety important? And if you start thinking with examples, you will know the safety is much more important, right? And relevance is a subset of, or each of them is a subset, but you need to plan these things. You need to have a system in place that actually protects you. You need to have partners in place who actually protects you. Otherwise, your ad and your brand is going to be associated with some accident that no one would have thought about.
True. Nidhi, do you want to add?
No, I think there are solutions that are evolving slowly in order to avoid, just like Rahul mentioned, if there is an accident or there is bad news or there is some sort of a content that you don't want to be seen or associated with. I think in a larger, especially depending upon what brand you are, right? If you're, let's say, hospitality, you are trying to sell a luxury holiday, you can't be seen in front of a bad news because it doesn't vibe. It's like a conversation, right? You're trying to have a conversation with your customer where you're trying to basically pursue them. So it needs to be a context setting of a sort, right? It is not an elevator pitch all the time. So I feel it is important, and I think pre-bid solutions and other can be one of the solutions that we can deploy. But I think brands need to take a conscious step of basically saying that I am not going to be in this space.
Okay, fair enough. When it comes to India, definitely safety as a brand strategy in India. That's also because we play multiple languages. Brand don't know which language will work, which language to be scanned on a utility point of view. Do global brand safety rules really work in the India context? That's the question. And I know all people are sitting here managing the global brands and
No.
expecting all the answer from everyone.
No, I don't think. Most of the walled gardens are built in a Silicon Valley with the English-speaking people who barely understand the nuances of, let's say, Telugu or Bangla in an Indian context. So I think a very plain and a simple context doesn't work, right? And and the cultural nuances, because certain things can be picked up from the, the text or other pictures and imagery, but certain cultural nuances are quite different, right? Which can be where we are, and which is very complex. Especially what makes it complex for India is because we're such a diverse nation, 28 languages, so many states. So the answer is no. I think we need custom creation. This is a high time that we actually need custom creation. And honestly, given the kind of population that we have also, it's a big challenge because it's not even like a manual exercise.
Yeah.
So
we need to build local, the customization.
So, in fact, that's a very interesting question because we operate with the brands who are very inflexible in terms of going very local. Part of thing is there, but nowadays we are just seeing that there is every brand is kind of adopting a strategy which we also adopt. We call it a globalize. So, which is a global playbook, but very much localized into the context of how the country operates or how the people behave on that. Now, India, with a sensitivity of a culture, so many language, so many dialect, and so many, even the different habit and consumptions of the media is there. It is not possible for any brand to have a very standard safety rules which is globally adopted and come into India, and we adopt the same. So we need a customization for sure. And that customization, again, we do at a base level of where we have certain very clear do's and don'ts in terms of the content, in terms of the suitability, in terms of the reputation of the brand or the values. But we meaningfully translate into that how this becomes more relevant to Indian context. So maybe like keywords which may be suitable from an English perspective, but may not be suitable from a Bangla perspective or a South Indian perspective. True. And within the Indian language itself, one language and tonality said in one language, one particular vernacular language is very different in another language. Agreed. So those tonality, the personality, archetype, all these things we keep considering, and that's where the safety definitions are being completely revised and improvised every time.
True. Rahul?
I have nothing more to add than what these two gentlemen said, but except for one fact that Indian people who are managing Indian media or planners per se have to work twice as hard. They have to look at the global nuances as well as Indian nuances. There could be a president of another country that we need to protect that data, don't want to show an ad from, and then there's going to be a local thing which is very, very regional and very, very specific that we need to avoid. So our work is actually, as agencies and brands, we have to work twice as hard.
I think Nitin has picked it up, Mike. So you want to add something on this?
I was saying glad that at least he's like plugging it like the for the media planners out there.
That's a good thing. So that's it, guys. This is more towards brand safety and suitability because this topic is always coming on the wall garden space. Being multiple time encounter my personal examples and personal viewings living in Maharashtra, don't understand Marathi and Marathi had been served. It is relevant? No. Kids watching luxury ads which are on a Chuchu TV and all those places, they're targeting, it's a brand safe, but suitable? No. As my fellow panelists mentioned, whatever the incidents happens on the accident, are they planned in advance? Maybe, may not. So there is a local things required for India perspective point of view where safety and suitability is important and where the maximum users are here on the platform and it's growing and the sprints are also growing on the space. Definitely this will be the always been a hot topic till the time we will not solve this. And thank you for the contribution of Santosh, Rahul, and Nitin for on this topic. Any questions from the audience? If you have, yeah, I see the raise of hand.
And how can agencies address them collaboratively?
Can you repeat the platforms again?
Yeah, sure. I'll just repeat the question. So my question is, what are the top 3 challenges brands face in balancing brand safety with campaign performance on platforms like Instagram, YouTube, and how can agencies address them collaboratively?
So, if I can take that,
Yeah, please.
There is so brand safety. You need to build a system first. You have to understand how the wall gardens that you've just mentioned works, and you need to build the systems. It's not going to be about compromise that if I do a brand safe, the campaign is going to lose its efficiencies or effectiveness. It's not going to happen like that. There needs to be a system in place which actually goes back and checks the content where your ad is going to be showing up. If you got that system in place, it's not one versus another. It's working together. But when you have a system where you actually check the content, then you go ahead and do the efficiency and effectiveness goals on any of the wall platforms. That's what needs to be done.
Thank you.
Any more questions, guys? No? Thank you, everyone. Once again, I hand over the mic to. Thank you for.
A big round of applause. Thank you so much for this interactive discussion. We request you to please stay back for the photo op and token of appreciation. We'd like to thank all of you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists. We'd like to thank you for sharing your valuable insights with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we celebrate MOBEXX Awards, recognizing campaigns, teams, and leaders who are raising the bar in mobile marketing and ad tech. For doing the honors, I would request Mr. Nimish Agarwal, Director, Digital Business Unit and CMO, Niva Bhupa Health Insurance, to please join me on the dais. Can we have you, sir? For rewards and recognition, I would request Mr. Amit Rathi, Managing Director, Channel Factory, to please join me on the dais. Can we have you, sir? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. So let's begin with MOBEXX Awards. And now I would request Mr. Santosh P. Kumar, Chief Operating Officer, InOcean, to please join me on the dais. Mr. Santosh P. Kumar, Chief Operating Officer, InOcean. Mr. Nimish Agarwal. Well, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Mr. Santosh. Thank you so much. Once again, we'd like to thank our presenters. Let's begin with our MOBEXX Award, ladies and gentlemen. And the category is Best App Store Optimization Strategy. And in this category, gold goes to Echo Insurance. Congratulations! Nominated by Teamology, Softtech, and Media Services. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Echo Insurance. Congratulations. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Gold in the category Best App Store Optimization Strategy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next category, that is Best Integrated Multi-Channel Campaign. And in this category, gold goes to FedEx, nominated by White Rivers Media. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. Woo! Well, ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to our next category. That's the best use of multi-influencer campaign. And in this category, gold goes to Zydus, nominated by the Small Big Idea. Congratulations! Woo! Well, ladies and gentlemen, next award is for the best use of chatbot, and the gold goes to Philips Domestic Appliances, nominated by OMGX Silver Push. Congratulations! Let's give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in App Install Campaign. And the bronze goes to Domino's, nominated by Inbobi Advertising. Congratulations. And now let's move on with a silver trophy in the category Mobile Advertising Excellence in App Install Campaign. And it goes to Story TV, nominated by Global Media. Congratulations. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now let's move on to our next category, that is Mobile Advertising Excellence in App Install Campaign. And the gold goes to Grab, nominated by Vivi. Congratulations. Bronze, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign category. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Zydus, nominated by the Small Big Idea. Congratulations. Our next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign, and the silver goes to Pass Pass Pulse, nominated by White Rivers Media. Congratulations. Can we have you? Congratulations once again. It's so honored to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, next category is mobile advertising excellence in integrated campaign, and the gold goes to Bandhan Bank, nominated by M Canvas. Congratulations! Well, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit more energy, please. Can we give them a big round of applause? And now our next category is mobile advertising excellence in location-based targeting, and bronze goes to Swiggy Food, nominated by Pivot Roots. Can we have you please? Once again, bronze, and the winner is Swiggy Food. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next award. That's on mobile advertising excellence in location-based targeting. And the silver goes to MG Select, nominated by Hybrid. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much for showcasing your brilliant innovations with us. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next category is mobile advertising excellence in location-based targeting, and gold goes to Or Jewelry, nominated by Big Trunk Communications. Congratulations. Well, thank you so much. Once again, we'd like to thank our winners. Congratulations for your hard work, determination, and resilience that you put in your work every day. We're so honored to have you all here. And a big round of applause for our presenters, please, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give them a big hand? Thank you so much for supporting us for this rewards and recognition. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for lunch. So request all of you to please join us for lunch, and we'll begin with our panel discussions at 2. Thank you so much. See you here at 2.
We've built game-changing, AI-powered advertising technology, and we'd like to show it to you in action. Imagine seamlessly tapping into more digitally connected channels and countless data sets telling you what your audience watches, browses, and buys. Imagine intuitive customization that gives you the choice of premium data and inventory, allowing you to take full control. Imagine decisioning that's built for both insight and action. based on quality data and decades of trading expertise. And imagine results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful performance. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12-year-old, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double-aged for an irresistibly smooth sip, Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat on the rocks or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel Factory, context matters. We understand content better than anyone else. With precision and transparency, brands get back control on where and how they activate on social platforms, eliminating budget waste on placements that just don't make sense for your brand. Channel Factory is recognized as the preferred partner for the world's biggest brands and agencies globally. Channel Factory. We place your ads where they matter most.
रेडी शुरू करें खेला तो होगा खूब चलेगा जबरदस्त जब ना
So, what's next?
India is ready for Tiger. संकल्प लेते हैं हम इसी मिट्टी पर सेना खड़ा करेंगे और युद्ध होगा इंडियंस को नहीं
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with our leader 2.0. And we have with us Miss Bijoya Ghosh, founder CEO at Gilly Network. Thank you so much for joining us here. And now, award goes to yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are celebrating individuals who have demonstrated vision, resilience, and impact across marketing, media, technology, and business. So I would like to invite on the dais Akash Shah from VStar. But before that, I would request Miss Bijoya Ghosh, founder and CEO at Gilly Network, to please join me. We have amongst us, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for VStar. Congratulations. Next. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next award goes to Mr. Naveen Sangwan. Congratulations from Uniqlo. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Nidhi Rastogi from Uniqlo. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next award goes to Tushar Pathak from Bajaj Finserv. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Niharika Shah from ASUS. Congratulations! Can we have you? Well, can we give our winners a big round of applause? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing the honors. Thank you. Congratulations once again.
We've built game-changing, AI-powered advertising technology, and we'd like to show it to you in action. Imagine seamlessly tapping into more digitally connected channels and countless datasets telling you what your audience watches, browses, and buys. Imagine intuitive customization that gives you the choice of premium data and inventory, allowing you to take full control. Imagine decisioning that's built for both insight and action, based on quality data and decades of trading expertise. And imagine results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful performance. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12-year-old, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double-aged for an irresistibly smooth sip, Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat on the rocks or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel Factory, context matters. We understand content better than anyone else. With precision and transparency, brands get back control on where and how they activate on social platforms, eliminating budget waste on placements that just don't make sense for your brand. Channel Factory is recognized as the preferred partner for the world's biggest brands and agencies globally. Channel Factory. We place your ads where they matter most.
रेडी शुरू करें खेला तो होगा खूब जमेगा जबरदस्त जब ना
So, what's next?
India is ready for Tiger.
संकल्प लेते हैं इसी मिट्टी पर सेना खड़ा करेंगे और युद्ध होगा
क्रिमिनल्स को नहीं, क्राइम को खत्म करना जरूरी है.
मेरी बेटी तुम्हारी बहुत बड़ी फैन है. प्यार मेरे का चक्कर तो नहीं.
So now tell me everything from the beginning till the end.
जब ना हमेशा खुले हैं. दुनिया का कोई भी कानून पर लागू नहीं होता. अब खेला शुरू हुआ है देखें क्या होता है.
मुझे अपनी चिन्ह को बचाना है कैसे भी. I don't have much time.
Looks like Destiny wants us to be together.
एक भासु रियलिटी शो और 2 हिस्सों में बटा एक खेल.
हम सब साथ खेलेंगे ना तभी जीतेंगे. मैं नंबर 1 पे अपने आप को प्लेस करना चाहूंगा.
देश के हर कोने से फाउंडर्स लेकर आएंगे अपने सॉलिड बिजनेस आइडियाज और उनके लिए होगा 100 करोड़ का रियल सॉलिड कमिटमेंट.
शायद आपको प्यार
कि पब्लिक को मालूम है कौन कौन आने वाला है.
जब ठोकना होता है तो मैं बात नहीं करता, बस ठोक देता.
मजा तो बहुत आए.
अगर हम हिस्ट्री क्रिएट नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कौन करेगा?
Hey there! Ready to skyrocket your mobile marketing game? No matter if you're in gaming, finance, e-commerce, CTV, OTT, food and drink, or travel, AppTrove has got you covered. Introducing our cutting-edge mobile marketing solutions. Deep linking for seamless user experience, iOS attribution for precise tracking, audience segmentation for targeted campaigns, and top-notch fraud prevention. AppTrove helps you drive higher ROAS, scale user acquisition, unify the customer journey, and increase user engagement. It's time to hit your marketing goals and watch your business grow.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual advertising solution with a multi-format approach. Hive. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation.
AI vision advertising platform Vox offers eye-catching ads that are embedded into images and article content. Bright formats have high visibility, while non-standard mechanics and artificial intelligence capabilities create wow impressions. Overcome banner blindness with Vox.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronize TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
Programmatic advertising wasn't designed for what it's become. That's why we created MIQ Sigma. With our AI-powered advertising technology, connectivity is seamless. Customization is endless. Decisioning is fearless. And your results become boundless. MIQ Sigma. Take your programmatic advertising to the nth degree.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. At the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 15, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Sweeter in style, Dewar's 15 reveals vibrant citrus, delicate floral notes, and a rich honey finish. Crafted in 2009 by Stephanie McLeod, named Master Blender of the Year for a sensational sixth time, this whiskey embodies innovation and tradition. A gold medal winner at the International Spirits Challenge 2024, Dewar's 15 shines in every sip, whether enjoyed neat, over ice, or in a refreshing highball. Dewar's 15, where smoothness meets sophistication.
We've built game-changing, AI-powered advertising technology, and we'd like to show it to you in action. Imagine seamlessly tapping into more digitally connected channels and countless datasets telling you what your audience watches, browses, and buys. Imagine intuitive customization that gives you the choice of premium data and inventory, allowing you to take full control. Imagine decisioning that's built for both insight and action, based on quality data and decades of trading expertise. And imagine results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful performance. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12-year-old, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch, as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double-aged for an irresistibly smooth sip. Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat, on the rocks, or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel Factory, context matters. We understand content better than anyone else. With precision and transparency, brands get back control on where and how they activate on social platforms, eliminating budget waste on placements that just don't make sense for your brand. Channel Factory is recognized as the preferred partner for the world's biggest brands and agencies globally. Channel Factory. We place your ads where they matter most.
Ready? शुरू करें? खेला तो होगा खूब चलेगा जबरदस्त जब ना
So, what's next?
India is ready for Titan.
संकल्प लेते हैं इसी मिट्टी पर सेना खड़ा करेंगे और युद्ध होगा
क्रिमिनल्स को नहीं, क्राइम को खत्म करना जरूरी है।
मेरी बेटी तुम्हारी बहुत बड़ी फैन है यार, मेरे का चक्कर तो नहीं।
So now, tell me everything from the beginning till the end.
जब ना हमेशा खुले हैं दुनिया का कोई भी कानून बदला
अब खेला शुरू हुआ है, देखें क्या होता है।
मुझे अपनी चिंगू को बचाना है कैसे भी I don't have much time.
Looks like destiny wants us to be together.
एक भासो रियलिटी शो और 2 हिस्सों में बटा एक खेल।
हम सब साथ खेलेंगे ना, तभी जीतेंगे। मैं नंबर 1 पे अपने आप को प्लेस करना चाहूंगा।
देश के हर कोने से फाउंडर्स लेकर आएंगे अपने सॉलिड बिजनेस आइडियाज और उनके लिए होगा 100 करोड़ का रियल सॉलिड कमिटमेंट।
शायद आपको प्यार
कि पब्लिक को मालूम है कौन कौन आने वाला है।
जब ठोकना होता है तो मैं बात नहीं करता, बस ठोक देता।
मजा तो बहुत आए।
अगर हम हिस्ट्री क्रिएट नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कौन करेगा?
Hey there. Ready to skyrocket your mobile marketing game? No matter if you're in gaming, finance, e-commerce, CTV OTT, food and drink, or travel, AppTrove has got you covered. Introducing our cutting-edge mobile marketing solutions. Deep linking for seamless user experience, iOS attribution for precise tracking, audience segmentation for targeted campaigns, and top-notch fraud prevention. AppTrove helps you drive higher ROAS, scale user acquisition, unify the customer journey, and increase user engagement. It's time to hit your marketing goals and watch your business grow.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Box. Contextual advertising solution with a multi-format approach. Hive. in-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered, human-guided. Get a personalized quotation.
AI vision advertising platform Vox offers eye-catching ads that are embedded into images and article content. Bright formats have high visibility, while non-standard mechanics and artificial intelligence capabilities create wow impressions. Overcome banner blindness with Vox.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronize TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
Programmatic advertising wasn't designed for what it's become. That's why we created MIQ Sigma. With our AI-powered advertising technology, connectivity is seamless. Customization is endless. Decisioning is fearless. And your results become boundless. MIQ Sigma. Take your programmatic advertising to the nth degree.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. At the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 15, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Sweeter in style, Dewar's 15 reveals vibrant citrus, delicate floral notes, and a rich honeyed finish. Crafted in 2009 by Stephanie McLeod, named Master Blender of the Year for a sensational sixth time, this whiskey embodies innovation and tradition. A gold medal winner at the International Spirits Challenge 2024, Dewar's 15 shines in every sip, whether enjoyed neat, over ice, or in a refreshing highball. Dewar's 15, where smoothness meets sophistication.
We've built game-changing, AI-powered advertising technology, and we'd like to show it to you in action. Imagine seamlessly tapping into more digitally connected channels and countless data sets telling you what your audience watches, browses, and buys. Imagine intuitive customization that gives you the choice of premium data and inventory, allowing you to take full control. Imagine decisioning built for both insight and action, based on quality data and decades of trading expertise. And imagine results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful performance. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12-year-old, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double-aged for an irresistibly smooth sip. Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat, on the rocks, or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel Factory, context matters. We understand content better than anyone else. With precision and transparency, brands get back control on where and how they activate on social platforms, eliminating budget waste on placements that just don't make sense for your brand. Channel Factory is recognized as the preferred partner for the world's biggest brands and agencies globally. Channel Factory. We place your ads where they matter most.
रेडी शुरू करें खेला तो होगा खूब चलेगा जबरदस्त जब ना
So, what's next?
India is ready for Tiger.
संकल्प लेते हैं इसी मिट्टी पर सेना खड़ा करेंगे और युद्ध होगा
क्रिमिनल्स को नहीं, क्राइम को खत्म करना जरूरी है।
मेरी बेटी तुम्हारी बहुत बड़ी फैन है यार, मेरे का चक्कर नहीं।
So now tell me everything from the beginning till the end.
जब ना हमेशा खुले दुनिया का कोई भी कानून बदलाव नहीं होता।
अब खेला शुरू हुआ है, देखें क्या होता है।
मुझे अपने चिन्ह को बचाना है कैसे भी I don't have much time.
Looks like destiny wants us to be together.
एक भासो रियलिटी शो और 2 हिस्सों में बटा एक खेल।
हम सब साथ खेलेंगे ना, तभी जीतेंगे। मैं नंबर 1 पे अपने आप को प्लेस करना चाहूंगा।
देश के हर कोने से फाउंडर्स लेकर आएंगे अपने सॉलिड बिजनेस आइडियाज और उनके लिए होगा 100 करोड़ का रियल सॉलिड कमिटमेंट।
Hello everybody.
शायद आपको
आपकी पब्लिक को मालूम है कौन कौन आने वाला है।
जब ठोकना होता है तो मैं बात नहीं करता।
मजा तो बहुत आए।
अगर हम हिस्ट्री क्रिएट नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कौन करेगा?
Hello, everybody. We request all of you to please be seated. We are about to begin. People at the pre-function area, we request you to please come in. Well, I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. So thank you so much for joining us. And, it's fantastic to have you all here for these good vibes and, amazing sessions and enriching panel discussions. So can we give ourselves a big round of applause? एक बार अपने लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let's begin. And our panel discussion will be on maximizing ROI in mobile marketing, leveraging ad tech platforms for omni-channel success. So we'll be shedding light on how can brands harness ad tech platforms to drive performance while balancing personalization, privacy, and innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have interesting panelists who are joining us, and they'll be sharing their thoughts, their experiences, and ideas with us. So for this panel discussion, our session chair is Manas Gulati, co-founder and CEO ARM Worldwide. Hello, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. We request you to please take your place on the dais. Our next panelist is Bhairavi Rangarajan, Head Brand and Marketing Cola. Can we have you, ma'am? Hello. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us, giving us your precious time. I would request Rumi Ambasta, Vice President Marketing Mila Beauty, to please join me on the dais. Hi, ma'am. Thank you so much. Welcome. Ravi Tripathi, Strategy and Partnerships, Truecaller Ads. Can we have you, please? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please, for them.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. So, let us start with this. We've all seen how mobile marketing has transitioned from what it was. I remember, back in the day, and it's sounding like, I've become very old now. But back in the day when we started digital marketing as such, we used to see close to 5 to 10% only people accessing mobile so much because smartphones were not there. Also, accessibility in terms of internet, only came into being post, Geo came into the fore, and we saw widespread reach, happening in the mobile marketing world. Also, in terms of consumption patterns, I can right now see a lot of people looking at their mobiles, be it their Instagram or their mails or whatever else, and it has become very handy. What one could access through only a digital, as in like a web screen, has come to a mobile. You can be anywhere and tackle things on your, for your office from anywhere in the world. So that's the transition which has happened. And, what we've seen recently is close to 70 to 80% consumption is also happening on mobile. And so it has become a very important part of all our lives, being marketers. And my first question, therefore, is that, while I've spoken about a little bit about the larger transition which has happened, what exactly have you seen as a change which has come to the fore in terms of mobile marketing in the past 2-3 years? And how each one of you, for your respective brands, have done to adapt to the changing environment right now? And we can start with Ravi, you.
Sure. Thank you. There are certain things which are changing, and I'll speak in capacity of a publisher as Truecaller. We are seeing a paradigm shift in demand. But before that, we will look at what is going to remain constant. So for the next few years, 2, 3, 5, or maybe 10, mobile is going to remain the key screen that we all look at, starting from the time we wake up to, again, we go off to sleep. And attention span, user attention span is going to remain a challenge. So mobile being the key screen and attention span on that limited real estate, these two things will remain constant. Within that, the demand shift we are seeing now is that, in the last few years, what we were seeing is that marketers were treating mobile marketing as the key source of acquisition or creating impulse, right? When it comes to mobile marketing, let's talk about cheap acquisition, cheap clicks, etc., mid funnel or down the funnel. This change that we are now seeing is that with the evolvement of mobile marketing, marketers have started realizing that it's very important to have a strong storytelling on mobile. Impulse is highly short-lived, and building trust via mobile in a robust manner creates the long-term sustainability. And the more and more briefs, more and more demand is coming in that angle across verticals. Case in point, I would like to talk about a recent case study that we did with one of the most reputed brands, and it's a published case study on MFI. Okay, so Association of Mutual Fund in India. They launched their reset campaign, and the theme was Bharat Scam Se Bachega. where they wanted to do investor awareness around upcoming, the scams that are happening and how should they talk to different counselors and these investment companies, etc. There, what we did is, in a very innovative manner, we plugged in their communication for users when a user was actually searching for the identity of an unknown caller on Truecaller app. So you get an unknown number and you are searching for that number on Truecaller app, and that's when an ad pops up saying that Bharat scam se bachega, be aware, and don't respond to scams, etc. Know whom you are interacting with. So that was very well in sync with our core ethos of the app, and also the core communication of what Amphi wanted to talk about. I must say that the results of that campaign were far better than even what we were expecting, right? So we did a brand lift study in collaboration with Kantar, and 17% users who were exposed to the ad showed better confidence in talking to these brands, these products. And to top it all, about 25% of women who saw the ad, who were exposed to that ad, said that now they are more confident about investing. They are more confident about, talking to mutual fund companies, investment companies, and so on. So if three things are plugged in very well together, which is right state of mind of the user, right communication, good creative, and is supported by a very privacy safe environment, I think that's gonna take mobile marketing to the next leap, and next few years will be defined by the branding and awareness campaigns around that.
Rumi.
Some very interesting points. I think from my perspective, again, I'm probably going to resonate what Manas said. I'm going to sound very old. But back in the day, what were the channels that we had? We had television, we had newspaper, we had radio. That's it? Magazines. Yeah, okay, chalo. Outdoor, yes, but very limited. At least that's what it was in the 80s and 90s. None of the channels, I think, were able to create a relationship with you. Media, mobile started as a media channel, but now it is more than that. It's like your relationship guide. It's like your go-to companion for anything and everything. So you do not, I think us as marketers also, we need to stop looking mobile as just another channel, which used to happen back in the day, because you had 100 rupees, you used to spend it on television and print and radio. हाँ जो बाकी बचा है चलो ठीक है digital में डाल देते हैं. The word that was used was digital, very loosely. Digital mein dal dete hain, whatever that meant. But I think mobile has to be looked at something that is a go-to companion for each and everybody who's sitting in the room. Because you wake up in the morning, you're looking at a screen on your phone. After that, you're looking at a screen on your laptop. Then you look at a screen of your television. Again, you're looking at your screen of your phone before you go to sleep. And everything that you are looking for, you want an answer from that phone. So I think as marketers, we have to draw the line between when is the relationship healthy and when is the relationship becoming creepy. I think that is very important. And I'm not using the word creepy very loosely here. I'm just trying to say things in a much more understandable fashion, because when we get messages on mobile, which sounds like, oh, is mobile listening to me? Is Google listening to me? Everything just suddenly becomes very creepy. So as a marketer, we have to realize how to make that relationship healthy. How do you use the data that you have? How do you maintain the privacy of your audience? That has become extremely important in the last 2 to 3 years, is what I see.
Sure.
Yeah. So one key thing is that I have noticed is, there was this time when desktops were the go-to mechanism to research anything, to look up things. And even today in quite some industries, including the one I'm in, there is a lot of consumption on mobile. So a lot of our website traffic comes from mobile. But when it comes to making a purchase online, somehow consumers prefer using a bigger screen, like a desktop or so. So one thing that I anticipate that is going to definitely happen is mobile probably is going to move from a mobile first approach to a mobile only approach, where across all these stages in the customer journey, your awareness, consideration and purchase, all that will also move on to complete from the mobile device. One thing that, some brands do make a mistake or kind of don't fully understand is they treat mobile as an scaled down version of desktop. Whereas, mobile requires its own specific nuances, the way you create content, the way the user journey is mapped, the way form filling, or the way even you kind of tie in their first step of the journey to the subsequent one to kind of complete it there. That is a piece that I feel a lot of brands miss out. But going forward, I see a lot of this transition happening because even for industries like us, which are very heavy on consumer research, there's a lot of offline touch points also that happen because consumers go to the dealer stores to look at the physical products and then also come online and do it. So even there is now a massive shift to only using mobile phone when it comes to online.
Yep. So great. So we've heard that in your category in specific, there's an offline touch point as well, and not everything is that you just spraying and praying as to how it go. It needs to be a little more incisive as well. Great. Now I would have certain pertinent questions regarding your brands and how you deal with things there. So Rumi, I'll start with you in a category like beauty. In which probably the mindset otherwise is that you might want to try things out and sample things out and then reach out to the final conclusion in terms of the bent of mind in terms of if somebody wants to purchase it or not. So how do you feel that mobile screen has been helpful in the overall thing? Has it been more hyper personalized for a specific set of audience? How do you see the transition happening in your category?
So especially for color cosmetics as a category, and I'm saying color cosmetics because I'm going to keep skincare, personal care out of it. Especially in color cosmetics, mobile is where you are finding the brand, you're interacting with the brand, and you're honestly buying also. We see 98% in two companies where I worked in as the marketing head for color cosmetics. Absolutely end to end, the consumption is mobile only. So it's slightly different to cola as a category. Here, everything 100%, 98%. What is happening in this industry is that, especially in color cosmetic, you have to get very, very personalized in terms of not just the product that I'm giving you. So it's not really about demographic, okay? What I'm selling is, okay, Rumi is this person, she stays in this city. What is the sort of weather conditions, humidity, what's the kind of heat, in that space? What is the skin color and thereby the texture of this woman? So that then I can tell her exactly what kind of concealer or a foundation or a compact powder that she should use, right? I have to get into that kind of depth for her to make a choice. So it's not as simple as just coming to my website and choosing one and going, because most of the times these girls are actually experimenting with color cosmetics first time with you. So that means I have to get to that level. And hence that kind of personalization needs to happen over mobile, because that is what is handy to them. And that's how they're interacting with you. So virtual try-on is something that is becoming a huge hit in this industry. In India, internationally, it has been going on for a decade, if not more. But in India, from Lakme to everybody is trying virtual try-on, because that is best done over mobile phone. When we were doing a pilot about 3 years ago, we had our exclusive beauty outlets, and we had put iPads over there where they could in real time either upload a picture, a selfie, or they can just stand there and in virtual try on, it will tell you exactly the kind of product that will suit their skin. And when we started doing that on our own website, we started that there are so much nuances that we have not figured, because it's, again, we have to get into the psychography of it, not just the demography of it. And we'll have to make a product work that much harder when they're trying on these products on the app. And again, obviously, it's a vertical medium, right? And it just makes sense that people are trying more on the go on a mobile phone. So that means my content that I'm creating, whether it is with a creator or a social media content that I'm creating, everything is optimized for the screen that is vertical, because look, nobody is looking at a phone like this. Everybody is looking at it like that, right? So everything has to just make sense in that 9 inches of your phone. So those are the things that at least I'm noticing in beauty.
Sure. So you're saying that the entire journey of awareness, interest, desire, action, and resell to the person using all of that has boiled down to a mobile screen.
Yes.
Also, the fact that seasonality, geographical targeting,
Yes.
psychographics, all that is much more easily available on the small screen. By virtue of say the GPS
Yes,
or
location. Yeah.
the behavioral patterns
Yeah.
being judged by the major publishers and all, it has come to the fore, and it's much easier to engage and convert on the same screen over a
Yeah.
period of time. And also the entire journey of remarketing data and everything also comes into fore.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's also in color cosmetics, mobile becomes the end of everything is because it's a very personal category. You do not want other people to know exactly what you're purchasing because you're still experimenting, you're still not very sure. It's not a community decision that one is taking. You're not buying a home appliance that you need a intervention of everybody in the family. It's a very personal matter of what you're buying for your own face, for your own skin, because you're unsure about what goes with my face. Hence, video comes in very handy. Hence, we see that entire end-to-end journey happens in the mobile phone. And if you make it shopifyable, wherein you don't even need to step out of the ecosystem, you can just buy it right there, even better.
Great. So, since we were talking about data, and, I know that Truecaller has been very instrumental in helping a lot of us out, at least, whenever there used to be junk calls coming in and data otherwise being mapped as well. And, we've seen a transition happening on Truecaller as well, from, the small base it started to, what it is right now. And data and technology plays a very important role. So I would want you to talk about a little about how your brand has remodeled itself to what it is right now in the current scope of whatever is available through technology.
Sure. So, as you rightly said, we have evolved over a period of time, both in terms of what we offer and the base that we have. Currently, we are serving about 300 million users in India alone, plus expanding globally. That said, from Truecaller ads perspective, now we are very innovation focused. And there are two key things that we are focusing on, and I think that's relevant not just for Truecaller but also for the overall mobile marketing ecosystem. And these two things are hyper contextualization. I think only mobile can enable that, and with that, any brand finds relevance for the user. And the second one is moment marketing, right? The user is in the right state of mind, is doing similar interaction, and that's when the ad is shown in an innovative manner with AI-backed predictive modeling. That leads us to success, and these are some of the things that we are working on, and these are benefiting brands. Again, one similar example of Uber. So we work very closely with them, and we in our recent campaign with them, they wanted to promote Uber Shuttle. So Uber Shuttle, fabulous product. Most of us are existing Uber users, but we were not aware that there is something called Uber Shuttle and they are available on our route or not. Okay, so at least I came to know through the ads that I saw on Truecaller. Now, what they wanted to do is create an awareness and then lead to purchase intent. What we did is we, like I said, AI-based predictive modeling. We created multiple segments of existing Uber users, non-existing Uber users. We also timed the ads that a user is going to be in commute. Okay, we figured out people who are working, are in specific geos, and are going to be in commute, in traffic, could be in metro, cab, anything else. And at certain frequency in a particular week, we showed those ads to the users saying that this is the quality of the bus is available on so and so route, images, users, etc., etc. And the creative was also changed at certain frequency within the week. And the results were again fabulous. Okay, they saw close to 25% higher, awareness. They saw close to 30% higher intent of purchase of that particular service of Uber Shuttle, while they do offer certain rights and all. But the awareness and the storytelling was done very brilliantly. So like I said, overall mobile marketing and us, what we are trying to entail is hyper contextual, being relevant, do not bombard content or add to the user, be absolutely relevant. And second is moment marketing. Show the ads at the right time, right? So these are some of the key things that we are focusing on. And with that storytelling, we are not only creating the awareness, we are not only, being able to create the branding awareness, it is also leading to mid-funnel and other, steps of the consumer journey.
Sure. Also, it brings me to my next question. Have you're in an environment where people generally go to a store and buy things, apart from maybe B2B things, which would be happening in the organization. But B2C and imagery and the repute of the brand, plays a big role. And mostly, when we target digital, there's no experience which you're offering. You talk about a certain way it looks, maybe a 3D modeling of it and everything, but eventually the person has to go to an offline store to buy things. So my two parts to the question: how do you make sure that the person who is consuming online is also pushing people to the stores, so online, offline, in terms of the marketing landscape? How do you operate in that? And how also do you look at the B2B market being addressed through this same screen?
So, Kohler being a luxury brand, it's very important to build aspirational value. And that basically comes from storytelling and building that visual imagery. Otherwise, me talking about a basin or a faucet is, very dull and very uninspiring. It's nothing at the end of the day. So we rely a lot on storytelling, and for us, we generally find that bigger screens help us create more of an impact, right? Which is why we kind of forayed into CTV a lot. You'll see Kohler present over there a lot, because that helps us convey that over a 55-inch screen, beautifully. It immerses the audience very well. But how we kind of also adapted or leverage mobile is we build sequential storytelling. So what we do is then we use mobile and certain elements of it to serve as a reminder messaging. So if you've come across, the brand's ad on a bigger screen platform or across any other major show, then we use this to create slice and dice and create shoulder content. So you don't wind up repeatedly seeing the same content. It's also adapted in a way that can hold your, interest, because what you kind of see on a bigger screen, the interest that you will show is very different from, the few seconds of time that you get on a mobile screen for a user. So that is how we kind of, one, manage the entire brand piece across all these channels by doing sequential storytelling. So the narrative kind of remains the same, but the way it is adapted changes based on the medium that we use. Second is we also use online touch points, any interaction that a person has online, to drive offline results. So whether that is in the form of leading them to store visits or also pushing them to fill a form, where we then use our call center team to call those customers immediately to help them and then guide them across the entire offline journey. So we have a very robust online to offline omni-channel kind of a push mechanism. One, which is to organically drive more visits via branding mechanisms to the stores. And second is when anyone interacts with us and they are looking to purchase offline, because see, typically if you have a high ticket size, you want to spend a higher amount when you want to buy these products, you would want to go and see the products. Even if you see the images online, you see the specifications. So over there, we run our online creatives and content in such a way that it helps the consumer visualize the kind of entire design lookbook that they have. We focus a lot on creating full bathroom design visualizations. And then we help them, we help qualify them, curate them, and guide them on where they can go offline and complete the journey. And this entire information is also captured and conveyed to our offline relevant teams so that they can build on that experience and the customer doesn't have to start from scratch when they land there. Similarly, for our B2B partners, we do a lot of engaging programs. So I'll tell you one example. We are also into IP content creation. So we do a lot of projects from where we kind of also place our business, right? But it's very dull if I'm going to show you a video series on where the bathrooms get placed in projects in big these kind of residential places or even commercial this. So we created an IP content which is about luxury travel, which focuses on resorts which have Kohler in it. And there is some kind of a mini celebrity or someone who takes you through an entire luxury travel experience. And then it is kind of curated. And again, this has elements on mobile, capturing, reaching out to the right audience, and kind of also helping build that amongst the architect and designer network.
So it has become like more of a showcase and
Yeah.
an engaging showcase with
Yeah.
a personality out there.
Correct.
And then working around it.
Yeah, so that the content, it becomes interesting no matter who is consuming it. Otherwise, it's very cohort specific.
Yeah.
If you say you only want to focus on B2B, so any B2B content that we create, we try to make it like a story again. Storytelling is the key for us. I mean, any content we have to create, that's a rule that it has to have a storytelling format which can hold someone's interest in it.
Absolutely. So, you would see a lot of organizations and some organizations which we work with as well. For B2B in specific, earlier back in the day, you used to write a lot of blog articles. All those can be made into a video and distributed to your B2B entire network of people and can be used very well. Similarly, you'd see a lot of GMB listings which have to be done for all your stores, and they can specifically be mapped through mobile, to make sure the footfalls are happening, in place. And another thing which I've recently done, like we've been making a lot of videos, AI videos and everything. Now the ask is that you make a video only for mobile, and then maybe it can be used on a web as well. So that's also a transition which has happened because since the consumption also is mobile first, like back in the day we just transitioned from web interface or a website to a mobile first web based programs. Now the videos are also being made for that smaller screen, so it is quite a transition which has happened from what it was earlier. And as you said, as a part of the customer journeys, the messaging also is varied. The messaging is, if it is for a new to the brand audience, it is completely different. And somebody who's a part of the captive audience, it is different because that's a reminder. That's either remarketing or re-engaging with the current customer or a cross-sell and an upsell happening. And that's easily mapped on a mobile screen, which is why, it makes it all the more easier and all the more interesting at an overall level. My last part of the question, and which is quite generic question, that how do you define omni-channel? Because a lot of things are omni-channel, like especially for you, and maybe in your segment also, maybe there. How do you manage the omni-channel existence through the mobile platform? And we can start with Rumi. You.
So omni-channel, for us is basically what defines omni-channel is giving the same kind of consistent experience across, and also where the customer does not have to, again, start the journey from scratch. There is no unnecessary repetition or something that they've already gone through, which also needs a lot of tech to be kind of built in. Like, you will need to have your mobile-based interactions and data also stitched into your CRM, which is kind of we are building it right now. And it's also about having relevant nudges at different points. So one is, when we look at omni-channel, we look at it very typical. Someone researched online, then went to a store, bought something there, or did something offline, then went online and bought, and that information is passed on like a lead or limited to that. But beyond that, let's say if somebody is at a dealer store, for example, how can you kind of help them make a decision to pick your brand over other brands that are there? So this is a recent initiative that we did where we have set up multiple QR codes across different dealer points. And there is a separate engaging platform that we have kept for consumers, where once they do, they get everything right from looking for design inspirations, how to design your bathroom, what kind of looks that you can kind of use to curate that space, to ultimate warranty service, site inspection, everything that comes. So this is not just that once their touch point online is over, they move offline and it's done. It's also about when they are in that journey offline of browsing, what are the online touch points you can give that can help them make their decision or make them more inclined towards you. Similarly, when they're looking online, right? So a lot of our products are also sold on online, on the website, on D2C. Then there are some that you will find available on only on marketplace. And then beyond that, there are these high value items for which you will have to probably go to a dealer store to find. So basis those individual products and what is right for the customer, we also leverage the call to actions on those buttons. So not everything will have a purchase online option. Some will actually be guided to our experience center where you can fix an appointment, and some will be guided online. So it's about crossover between both. Just thinking at this point, what is the information that you as a customer would want?
Sure, sure. Ruby, you want to add to that?
Yeah. So especially in my category, more than, I mean, it's going to sound a bit controversial, but more than ROI or ROAS, I think what's important for us is LTV and the retention, because it's a category where people are purchasing with you probably 4 or 5 times a month easily. Okay. So from that aspect, even if and especially again in this category, it's very difficult to attribute one pinpoint moment where somebody uh, first heard about this brand. Very difficult. It's possible that the person read it about me on Reddit, actually. It saw me on Reddit and somebody was talking about it, went and checked me on Blinkit, figured, okay, I'm not going to buy right now, probably went on Nykaa and like, okay, Nykaa ka pink sale aane wala hai, let me go and find it there. And ultimately comes on my website and buy. So attribution is it's a bloody mess in this category, especially. It's not possible. What one can do is once the person has entered into my ecosystem, how do I then get the data of this person, which is very easily when we have offline touch points. It becomes extremely easy when I have my own beauty kiosk. So in one of the jobs, the brand has over 100 beauty outlets and the other one had over 50. So there it was very easy for me to capture the data. Now you are in my ecosystem. I'm aware that you have bought X product from X EBO, which is in X city. So that means now I can push data to you, which is contextually making sense to you, right? Again, because color cosmetics comes with shades. So if I know my EBO is in Kashmir, now I know this person came. Obviously, I'll have to work very closely with the BA, right, or the beauty advisor, which is there. But then I can push the products which makes sense for the skin tone of that person, again, without sounding creepy. I have to do that, right? I need to push the lipstick which will go to that person, which will make sense, the shade that will make sense to this person. Plus, there is a lot of geographical data that anyway is very readily available to me. Now, how do I use that to make the personalization more progressive? You know, slowly, instead of saying, hi, Rumi, I'll say, hi, Rumi, you came and saw this. Hi, Rumi, you came and saw this. But you know what? This goes with that. You bought a 05 of foundation. Now let me tell you that 04 of concealer goes with it. So how do I keep adding to the retention of this person from the data that I'm collecting from the offline touch points that I have? Because everybody knows QCOM and the marketplace is not going to share any data with you. So what you end up with is your own store, which is a great value add. And then obviously you're using your geo-targeted performance, you're using your vernacular data, you're using vernacular content creators, and then you're making sure that you keep showing the relevant data to this person, relevant product recommendation to this person over and over again, because I know that the person is high value, and color cosmetics is something that one day you're not going to say, ab mere ko nahi chahiye. You're going to keep buying, right? As long as I have the assortment, you're going to keep coming back to me.
Wonderful insights. I think we heard the buzzer also. Is that for time? Yeah. Yeah, great. We'd like to take some questions if you guys have any questions for the panel. Yeah, please.
Hi guys. So Manas, my question is for you actually. I'm from an agency, so I want to ask your perspective. So from an agency perspective, like ARM worldwide, how do you select and integrate ad tech platforms to deliver measurable omni-channel ROI for clients across mobile and social while managing multi-brand explicities?
Great. So, first of all, it's a great question. Needs a detailed answer probably, but I'll try to summarize. So, there are different touch points, be it the mobile screen or the web screen and the integration of both of them. And then there are multiple tools, which are used to engage with people at different platforms, be it your media measured retargeting, remarketing tools, or something on an app like a Web Engage or Mo Engage, which you use to retarget more and more people. So there are tools, which are available in the overall ecosystem of things, which have to be used to map through the journey, which we speak about as the awareness, interest, desire, and action. And there are certain categories which would not require so much awareness because there's a deep demand of it. So you can choose not to, do so much awareness, but look at the journey mapping of the customer who would be intending to buy in the next few days. As you said, that when you map a certain customer and he's closer to the purchase cycle, what is the messaging that you're throwing to each and every one of them? So technology, would be used to weave the content which needs to go out at each form of the journey. If it is interest, then, maybe I would like to showcase that how am I probably better than somebody else, or my experience better than somebody else. And maybe put an added incentive of maybe a QR code, which can give a discount, or probably an offering, for a specific location which can go into place. And maybe, and if I know that the person is almost there, on the purchase side of it, then what do I do to make sure that he's purchasing also? So a lot of things have to be mapped, and, especially seasonality is something which you would have to see. Like, that आज के date में heaters are being used, so how do I get a top of mind on heater if it's a new category for me? If I'm launching, I would like to see that before winters, 3 months before winters, I'd like to start seeding it, into the customer life cycle. If I have other products also, I have certain database which is existent, and I know that the person is brand disposed towards me because of the other products. I would want to do a remarketing only on those customers first and see, as to how the response has been. So you would have to make a number of cohorts for the target audience, which you want to reach out to, and what part of the purchase cycle they are a part of. Your content needs to be customized to be suiting each part of the customer journey, and also the screens which they're accessing. Something which is going on the web might not suit something on a mobile, depending upon the existence of that person wherever they are. So you need to have a lot of things come together to finally arrive at the right message for the right customer at the right time, probably. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
My hello to the panel. My question is to you, Bharvi. In terms of the CTV advertising that you were saying for Kohler and the size of the screen being matter, how important it is when you are choosing a contextually relevant platform versus a CTV or a phone screen?
CTV primarily, helps us when we want to show a slightly more long form content. When I say long form, it's probably just 20 seconds. So it becomes relevant because you need to build that imagery, and a bigger screen helps you involve the person more in the storytelling that you do, right? But beyond that, in terms of, so that is more like you're reaching out to a wider audience. It need not necessarily be contextual, but because you're setting the base for doing the first step of the entire marketing effort, which is basically to build that awareness and consideration for your brand. So that is where it kind of comes in. Contextual, when we talk about contextual, definitely mobile is mobile is a big medium that kind of comes across it, because not only for remarketing, we also look at it for retention, for drawing customers back, and for engaging them. All these other methods that I mentioned, which is to engage with them online at the right time when they are looking for something relevant, and then try and direct them to an offline, end goal. All that happens through mobile. So that definitely plays a very huge role contextually there. CTV and your bigger screens, they are more for setting up the stage for the first part of the journey.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Great. Anybody else? Any questions? Great. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this quite extensive panel discussion and sharing your thoughts when it comes to how to maximize ROI in mobile marketing. Thank you so much. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists. We request you to please join us for the photo op. Thank you once again. Our next panel discussion is on in-app advertising, best practices for effective in-app ads. So we'll be talking about in-app advertising, best practices for effective in-app ads. From engagement conversions, we'll be discovering strategies that balance user experience, innovation, and ROI. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for this discussion, I would request our session chair, Anshul Sivak, Director of Customer Success Trackier, to please join me on the dais. She's our session chair moderator for this panel discussion. Can we have you, ma'am? Hello, welcome. Thank you so much for giving us your precious time for this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we have amongst us Gaurav Nijavan, Head of Marketing, MMTC PAM. Can we have you, sir? Hi. Let's welcome with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I would request Neha Sawant, VP and Head of Marketing, Zeppe. Please join me on the dais. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us. Here, Prakhar Jaiswal, Head Media Yum Brand. Can we have you, sir? Hi. Rohit Vishnu, Chief Marketing Advisor, Independent Marketing Consultant. Hello, sir. I would request Vinny Soni, Head of Brand Marketing, Magic Bricks. Hi, ma'am. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists.
Thank you so much, and hi everyone. I would like to start with, first of all, I hope you're enjoying the conversation so far that you have been a part of. Now, starting with the topic that we have is about in-app advertising. And as we know, in-app advertising in today's world, it has drastically evolved since the past couple of years. So it's not about scale and visibility anymore. It's about tracking more quality users, more traction. And this is all about, this is what something that we will be talking about today in this discussion. And I have a really fantastic panel alongside with me from fintech and a lot of advisory strategists which are there alongside me. So glad to have you all. And if you can all just take a minute to introduce yourself initially, and then we can get started.
Hi everyone, my name is Gaurav Nijavan, so head marketing for MTC PAM. I've just recently joined this company. Before this, I was in banking and fintech space for the last 10 years. I was working with IndusInd Bank in my last stint, wherein I was handling marketing for the digital bank. I've also been into brands like Citibank, Stashfin, Carlsberg and Tuborg, which was like an FMCG sort of a liquor environment. So this right now, my current stint is like a combination of my product role as well as fintech. So yeah, looking forward to this discussion with all the fellow panelists as well.
Thanks, Gaurav. Nice to meet you. Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. My name is Neha Sawant. Right now, I'm heading marketing for Zeppe. It is one of the first cryptocurrency exchanges in India. Been here with Zeppe for the last 5 years. It's my 6th year with talking and promoting about cryptocurrency and making it easy for all of us in India and some parts outside of India as well. Prior to this, I was with TransUnion Sybil Score. I'm guessing people must have heard it. I was there for last 10 years, for 10 years, and then before that with JP Morgan and HSBC. I've been like a BFSI marketeer through and through. So yeah, and happy to be in the space. So
thank you, Neha, so much. Hi everyone, this is Prakhar. I work with Yum Brands. So Yum Brand has 3 brands in India. So one is Pizza Hut, which I take care of. Then we have KFC, and then there are other brands as well. But I specifically look after Pizza Hut as a brand media head. Now, before this, I worked in automobile with MG Motor, and I had stint in Idea Cellular in telecom, then in Vivo Mobiles. So I have width of industry experience. However, with Yum, I've been in Yum for last 1.5 years.
Hi everyone, I'm Rohit Bishnu Khatwa. I've spent over 2 decades building brands for businesses across financial services, FMCG, real estate, and very recently senior care. And I've led marketing teams at leading companies like Castrol, Times of India, Bombay Stock Exchange, and Antara Senior Care. In some of these businesses, I've also had a chance to really look at how apps can drive business growth and revenue. And I have been a consultant for a few years for businesses in India, especially the SME sector. So it's a theme and topic very close to my heart. Couple of businesses which were entirely reliant on their apps to drive revenue and growth. So I'm really looking forward to a very exciting discussion with this very eminent panel over here, and hope all of you enjoy the same.
Hi, everybody. I think the mic is horrible. Great. So I'm Vinny, and I take care of brand and social marketing at MOBEXX. I have around 16 plus years of work ex and across various industries, and I've worked on various brands like Make My Trip, Go Ibibo, Hershey's Chocolate, Star, which is now part of GeoStar and all. So I'm looking forward to having a great discussion over here and taking back a lot of learnings that I get from this panel today.
Thank you so much, Vinny, and thanks to everybody for taking the time to introduce yourself. Now, to get started with, those of you who do not know me, I'm Achal. I'm the Director of Customer Success at Trackyear and Aptrove. I have overall 10 years of experience working with different B2B SaaS companies. And for the past 5.5 years, I've been associated with the ad tech industry. Been very deeply involved. I have a regular touch with the growth marketers. And there's something that, to start with, I would like to pinpoint a question or maybe a statement that previously what all the in-app advertising that we are currently talking about. So this is something that all the marketers which are there in the room, this is something which everybody is grappling with, because no more we are not talking about traditional methods, and overall what we have seen over the years that in-app advertising have evolved drastically. There were a lot of companies who were web first, who have switched their model to being app first, considering the type of new developments that we have seen in the industry and within the respective generations as well. So to actually know and to actually see, I'm also looking forward to understand from each one of you, because all of you are more experienced than me. So I'm also looking forward to take a lot of learnings along with me after today's discussion. So to get started with, and the first question that I have, that is for you, Winnie, to start with, that what are some innovative ways brands are using in-app advertising to drive engagement and the conversions? So what are your thoughts on that?
See, there are a lot of innovative ways. There are, as in, simple spin the wheel and playing along the contest and a lot of stuff. If you look at the gaming platforms today, I mean, just their ads itself are so engaging that as a consumer who's just there to browse, I might just play a game or two on the ad itself and then getting linked on and finally downloading the app, right? That's a basic example that most of you would have seen. And a very simple thing that most of the marketers can use is simple, just make your ad in, whether it is your app or whether you're advertising in somebody else's app, make it very relevant and contextual to the user who's there on the platform. Your ad should not sound or be like an interruption to the journey that he is. If it's going to be like an interruption, possibly the user might not engage, or he'll just skip the ad or just move on, and you won't, because the user at the same time is also browsing through different mobile screens, or not just mobile screens, just screens, like, whether it is on your phone or something. So it's important that your ad adds to the context of the platform that you are in.
Correct.
It should not be like an intrusion or an interruption in the journey that he's going through. So while we almost always thinks about innovative, engaging methods or
gamification something, but very simple, just your communication can also be a very engaging tool to drive CTRs and all. I'll give a very small example. In our previous campaign that we did for Magic Bricks, we did some advertising on Uber. And it was very simple. I mean, we are a real estate platform. We could have just put in, big buildings and everything. But we went and used that data to kind of contextualize to our thing. So we were targeting people who were traveling in the evening from office to work. And these are, they label you kind of label your work and office in these apps. So we were taking those signals, and for people who are traveling for more than 1 hour, we were only showing advertisement to them that, tired of this long travel, let me help you find homes near your office. So just talking about, making that work-life balance and all, and that is what we saw, that our CTRs kind of increase as compared to a simple advertisement. So, our campaign, or most of your campaigns will have a main, KV or a key visual look. So besides our main key visual look, this kind of a contextual ad is performing better. So these are small things that, all of us can do, and I'm sure my partners over here can also add a lot of things on this.
I completely agree with your point. I mean, if you would want to, if any one of you would want to anything to it, or if you would want to share your perspective.
I'll just add to what Vinny is saying. Recently, we also did something with Rapido. And earlier it used to be simple banner with, normal headlines and sub copy and RTBs and things like that. But we also did the similar thing where, someone was returning from, let's say, office and things like that, why, simple question, why go home without a pizza? And that definitely performs, better than the, plain vanilla ad. Though of course, I would probably add here that the overall communication and the fundamentals of the campaign was same. It's just that the different kind of way to present that same message. Yeah.
You need to customize it to the platform that you're in, and it just need not be aligned to your brand, but also to where you're advertising, so that the user does not think your ad as an intrusion or to his journey.
True. I completely agree with your point, Vinny and Prakhar, because the relatability is very crucial. The audience segmentation, the type of segments that you are creating in order to engage your users. So that actually works, and that's what we heard from you. So thank you so much for sharing your perspective. Next, for Neha, I have another question for you. So how can brands balance the need for ad revenue with the importance of providing a seamless user experience?
Okay, so first off, like, we are too soon in the discussion to discuss ad revenue, but the reason I say that is because like every marketer or like every platform, eventually, like, when you're managing a budget and communication and brand campaigns and the narratives and what are you landing with, eventually you somewhere down the line, that you have to time as to, okay, what is the efficacy or what's the efficiency of the entire campaign. So when it comes to, like, okay, what are the ways or how people are balancing, it also is important. First is, what's the objective of a particular brand campaign or like a campaign is. Like, you need to drive the user to your platform. It's just to explore, just to educate, just a recall. That's like the very first, very core objective. And that's when you balance your entire media mix in terms of its perf-led. It's just, you need to just get the user to the app. Like, app opens is one of my objectives, or like app logins. It is, like back in the day, we used to, like, installs or just registrations. It's because you track the user overall retention so much. So it's a lot of, like, ad revenue is now tied for app first brands is to calculate the lifetime value or the user retention on the platform. So retention could be then broken into multiple stages, like whether it's, say, for like a financial brand, it's more than app install or registration. It's like, has the, like, KYC verification is done or not, or bank deposits are done or not. And then comes the stage whether the money has been transferred to an XYZ platform or not. And then whether the user has actually taken the action which the brand is wanting to, which is like, has traded or like made a transaction on the app. So these are the different stages that one really tracks in this point in time. So through this journey, the communication that is sent to the user, be it through retargeting or once the user lands to the platform, both ways, it's very, very important. So tying back to what Vinny was saying, it has to be contextual. Now that I know that somebody is installed and, registered and all of that, what was the user's action? Like, was it like a, like what was, how much was drop off time? What was the user scrolling? Were the users just scrolling the prices? Then it's, just giving like a, like a notification or a ticker, just informing that, okay, we call it like price alerts, like Bitcoin is trading at XYZ. That's it. That performs well as compared to like, okay, you should buy Bitcoin because it's for the long term value and all of that. Just give like an alert, Bitcoin today is at so and so, up by 5%, 3%. We've seen more transactions coming from price alerts. In fact, after when I said that, you tied to the retention stage, right? So we've seen like a lot of users after a while coming to us saying that, hey, why have you all reduced notifications? We used to think that, okay, you're interacting with, you're really disturbing the user. But then we've seen, okay, no, but they are looking forward to these notifications. So more than any other like offer, cashback, any other like loyalty program, notifications, like price alerts really worked. So this was just one example of giving as to communication needs to support the user's action and not like just push what you want to push. There could be a lot of other ways that I can give to a user to use my app. Instead, you need to really just understand that what is the user coming and doing on your app, and you get your app narrative, as in brand narrative or the messaging on its own, and that helps you in your overall, balancing like the ad revenue bit as well.
Understood. And I completely agree with it because it's not about quantity anymore. It's about quality. So if I talk about the attribution logic of different platforms, the ad platforms, Meta and Google, say for example. So in those cases, the attribution logic that they are using, that is user installing the application. But that is where the mobile app attribution platforms comes into the picture because they actually count a valid user when the user has installed the application and they have opened the application even once. So that is where a actual user has actually installed your app. And then eventually the whole user journey, if they have registered and if they are triggering any revenue specific event. So that is what is getting actual value for you. So you would want to get notified about it. And talking about retargeting, because I am a user of a crypto app myself. So I see all of those notifications wherein I'm being notified about that, okay, if there is a dip, you buy the dip. So if that is relevant, then you buy the dip.
No, that's exactly what I say, that right now when it comes to balancing your ad revenue, it's beyond like the first, like say the traffic or the registrations, or in terms of app tracking now installs.
Yeah.
It's more to do with like ad revenue equals to, I would say, user retention is like the new norm.
Exactly, because that makes more sense. After
I
all,
just
we
like
all
to
are.
add to this because I think the rates bit that she mentioned was very interesting because we are also into gold and silver. So we also seen a similar role that when we push an alert that the prices are of a certain level, that's where a lot of transactions can happen.
Yeah.
In fact, if you have to marry this to what MOBEXX does, because I mean there are occasions then, right? Not just the price alert, but also the occasions where you go for a house, or similarly where you go for a gold or silver product as well. So the contextualization as well as the alert bit, the fear of missing out on certain
Yes,
things can actually trigger transactions.
That actually works.
Just want to add on what to Neha said, that consumer retention, because you have to think long term also. It's ultimately your revenues will come through if your consumer is actually loyal to you. Too much intrusion might just kind of push him off, and you'll be completely out of his mind, or in that zone also, that might not even consider you. He might be viewing your ads but not considering.
Right.
So it's important to have that balance, that every time it cannot be buy, like she rightly pointed out. Few times you talk about that, then the other times you're just giving notification that this is the rate. So that's the strategy that you'll have to kind of do to have a long-term impact on.
Absolutely.
So I'm just going to sort of step away from the conversations around crypto and gold and the products that we typically buy from apps. There's a whole part of this country that is not on these apps, right? But for them, apps becomes a channel for reaching out. So I'll give an example. I used to work with a automobile engineering company, and we had started off back then what was one of the initial mechanic loyalty programs. Now, mechanics by nature are not very well educated. They don't really understand the written text very well in any language. What they understand is their work. And as part of the MLP, the mechanic loyalty program, we had introduced an app specially for them. Now, this app did everything, literally everything, except for them to make the actual purchase on the app. Though it was possible, but being mechanics, they didn't know how to go about doing it. But we used the app to trigger any price changes, to show ads of new products, to send out at least one gamified ad every single day, which they looked forward to. And by virtue of that, they opened the app every day just to play that one game, get onto some kind of a leaderboard, get some free prize at the end of the week. They did a lot except purchasing on the app. But it worked for us because the intent of purchase would be put onto the app, and in the back end, we would capture that. And in the offline way, we would deliver the product, and the purchase would be complete. Now, this is because the audience is not savvy enough to go about making the purchase.
Right.
But except for the actual revenue, everything else happened through the app. I'm sure today the people are a lot savvier than they were back then. So, but very interesting example I wanted to share.
That's really amazing to hear. That's a bit different example that we got to know of, but of course, the perspective was great. Moving on, because we were just talking, so question I have is for you. So, what role do you see emerging technologies like AR and VR playing in the in-app advertising, and how effective that is? What do you feel about it?
So I think these are emerging, yes, but they're not new. We all have at some level, in the evening, especially those who wear glasses. I think I'm the only one with glasses here, so maybe I have an exception here. But it's one of those, I wouldn't call it gamification, but to watch your different frames on your face, sunglasses and spectacles of different types, is something that works as a pastime, but it really helps you get one step closer to making that final purchase.
Right.
Because you're very early in the consideration journey. Do you really need this? If you try it on virtually, it helps you get one step closer. So that's an example. Another example I can give and Lenskart has done that beautifully. Lenskart, now almost every spectacle app in the market. Another example obviously is in real estate, where VR especially has picked up some years back. Right. AR is coming through now. But not just real estate, any kind of facility. So for example, in Antara Senior Care, we have facilities where people come and stay after when they're recuperating after a surgery. Now the facilities are fairly premium. It's a big decision to make whether to stay there for a few days or to have all the medical services provided in your own home. One of the deterrents has always been that people imagine what the facility is like. And they think it must be like a hospital or a clinic, So I've just come out of a hospital, I'm going to go back home, and then I have this Antara facility or any other, medical service facility. Unless I see it for myself, the comfort and the understanding of what I'm going to stay at or I'm going to put my, family member in is not there. So while any facility, including a new apartment or a medical facility, the first deterrent is to first get up, take your car out, go to the facility, visit it and see it. If you're able to see this virtually, then there's nothing like it. Similarly, when you are looking to buy, clothing or furniture, and you want to see this, how will this sofa look inside my house? Because even if you go to the store, you have to mentally visualize, and if it's husband and wife, almost nil chance that they both will visualize the same thing. So nothing like showing it on the app. At least that way there's a consensus. So these are some examples where this is really being applied and very usefully. I think one area that businesses can do better, I don't have the answer to it, is really the ability to attribute where this virtualization or the AR facility helped in making the conversion, at least in the customer's mind. If you're able to get that attribution better, then probably the quality of AR and the VR and the intervention junction at which it is shown to a customer can improve. So the attribution is an area where, like in many things, attribution is an area where we have a lot of work to do.
Right. True. I completely agree because for the past 2-3 years, I mean, before that, I don't recall that any of the platforms, be it e-commerce, be it fintech, or any other vertical which was there, nobody was applying AR and VR that much into their products. But I think it was 2-3 years back when that was the first time when on Nykaa Fashion, I was checking out certain products, and then there was that functionality that they gave in which they mentioned that you can actually try it on you, particularly for cosmetics. So it was like, I do not have to order something that matches it with my shade. I'm sorry if it is that irrelevant for you, but that was something that I could connect the most with it. And I think Vinny and Neha would also agree to it. That was the first time that was my interaction. But in terms of attribution, if I talk about, there is a miss currently. We are not able to attribute the user journey or how many users have actually used that particular functionality, and if they proceeded with the purchase of that product or not. That is something that we can inculcate to enhance the attribution journeys more. So, yeah. Great, awesome. So moving ahead, next question I have is for Gaurav. So how can brands use data and analytics to optimize their in-app ad campaigns and improve their ROI?
Right. So see, there are, I think various parts to this. First is that what kind of targeting you've done. Like, for example, people coming in from Google or Meta campaigns, what kind of input were we able to give? Now it's all AI based. So, if it is about getting somebody to buy a certain product, automatically Google and Meta are able to figure out the right person, depending on what kind of creative you put. So now creative, of course, has also become the targeting itself, that, if certain creative that you put on a Meta or a Google ad or even your copies, you're able to get the relevant user from that perspective, right? But once somebody comes onto the app, it's very important that your attribution tool speaks to your CRM tool, right? What will happen is that what kind of hook was appealing to a certain user, and now the person is on the app. If the person sees something entirely different, or he came from for a buying, let's say, investing in an FD, and now we are showing him to get a loan. That itself, from a banking standpoint, it just beats the purpose. That it's like a disengaged user that we've kind of engaged with. So I would say it's very important to marry the hook on the app to where the user has come from, right? So that is one critical angle to it. Secondly, I think from a fintech and banking standpoint as well, we also have purchase history, right? What is that person into? Whether, in fact, it's like a digital DNA that we have, right? So whether the person is a foodie or a traveler or certain, because we get the merchant data from a banking standpoint.
Correct.
So are we able to have contextual cohort based ads or not, or are we, it's like like one shot and then everybody gets the same messaging? So that's also one more critical pointer wherein data has to be leveraged from that perspective. Thirdly, I think even from a gold and silver perspective, right now, a lot of people need to be educated. So in fact, a lot of people not use their app as a educational platform. We can see people doing it on Instagram, and Grows and Zerodhas of the world have actually built a community on Instagram and YouTube wherein the education is happening. Is there an opportunity for us to leverage data to educate folks what is the purity levels of gold? Because people buy gold, but not a lot of them understand the difference between the purity, the 24 karat, 22 karat, the triple nines, double nine, 4 nines, etc. So I mean, if we are able to leverage that kind of data and educate users as well, we'll see much more engagement on our different app platforms also. Yeah.
Absolutely. The power of cohorts is huge because when you are targeting the right cohort, the type of ROI that you will be getting from targeting that certain cohort, which is more inclusive, which is more relevant. So you would, of course, get a much higher ROI as compared to when you are targeting different type of cohorts who are actually not interested. Of course, you can gauge that interest, you can create that interest, but of course that type of money you will be spending in developing that interest versus when you are targeting the right cohort to get the correct ROI, of course we have done this for a lot of people because from the attribution side we have seen this happening and we have seen that brands have been able to optimize their costs when we are targeting the right cohorts.
In fact, the AR augmented reality bit as well, right? So while there is a propensity to buy certain things, but there has to be a propensity of the format the person, that works for a person as well. Like, for example, right now, nobody tells us that while a lot of people not using augmented reality is also because not a lot of people attribution is available, that, this conversion happened because the format was so engaging. So that is also one area that can be developed.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wonderful thoughts that I'm getting to hear today. And I'm really happy to see that we are like-minded people. Awesome. So last but not the least, Prakhar, I would want to know it from you that what are some best practices for A/B testing and optimizing an app ad creative that you would suggest?
I think, I'll probably start with very, very fundamental thing. I hope I'm audible, right? Okay, thanks. So, when it comes to the creative and communication and things like that, we should take, at least 3-4 steps, before it comes to the media. There are some fundamentals of the, basic creatives. I have seen many people, whenever they put out any communication or any campaign, first of all, they are not sure, what should be the communication. So they immediately get into, the fourth step, which is, testing on media. What is the right creative to do. So to start with fundamentals, as I mentioned, that let's be very, very clear that what is the communication we want to, tell the people. It is not, again, there are two parts to it. It is not about, testing the route or communication. You can test the visuals and other creatives, right? So again, once you are sure, step number one, that this is the communication you want to, go, then do a simple research before, putting it to A/B test on media, that is it the communication you want to, rely on, or is it something else? Is it the right route or not? I think once we are sure about those fundamentals, then we should move to the media and test within one platform that creative A with the same communication would work, or creative B or C with the same communication will work. I have, done this recently, and we try to do this in every campaign before we, put all our money in one creative. Unless there is a difference, the huge difference, I've not seen much of, difference in the, the parameters, whether it's CTR or anything else. There would be definitely some difference. But then I realize it is because whenever you plan media, you plan with certain objectives, whether it's, CPC or it's a CPM campaign. And most of the times our, partners have delivered, even if it is the creative is not very, very, appropriate. So I would say that we should start with the basic research, and then get into media if you have, problem of plenty. Now to again, probably if you ask me that should we test, I would say yes, why not? There is this I would count this another layer of testing where we are very sure that what kind of visuals people would relate to, not in terms of communication. Communication is something which we need to sort from the basics at the briefing time. So so one of the campaign we had recently launched, it was about cheese. The product was Ultimate Cheese. So there were 3-4 models, and we put to test, 3 creatives. one in the north and one in the south market, because we spend a lot in southern states of India. So there we saw people maybe affinity towards particular looks and visuals of the model might have some better affinity versus not. However, the communication is, same. So that could be a difference, but not, a vast difference. Another thing is that whenever you test creative, go with a clear understanding and objective what exactly you are testing. Either you are testing call to action, either you are testing, headline, things like that. So people, whenever they test, they get confused. Ki visual, you want to check visuals, you want to check CTR, and when the result comes, there is everything you have tested, but there is nothing substantial. So I would, again, to conclude, I would say start with basics at research level, at briefing level. And maybe, media can probably help you validate, more about cosmetic things and visuals. And the reason is that these days, our partners as an agency, as well as the publishers, have done enough, good tech work that whatever you put with the objective, somehow it delivers. So I think that is something which is positive also. But yeah, and this is, I'm telling you from my experience.
Ultimately, what's converting, that's what we all aspire to have, that when your campaigns are actually converting into real money. So yeah. Anything else? That
I
you
just
would
want to add, I think I really like the point. I think he touched upon, I would say that the role of brand plays a huge role. I think while there are targeting, opportunities available, but there are certain brands who are powerful enough that, even like a very straightforward messaging would play a huge role versus, somebody's trying to be very, very creative. So somebody who's invested for a long time and, made a name for itself would actually do quite well across media channels.
Yeah. In fact, it's classic case. You take any leader brand, any follower, and then the challenger brand, put together same communication. Leader will definitely have, better impact for sure.
True. All right. Thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. And now I would like to open the floor. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. All right. I think we were clear enough that nobody has any further question related to in-app
Anchal, I
advertising.
actually wanted to add one perspective
Yes,
here.
please.
Because I think while we're discussing in-app advertising and all the subjects around this main subject,
Yeah.
one thing which is new to all of us, it's impacted some of the businesses, some sectors earlier on. In some cases, the impact is slower. But the whole idea of privacy is something that has to be looked at very closely, especially for in-app advertising. Because anything that we do on the app as individuals, we are not doing with the intention of sending it across to the the owner of the app, that this is what I'm thinking right now, this is how I behave, this is when I open the app every morning. Like she said, like Vinny said, this is where I stay, this is where I work. At some point, and the rules are vague even today, I don't know when this could become a problem. The fact that you know, and you're using my residence data and my office space data could become a problem, right?
True.
So I think just a thought for the audience, thought for all the panelists, that while DPDP is something that we are all exposed to, by and large, what I hear in different forums is that it's a very overarching sort of regulations which have come in, but until it comes in black and white, कि मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ, मैं क्या नहीं कर सकता हूँ, I'll just assume कि मैं सब कुछ कर सकता हूँ. And it's an area which is gray, very, very gray right now. But if something were to blow up, it would suddenly become black and white. We saw this happen, I think, a year back or so when it came to creative communication, especially in areas like healthcare and sensitive businesses, where what you communicate cannot be seen as misleading. You can't say something which implies what you do unless it is exactly what you do. And I remember how we had the entire, the marketing department in the senior care business that I was with, we literally had to overhaul all the creatives every day. Every day I would have pages and pages to sign off before they get uploaded. And in today's world of A/B testing, imagine how many creators are getting signed off every day. Eventually, a few months later, the government clarified this is only for these areas. Other businesses can continue as usual.
Right.
I fear that sometime in the future, DPDP may certainly have that impact as well.
Absolutely. I agree to that point, and considering how we are seeing the industry is changing, if you see from iOS perspective, they have scan in place, which is there majorly, which is targeted usually to ensure that the privacy of users is a topmost priority for them. So that is why the type of ad campaigns that you run for iOS, that currently you cannot see that, okay, how it is, how efficiently it is working, and there is no PI data which is being stored while you are running the iOS campaign. So iOS, Apple has taken care of it. In Android, there are still a lot of hiccups that we can see in terms of privacy-driven data that usually, which is stored on different platforms, specifically within the advertising segment. So this is something that, yes, of course, we need to consider upon, because the government is also now thinking about it. And I'm sure we'll do something about it. All right. With that note, I would like to thank everybody. There had been a very fruitful discussion, and thank you so much for your time, and thanks to the audience for for bearing with us.
Well, that was
Thank you.
brilliant discussion. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences with us. It was valuable, truly valuable to us. And now we request you to please join us for the photo op and small token of appreciation from our side. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to thank our moderator. Thank you so much for making this quite interactive and engaging. And this is a small token of appreciation. I'd like to thank you for your participation and making this panel discussion a success. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next is fireside chat, line of contextual targeting using deterministic and probabilistic data for precise targeting. And joining us, we have Mr. Naresh Gupta, Managing Partner, Bang in the Middle, and Mr. K. Ganapati Subramaniam, CMO LT Foods. Can we have you? Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting for our participants, and we'll be moving to our next panel discussion. We'll be taking fireside chat later. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the session is on line of contextual targeting, focusing on innovative strategies, AI, data quality, and precise audience targeting. So joining us for this session, we have our moderator, so please put your hands together for our moderator, Mr. Naresh Gupta, Managing Director, Bang in the Middle. Can we welcome with a big round of applause, please? Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. I would request our panelists, Gandhar Sachdeva, Country Hair India Hybrid. Can we have you, sir? Hello. Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon. Girish Kumar, Head of Brand Marketing, Motorola Mobility. Hi, sir. Thank you so much. Kanika Anand, General Manager, Media Marketing, Airtel. Hello, ma'am. Neha Khullar, Head of Marketing, Kenstar. Rupali Sharma, President North and East, Avis Media India. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Thank you very much. I'm hoping that more people will join in and start to move in. So let's begin with you, Gandhar. There is a lot of conversation that has been happening for the last 2 years about cookieless world and cookies will go away and first party data and stuff like that. From my perspective, I don't see cookies going away. At least they haven't gone off till now. Whatever may be happening, publishers have found ways of keeping cookies alive. Every site today has the cookies and stuff like that. So where do you stand on this whole debate of cookieless, and what does it do from a planning perspective?
Thank you so much. So when we talk about cookie and cookieless targeting, yes, there's a lot of debate that is happening today that cookies are going, 2026 cookies will go in, 2027 cookies will go out. But yes, we still see that the cookies are still there and that's been developed. So yes, when it comes to cookies and programmatic, that is something which is happening. But when it comes to what we are discussing today is contextual targeting. Contextual is something which helps you through a lot of precision, and there are a lot of different ways that we talk about when it comes over there. So yes, in the cookieless world today, we talk about audience targeting, we talk about semantic analysis, we talk about cohorts, we talk about emotion targeting, and anything and everything which is happening is something where the publisher ecosystem is also moving, and it is helping the brands as well right now.
And is this the same view that you have coming from, you're not from, he's a publisher, you're not a publisher, is this the same impression that you have or feeling that you have?
I think the impression is very much same. It's just that it is all about the optimization and how you deal with it. So of course, sooner or later, we know the cookies will go for a toss, but it is not the new story. It is started from 2018 when European Union said that it should be all consent based, and it's not really happening. So what we are trying to do is definitely is to focus more on the first part data, or say deterministic data. This is the deterministic data using the intent, contextuals, and behavior. We are again retargeting the people and making the behavioristic data available to us, which is our second party data, which is available. So yeah, cookieless world is just a myth when it comes to universal commerce launched by Google recently. That says it is going to be the AI world of AI. When you give a command, hey, Google, can you shop me this, or can you book me a flight from Delhi to Mumbai or something like that? How can it be possible without having the cookies? So at some level, it is the masking that is going to come using the MMI, which is modeling mix measurement that we are taking, of course. And then there is ADH that comes again from the Google that helps you with your data protection, your privacy, also having the same all the content and context there, but not having the exact information of who's the exact customer. So this is how we are leveraging it and making sure that we go longer and better.
Kanika, you are a telecom service provider, which means you sit on far richer data than any brand can ever sit on. Now, in this whole thing of contextual targeting and cookieless world and stuff like that, how does an operator look at optimizing its inventory or optimizing what it gives to the brands and publishers?
You're right. We have a whole lot of data and we have a base of about more than 300 million audiences. So therefore, we have a lot of first party data. How we use it currently is on home-based marketing, because there is a lot of cross-sell or upsell which can happen internally with our channels which exist from, say, the app that we have, emailers, SMS, etc. But in an external world like a YouTube, Meta, etc., we have tried using our first party data. But I would say that, first party data, it's also about, even though we operate at a scale, there are times that your CPMs will inflate. The minute you start inputting your first party data, your CPMs will inflate. Therefore, sometimes it depends on the campaign that you want to look at. Is it driving broad mass awareness from that standpoint, or is it just about driving certain conversions from a lower funnel aspect? So I think for us, the jobs are very different from a full funnel strategy. Like at the full top funnel, we would operate more mass. But the minute I want to do more mid-funnel marketing and, develop some consideration in certain kind of category, then I would use first-party data and see that drives better traction. And I have seen that between Meta and Google, both the worlds, like, it does help than the regular broad mass awareness campaigns. So it's also about, is it about a proposition which is more, just like a purpose driven campaign, which has nothing to do on conversions, but is just purpose that you're building for a brand? Then it's a very different narrative. Then you don't need to adopt this route on first party data. Where we need it most is to drive conversions and, from that lens. So the way I would look at it is optimized from the lens of mid funnel and lower funnel.
You run a media agency, and so your perspective on all these things come from multiple brands being looked at with variety of objectives that you are looking at and stuff like that. So when you are looking at this whole bit of audience and cohorts and targeting, and then this whole bit of conversation that keeps happening about cookies or non-cookies, how does that start to work for you?
See, cookies is reality still, as you said, we heard that, it'll just go off 2 years back, and we are still sitting in a world where, we coexist with cookies. However, at Havas, whether cookies stay or not, we are future ready. We have our internal operating systems, which is working on having the first party data. Like, a lot of clients are nowadays willing to share first party data along with, third party data, and kind of building, a system and audience cohorts, which are contextual, which are intent based, and which also has a history of consumption patterns and behavioral patterns. So all of that put together, it kind of then gives you a very comprehensive way of targeting even today. So there are times when we have very robust first party data, we perhaps do not need a third party source, or any other way of understanding audiences. However, if the first party data, at times clients are not willing to share that data. If you do not have that, how do you solve that problem is where, the help of cookies and the third party, data comes into play. So yes, I think it's all in all, it's like a mix right now that we are living in.
And so when it comes to, so there would be brands that would need a little wider targeting.
Yes.
There would be brands that would need a little closer and very personalized targeting, because it depends on what kind of campaigns they are running and what kind of objectives they have put in. So when it comes to those two kind of things, how do you approach, how does the partnership with publishers work? What do you start to look at?
As I said that a lot of learnings, I'll give you one small example. For example, we have a brand called JBL, okay? We had a brief wherein we were supposed to have a very sharply targeted CTV campaign. However, we wanted to take that back into conversions. Like, how do you do that? Then we kind of went back, took the learnings from that campaign, and then started retargeting on mobile. Okay, so kind of having that consumer journey wherein you go a little mass, collect that data, build that base, and basis that retarget back to a much larger audiences. So I think there is a way and means to kind of handling different briefs at different stages of execution.
So from your perspective, Gandha, where do you see this whole thing moving? Are we moving towards a more sharper targeting world? Because a large amount of advertising has been built on a little wider spray, and it's not really built on being absolutely sharp and focused and snipered and stuff like that, because you really don't know who your consumer is. And then if you are a brand, you're looking at widening your net and getting more people in. So if you are a brand that's looking at recruitment, or if you are a brand that's looking at going deeper, how do you see this whole bit moving forward?
So, you know what, there are two ways. One is the traditional way, and today the contextual that we are talking about. So when it used to come to the traditional way, it was only keyword targeting that we were looking at. And keyword used to be the word that yes, you give me this keyword and I'll do a targeting. Today, when we move on to this contextual, there's a lot of things that we at Hybrid do. We do a lot of image targeting, emotion targeting. So if you can target the right image at the right time with the emotions is something that you're reaching the right audience at the right time. So this is where the world is moving today. It's not contextual is not only said as a keyword today. Contextual has moved one way ahead and it's gone deeper into the picture. Semantica, wherein we are reading the articles, we are doing, and yes, we are reading the images. So if a user is reading the right article and we target him there, that is where the right contextual comes into picture. So this is where we see that the world is moving and advertising, programmatic is moving towards that particular space. So this is where we are talking about contextual today and that's how we are moving ahead. That's what.
Girish, you run a brand. And then, so you have multiple price points, you have multiple audiences that you cater to. There are different kind of competition that you go about. How do you slice this whole thing? Where does what principle come in? What kind of principles do you start to apply? What is it that people can learn from what, I mean, I'm not saying give out the strategies, but what is it that people can learn from how do you target and engage audiences?
I think, the core remains the same regardless of the product, and it has a different phasing. Like we have intrigue phase, launch, and sale phase particularly. When you start your campaign, it is always a wider campaign when you need to reach the masses of top of the funnel targeting. Is when you can't really go with deterministic. It has to be with more of a probabilistic, depending upon the intent. Because in this era, you don't really target the individual, you target the intent. Anybody can be my right audience set, but it is definitely sure that if that person is not looking for a product or do not have the intent, makes no sense for me. So how we go about it? We go more holistic. We go more up the funnel. Then in the middle of the funnel, we try to do who have taken the interest on the product or particular specifications, not necessarily will be able to. So when you, we always try to maintain that your LTV, your lifetime value is always greater than your conversion at a one time, because this is where you create the brand loyalty. So it is very, very important for you how you target them. So you do not target, let's say I have a product that is coming for, let's say 1 lakh rupees, where I am highly selling my product that is ranging from 25,000 to 30,000 rupees. Does this mean I should not be targeting those customer base with a premium product? That customer, I should be targeting them because they may not be able to buy it right now, but maybe 2 year or 3 year down the line. So LTV will be decided basis that. And when it comes to your purchase funnel is when you go more deterministic and more to the audience, to the core, when a person shows the intent to buy. And here a lot of tools and a lot of platform that matters. Let's say there is so when it Flipkart also share their data with demand gen, using the demand gen. There are some tools with the DV360. We also have some other tools where the third party data are being shared. Flipkart is sharing the data with that particular third party and you can target them well basis their interest. So yes, it depends on what stage you are in of the campaign and what product that you are doing, but the core remains the same.
And does that work the same for you? Because you obviously would work because of the kind of span you have and the expanse you work with and the data that you sit on. Is it the same way it works for you, or you can look at it multiple ways? And
Yeah, so I would say that we look at it differently because we have different lines of businesses also. For example, I have a prepaid and a postpaid business, but at the same time, we also have Wi-Fi, which is a home business for us. So it's a household product from that lens. And then we also have financial services, we have payments banks. So every product line is very different. So we cannot look at it from the same lens. The consumers are very, very different. Like a postpaid audience would be more affluent versus say a prepaid audience. So they both, operate at a very different spectrum from that lens. So hence we don't look at it from the same lens. And it's also about, if I would try to talk more deeper into, my categories and how we've looked at this contextual thing. For example, when we were doing one campaign on Wi-Fi about 1 or 2 years back, it was about finding the context of home setting and, targeting families who would want to upgrade to Wi-Fi because there was one uptick which happened or a peak which happened during COVID when, the adoption of Wi-Fi gradually happened by organically, the needs were risen. But now it's no more, now the entertainment needs of the household have increased. Now people want to stay connected on CTV. So therefore you need a Wi-Fi. You can't just do hotspot and, connect to a large screen. So therefore, when this need was arising in the terms of context, we wanted to look at people who would want to look at trailers, etc. on YouTube. And there were few challenges. I would not say that in the space of contextual targeting today, everything is it's at its best because the scale becomes a problem. Eventually, if you tap certain, like Gandharv was rightly saying initially, that initially it was about keyword planning, and now from keyword it's about image tags, etc. at the back end and targeting those things. Because like we wanted to chase content and we said whoever is watching new trailers, new movie content, etc. is the right audience who would want to actually upgrade to, from mobile, would want to upgrade to a CTV because that's the, that's the kind of experience that we all want to use as users. So we wanted to target that. And I'll be very honest, there were a lot of challenges. It is still very difficult. We may say that today contextual targeting is very, very important. It is, but and in the era that we operate where attention is a deficit. So therefore it is essential, but there is constraint on, the kind of scale it can achieve. While there are solutions which exist, like Gandharv was saying, and there are other solutions which exist in the market. But I think everything lacks scale currently. Nothing at scale is possible, and scale could vary from brand to brand. For me, scale would be, say, 100 million. For an next brand, it could be a 20 million. So it varies. So that's how I would pivot things here.
Rupali, from your perspective, and because you're a media planner and that's what you live by, where do you see what working and what holds things back and what are things that even this magical thing called planning cannot achieve?
I'll give you two examples, okay? One example again from Hawa's table. One of our premium masala brand, okay? They had a brief that they wanted to reach out to audiences which are, beyond demographics, beyond, any filter. Then how do you do that? So what we did was we went back and searched on YouTube what are the top 5 most searched recipes that people look for. We identified those recipes, we came back and we started targeting our ads only on those recipes. Now there is no demographic in that, there is no filtering in that. It was purely intent based, absolutely contextual targeting, as we say, and it actually gave us very, very positive results. And we did this campaign as a pilot, and now it has become like a regular feature whenever, as and when we do our campaigns, especially on digital. Okay, this is one example. I'll give you another example, Swiggy. Okay, now Swiggy, I think, is one brand which has cracked contextual targeting at scale. I think there is, I'm sure there are a lot of other brands who are doing that, sorry Kanika. But then, we did one campaign, I think 3 years back, which was on cricket, okay? And how did it become contextual? So it was related to the speed of the delivery. Whenever there is a shot, there is a delivery and there is a shot, there comes a meter which talks about the speed of the delivery. And there was this a messaging which is Swiggy instant delivery. Now you cannot get as contextual as this is, but at scale. It was in cricket, it was on LTV, it was there on digital also. So you cover scale, you cover being contextual. Another example, last year, during that summer season, mango season, Swiggy did one single ad in one single market. They kind of perfumed the newspaper with the Alfonso mango, scent. and it became a viral ad. It was done in Times of India front page, and it became the talk of the town. It gave us tremendous PR. Again, really, really highly contextual, highly targeted, but at scale. So I think, as Kanika was rightly saying, it depends on the objective, with what objective you are coming, what kind of brief you're coming with. You can be as targeted, as contextual as you want to be. But would that give you scale? I mean, it depends on, your brief and your KPIs that you're setting for yourself for the brief. So I think that's the answer.
So just hold on to this, because there's a lot of conversation around that says you don't need to be very expensive when it comes to digital media. You can work with smaller budgets.
Yes.
But that's the question I'm putting back at you. If you're deserving scale, and if your definition of what you want to achieve is scale, can that only be digital media? Or like you are saying, Swiggy added linear TV, added a print, which is not what a digital media guy wants to look at. They actually frown at saying you are going and doing this that is old world and not good and stuff like that. So question is, at what stage will pure digital give you scale, or you need to remove the blinkers and see it like a normal consumer and start to play this multimedia, multimodal game?
Debatable question. Okay. We can go on and on. But frankly, scale and contextual, targeting, to my mind, and basis a lot of briefs that we handle across clients, they coexist in today's time. If you ask me, we've had clients which were very, very digital first, or rather very digital heavy. Okay, and we have done great campaigns for them on digital. We've delivered on KPIs, etc. But when it comes to brand, okay, when it comes to brand health scores, a lot of time clients have come back that their top of mind awareness, so let's say their brand recall, is not achieving those numbers as they had wished for or targeted. Why? Because perhaps they were there on digital. So while digital is a great media, we are all on digital. However, there is this merit, that traditional media brings in. Because at the end of the day, each media has its own merits, okay? I mean, forget digital. Let's just talk about print. Print during COVID was a dead medium. It took print as a medium to come, to a certain level, and it has taken us, as society, it has taken us good years where now we have again start going back to print. And print now is not just one habit medium. A lot of brands are doing a lot of innovations. A lot of brand launches are happening with a lot of innovations. Okay. Now, and that then again can link back to digital. I mean, you can have a QR code, you can have a scanner, you can have a lot of things that you can do from one medium, which leads on to the other medium. So to answer your question, just maybe there are certain brands which are digital born, digital first, and they, their ecosystem is digital. Perhaps they're doing very well. But there are brands who require, the merit of both being contextually there and having the scale. So.
And again, Kanika, because you run a brand of scale, at what stage you start to say, okay, I do need scale, and so I do need to go beyond just looking at the digital bit and then start to doing a little more. And today everything can be integrated. It's not very difficult to bring all of them together and make them work together. So at what stage in your planning process or the process of figuring it out, do you look at saying, okay, let's add a few more things?
Again, it depends on the brand for us. So for example, I'll take a master brand example, which is say mobility for us. So if I'm doing a spam or a scam campaign, which is appealing to a larger mass from that aspect, then I would look at very wide scale. But if I'm looking at a proposition which is international roaming for us, there the scale will be subsequently, smaller, because the audience that travel each and every month is not of that scale. It is about 5 million each month, right? So I wouldn't operate at that scale. So it depends on line of business for us. Where do I cut that scale? But I'd just like to talk a little more about it. Like, for example, some of our campaigns, like Rupali is saying that, there are some brands which are digital first, etc. For us, there are some of the categories which are digital first. There are some of the products we feel are digital first. So then we are focusing there. For example, today, if I talk about international roaming on TV, it may not be relevant at all. But at the same time, from a scale aspect, I could be there at airports because that's the relevant touch point. They're just going to go abroad, and that's the time that they, will pick up, an international roaming or think about it. That's a last minute purchase for them. So therefore, it depends on the brand. And then there are, for example, a Wi-Fi today, and on the other hand, an Airtel Payments Bank. So our journey on that has been really, I would say we've been a challenger brand from that lens because the Paytm or, PhonePe, etc. of the world made that segue much earlier. So it depends on the brand journey, where you are, and then you pivot your media accordingly. And it could be scale could be added by, even an OH or, just a TV. And today the choices that we are making is also about, is it about connected TV or is it about the linear TV. I'll give you an opposite example, a slightly more rural or, not even rural, but let's say mass market, Hindi market. If you tell Meta and Google of the world that I want to talk to them only in certain belts and say Hindi speaking belts of Rajasthan, etc., they wouldn't have the scale, right? So you would want to lean on to your traditional media. You would want to go back to OH. You would want to take TV as an, build up there. Otherwise, you won't be able to reach your audiences. So it depends from the brief that we want to, what do we want to land.
Girish, you run a category which is driven by images. Your category is, there is only one reason for people to buy the phone, that is how good a picture does it take. It's actually a mobile camera in your hand. It's not really a mobile phone any longer. And I think that is the evolution that will keep going. Now, at what stage then it starts to look for you to say, okay, the digital bit will not get me beyond this. And if I want to go beyond this, I need to do something more. Does that happen? Or it's largely because this is a category that over invests on digital and you continue to invest more on digital?
Okay, so to start with, we are definitely the digital first organization like many others, but does not mean that we have totally left the ATL behind. Let it be the print, OH, which is massive, and also your regional newspapers and those sort of thing, and many other such platforms like airports. It depends on what are the products that we have. For, let's say, for the flip product, which is your business class, people who mostly use it, or they use it for a style statement. So I have to understand one thing: am I really the tech brand, or am I the lifestyle brand? So that is when the magic starts. So when I say I am a tech brand, then not many of the people would be interested in tech, but most of the people now are interested in lifestyle. So how you collaborate the tech plus lifestyle is when the things will start. So if there is a product that is basically at the planning stage, of course, when you need to get the virality is when the ATL comes in the bigger picture. Let's say we have done something in the zone of like just to give a diss to other brand or why to purchase a product on the newspaper and other things like that. Of course, it can be the offer, it can be the feature, or it can be anything. Similarly in OH, but when it comes to reaching the intent-based audience, has always and always been through the digital medium, because that is what is extremely important. Because using the OH in ATL, we have not seen that efficiency. It's not that we are not able to reach, but when you can track and calculate the efficiency is when your media plays a vital role, digital media plays a very vital role. And since we are launching a product that is also the luxury and also something that talks about the new innovation, like you said, that mobile phone is not just limited to mobile phone. It has a lot of things. The number one feature is having a camera, and camera is also an aspiration that you want to click a picture that is click worthy. You don't need to do the post processing. So that becomes important. Now in the world of AI, every single small feature can be AI. And how will you able to make it describe to the people in a simplistic way? Of course, let's say Samsung started with Circle 2 search. That was a very basic innovation or very initial innovation. Now there are multiple things that we do in terms of AI. How you can make it explain to the people. Accordingly, also you have to determine what is the right media set that is gonna work for you at what stage. So this is where the YouTube demand gen, Criteo such ads, and PCA PLA on the, of course, like Flipkart or Amazon platform works very well. Of course, their contextual-based targeting works very importantly. Let's say you're talking about the cricket, and that's when you get to know about the 7,000 mAh battery or 10,000 mAh battery, or you talk about clicking the picture with the zoom that you can click up any player from the stadium watching a match also. So this is how the relevancy is very, very important for you. So it depends.
I would always argue that not everything should be measured, and a lot of things that are not measurable can be measured. So measurement is a mathematical task. Our minds don't work from a maths perspective. We don't have calculus inside, but that's another debate. But Gandhar, moving to you, where do you see this world moving? What are the newer challenges that will come in? What are newer technologies bringing in?
So the newer challenges that we see coming with contextual in place and any kind of advertising is brand safety, which is there, which is the most important thing today that we talk about. There are brands who are looking at it is two ways. It is either you say a brand safety or a brand equality, what exactly you're looking at. So when it comes to brand equality, we actually say that yes, any kind of negativity which is there should be avoided. But yes, there are a lot of brands who look at those things and that actually helps us as well. So giving you a very small example over here, there's one brand wherein we went ahead and did a campaign. And when the Vinesh Fogart story was on and that was happening, so on Vinesh Fogart, the article was a very positive article, but the image was a negative image because she was lying down on the floor, and if we all would have seen that. So our tool went ahead and removed that particular article, and we did not advertise on that. And the brand came up and said that, hey, it's a positive article, but the image going negative is something that works. So today when we resonate with brand safety, it doesn't only have to be the article, it has to be the image. There are a lot of contents that we need to look into these things and then go to the right place and advertise, because that is where the brand wants to be present and that is where we look at it. So yes, we are moving towards a place where brand safety is taking a toll, and we need to ensure that with contextual, the brand safety has to be ensured that because that is where brands would definitely look at and they would like to be there as well. So that's somewhere where all these partners would have to ensure that brand safety works out of the way.
Same with you, Girish, or there are some newer challenges that you think will start to come up?
I think the major problem that we are facing is content localization. One of the key problem, of course, we are well versed with Hindi, English mostly when it comes to our language. But when you know that there is a lot of cutthroat competition that is there in this particular native speaking people of Hindi, English. Of course, when you have to expand your business, it is very important to go more contextual. Plus, you have to be very much somebody which is more native speaking thing, because that is what drives the positive awareness about your product and brand without even telling too much and forcing too much about it. So it happens, there is one limitation that we see when I'm doing the D2C, or if I'm promoting the product using Flipkart or Amazon or any third party such apps. I have seen not having the native language ad promotion has become a problem. So how you can achieve it with that precision, because you can't really have a lot of people to review those content and while making sure that it reaches to the right set of audience with the right intent. It should not misinterpret your communication has become kind of a problem. With help of AI, we have been able to tackle it at some level, but I think there is a lot of things that can be done and to serve. So I belong to Chhattisgarh. And by intention, I have no idea whether I should be doing my promotion using English, Hindi, or what, because most of the people does speak Hindi, but they prefer to read the regional newspaper as well. Same goes with the Bengali peoples and many other people. So it is how you can reach out to them with their comfort and in their language, with the core messaging remains the same. It's kind of a challenge that we are facing. This is the current challenge. It comes and goes, but the picture goes on.
So brand safety, localized content or content in your own language, Kanika, is there something else that you are watching, seeing happen?
There's another point on the brand, beyond brand safety, I would call brand suitability also. Because when we talk about contextual targeting, then if the brand is not suitable from that particular context, then also it kind of, fails. From a consumer lens, like it would look very awkward, if you place ads, say, for example, if I see a lingerie ad on, when I'm watching anything more spiritual. So it just goes off. Or we've seen lots of example, like, some licious, like those kind of brands advertising in the space where again there is some spiritual content which is getting there propagated. So I don't know why would you do that. So it just from a consumer lens it feels very very off, and there could be emotions that you could harm from a brand lens. People, instead of being a brand promoter, they could be a brand diss. So it's the lens that you look at. So I think we have to be very careful on how which ads get played, like even on I would say from a digital space. That is something that should be taken care of. In the world of traditional, there was there was a manual piece put in place, a lens put in place. So there were a lot of filters which used to be there. But today, now with so much digitization happening, it's becoming a black hole from that lens. So how much ever we want to contextualize, sometimes it may not fall in the right place. And then that's where brands need to take care of their brand suitability piece.
Safety, content, suitability. It seems like sometimes planning completely fails and makes you see stuff that you should never see because the planner then has not done the right job. But Rupali, from your perspective, are we living at a time when we are over communicating? Brands are spamming me, and as a consumer, I am remembering nothing. So when I move out, I have no memory of what I have seen.
Havas has a proprietary study which is called Meaningful Brands, and it exactly says what you just said, that if, let's say, today 72% of the brands vanish from the world, nobody would care. And so all of us are speaking the same thing, that we need to be contextual, we need to be resonating with the consumer, but let's not just get over carried away with whatever we are doing. Plus, let's just not over rely on a medium, or let's just overdo. Oh, so if somebody is yeah, I'm done, I'm almost done. So if digital is, what we are living in, but there are other mediums with, their own merits. As Kanika was saying, and, we all are saying that each medium, each messaging has its own relevance and its own merit. So let's just, go back to the drawing board, see the briefs, understand the briefs, and then come back with a solution rather than just straight away saying, oh, digital, let's just go digital, So that's something we should not get carried away with. And if we are able to kind of stay true to, the fundamental of targeting the consumers and understanding where they are and what they want, I think we should all be okay.
So that brings me to a close to what we were discussing. I mean, if there are questions to these four, I'm sure they'll take.
I think everyone is tired.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Panelists, we request you to please stay back on the dais for the photo op. I'd like to thank you for this brilliant session. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This small token of appreciation from our side. We'd like to thank you. We truly appreciate your presence and your support to this conference and this discussion. Definitely made this event memorable. With that, Gupta sir, I request you to please join me back for the next session. We have fireside chat. And joining us, ladies and gentlemen, we have amongst us K. Ganpati Subramaniam, CMO, LT Foods. Can we have you, sir? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be shedding light on contextual targeting. Thank you so much, gentlemen. We request you to please... A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for them.
Okay, welcome, Ganpati. Now, And I started the last panel, so I'll start the same question with you. There is this huge conversation that has been happening for the last 3 years in cookies is going. I think sells more cookies now since the time this whole conversation of cookies are going started. Is it going or not going?
I'm personally very skeptical about the fact that cookies will disappear. We've had this conversation, I guess, at least half a decade has gone since, this conversation was favorite topic for discussion. And they continue to survive. For whatever reason, they continue to survive. And I have strong belief if they're so resilient, and they've been more resilient than many tech offerings in India. More resilient than AR and VR generation. I think we survived all of that. So I personally don't believe they'll disappear. I think we will probably evolve into a non-intrusive sort of ecosystem and a more responsible ecosystem with this mechanism. Then forcing you to make those difficult choices and read through so much material. If you're unfortunate enough to click on no more, I think that's the sort of evolution we should do. So cookies probably may not disappear, they might transform into something.
But if you look at advertising, from any perspective, it's an intrusive thing. So you're watching a match, there is a break, sometimes post, sometimes unpost, and you're made to watch an ad. You're made to watch an ad, which is what cookies also do. So how much of that intrusion is a problem? Because yes, there are some legal boundaries that European Union and people like them have put. But otherwise, how much of that cookie is really a problem for the consumer?
Honestly speaking, being meaningfully part of someone's life, I don't see consumer has a problem with that. I have never come across people grudging a good piece of advertising. In fact, if people were to run a whole stream of different category advertising good pieces at that as a piece of content, I'm sure people love to see it and love to see it over ages. To the extent that we revel in nostalgia advertising. So it's not that advertising per se is bad. Pestering, clingy to the extent that I'm going to disrupt your experience at the overall content is something which is bothersome. And that's what marketers need to be very conscious of. You don't need to masquerade content as advertising, but at the same time, you need to be meaningful about the role you play in someone's life. And that's becoming even more important in this ecosystem, where your capability to move out of that ecosystem also has started to emerge. So I feel that's part of responsible advertising today.
The real problem that may exist is, so I'll explain to you what really a consumer may go through. Okay, I was searching for dark sky locations in India where I can click Milky Way. Till I did not do the next search, I've been targeted by lens makers, by tripod makers, by camera makers. Yep. None of them realize that I have all three, which is why I'm searching for what I'm searching. Now, how does this start to then work from a brand planning perspective? Because you're not reaching the right consumer.
So honestly speaking, and I think I've said it more often than not, that today it's not the dearth of how you reach your consumer, but it is of what value are you able to deliver to that individual, as well as in response, what value are you able to derive out of that experience. Okay, that's the single biggest thing. If, if at all I was in this situation, I'm sure there are people who would have told you of destinations and ways to reach those destinations, modes of transport, stay, optimal time, and probably community groups who were probably going for the same experience. Now, these were areas which made more sense. Okay. Also, the fact that if they had truly tracked your journey, they would have known not to bother you with product inputs, which you probably had an experience on. So that's the sort of, so it's not the dearth of information. It's what you're doing with the information, which has become really rare. So today it's easy to make those sparks of brilliance because you have information in abundance, and it is just that someone hasn't put their head around all that data to come up and say that this is what needs to be done with this data. And that's the challenge.
And maybe it's also a function of media monies that you put in. And
Yeah.
I'm sure those categories exist and they've seen this happen,
If you-
but the monies are not there with them.
If you feel that, if you start with a point that you have, this is the threshold of money which I am willing to burn, I think that's a wrong starting point. The starting point is, what do I want to achieve and how can I do it smartly? I think that was a very natural thing when marketers went about in a data deficit ecosystem, in a resource constrained ecosystem. Your starting point was, how do I optimize my resource? Today, how can I maximize my footprint is the problem. So, this whole, I think the generational transition in marketers have to come to a point where we have to stop seeking for more data. We have to start looking at what information we have and can I make the next incremental data I seek for work for itself or be of value for itself. I think that's the fundamental question. We need to introspect. It's been a very sharp or a quick change from data deficit, resource deficit ecosystem into a resource abundant, info abundant ecosystem. And the axis of this transition have not been laid out properly. So people read about the information deficit ecosystem and then apply it to an information abundant ecosystem and hence tend to seek more information. It's the time when we start reflecting. And that's where it is important, I feel, that you start off by being smarter with what you have as a resource and start working. There were times we had no information about how much a category sold. People walked into the streets, walked to stores and gathered that information, make their own extrapolation. I think it's time we started doing. And digital provides you for a fantastic ecosystem. A large, digressing, but large FMCG brands do not have, and legacy brands do not have such strength of first party data as much as, in percentage terms as a startup would have. But then lack of that first party data never put those brands under the bus when they were making brand strategies. And they built stronger and stronger brands. And today, digital ecosystem allows you to look at lookalikes, build smarter cohorts, address them even more smartly. So people who took advantage of that have come out fairly successful.
There is an old saying that data needs to knowledge, knowledge needs to insights. I think what has happened of late, and maybe it is because you have been inundated so much that you have never made that journey, you've stopped at the first bit of the silo. But like we were discussing yesterday, you run a legacy FMCG brand, which is very different from running a tech-enabled or a tech-first or that kind of brand. No. Then when it comes to targeting, how do you start to look at targeting in your kind of category? Because this is not that, there is a pattern of buying. This is bought, but rice is also at some level a bit of an indulgence for a set of audience. It's staple for another set of audience. So when you start to do this thing, how wide do you go in your planning perspective? And then how much you are willing to say not everything needs to be measured and tracked and stuff like that?
So for the benefit of everyone who doesn't know what we do, I sell rice for a living under a brand called Dawat. Okay. So having said that context, let me tell you, about 70% of India, just a couple of hours would have had some format of rice. Okay. So anybody and everybody, if I were to spread this granularly, would become a target audience. But the fact is, rightly said, you got a set of people who are looking for hunger satisfaction through a comfort food. Then there is an indulgent, aspect to it, say a biryani or a pulao or, a Thai green curry with a jasmine rice and things like that. That's an indulgent part of it. Then there is a sustenance part of it. We're looking at the produce as something which is going to give you the added nutrition and stuff like that. So that's how you identify. How do consumers interpret your category at large and how do they consume it? That's one big starting point. Second, There are smaller offshoots where you see what are the aspirations of the individual to explore and give it a shot. Today, we get to see increasingly a lot of households starting to cook international cuisine at home. We were earlier relying on probably restaurants or delivery ins to kind of experience it. Today, I see a lot of people starting to cook jasmine rice, as accompaniment, make risottos. Okay, so those are uh, those are avenues where you're trying to explore what else can be done with the product. These are starting points for us. We start building, we start identifying that there is this whole section of people who want rice as sustenance, and there are avenues there. Rice as comfort food, dal chawal. You come back after international trip, and probably the first thing you want to dive when you get back home is eat your favorite plate of dal chawal or rajma chawal. I think that's the sort of dry or sambar rice if you go down the country. Okay, so that's the sort of starting point for us to identify what does the consumer need from you as a category. Then layer it with the fact that you have a brand, and where do you play as strengths? Can you unlock strengths? Can you unlock differential value for the consumer in those respective areas? Build a hierarchy of that and then start to communicate with the consumer on those platforms. So it's important that you build relevance. It's important that you build uniqueness to what you're trying to say in pursuit of purchase. Credibility is given coming from a brand, like Dawat. Had it been a new product, I'm sure that's an angle which you need to build. But these are two big variables which we look forward. And today the ecosystem provides for such granularity. And that's the beauty of today's time. I feel pained when people ignore the abundance of this information and stop playing around. Honestly speaking, people who start off marketing today or have started in the last couple of years, they should have tremendous amount of fun with the information they have access to. It was a dream time, I think, from where we started. So that's how I think you should plan.
At the start of your brand's journey, I had written a proposition for you guys कि चावल खरीदने के लिए MBA करना पड़ेगा.
I remember that.
That was me.
Fantastic.
And now you've almost put down a whole Excel sheet of saying itna chawal, itna occasions, itna tripe. And does that make life complicated when you're doing the planning process? Or it, because you're working in so many silos and you can do a little bit of contextual targeting, that starts to ease out life?
No, it does. It does. Honestly speaking, what I seek from people who join my team and marketers who've been doing it, I urge them that whenever you get into the annual planning cycle, you need to start seeing what different can you do. Not for the sake of being different from the last year, but for the sake of the fact that the world has moved on. So we can't really dish them the same thing. So the good part is you've got tools. Contextual is a tool. Programmatic is a way to reach out. AI and multiple means of reaching to the consumer. Use them as tools. But think how original you can be in that entire ecosystem, that journey of talking to the consumer and the journey of influencing the consumer patiently, indulgently to come over to the brand. I think that is the meat of the whole thing. Having fun with, today what is available with you is most important. And that lets you, unlock the value of the tools also. One is if I tell you that this is what you need to do, there's no fun in it. You've robbed it. Marketing as a profession, has to be loved for the fun it brings to the table. Otherwise, it's a very difficult profession if you have to just belabor it. If you take the fun away from it, I don't think so any of us would have loved to be marketers.
So just to bring to this closure, how do you tackle the fact that consumers today are bombarded with advertising? Wherever they go, they see some form of advertising coming to them. And as I was discussing in the previous panel, almost everything you don't remember.
Yes.
When you go out of that entire place, there is nothing that is stuck to your head. So if your finger hasn't moved at that point of time, there is no memory left behind. And then, so from a traditional advertising theory perspective, it hasn't worked. But from the new age media theory perspective, if your finger didn't move, it didn't work. So memory is not really an issue. But the over communication is. Is there a way to tackle this? Is there something that you do to overcome this ad fatigue?
So there are two things I think of immediate attention and requirement. One, you know, when you draw brand identities, there's something called as brand core. Okay, now that is most ignored by most people when they write it, but that is the true reflection of authenticity of your brand. Unlock it, spend time with it, see how you can unlock it in life, make it relatable to individuals. Don't make it holier than thou. Complexity is not a reflection of how smartly you're doing work. Simplicity is a reflection. What people, would not give a second thought in terms of stopping and thinking, why do you think? But rather take it naturally, saying, this is exactly what you're supposed to think. What do you do with rice? You eat it. Okay, there is nothing great, but can you bring multiple experiences during that journey? Can you give someone an indulgence when they are lonely all by themselves? Can you give someone an indulgence when it's a group of people? How do you express yourself? Now, those are authentic moments. If you are able to make your brand relevant to those moments and draw the shortest line between that consumption moment and your brand, I think you've done your task. And the fact that there are so many brands trying to do and do it more and more and do it so fast somehow tells me that people don't spend enough time understanding how people consume their brand. And hence, while it's also become easier to dish out multiple copies, it's easier to recycle them, and hence you make 100 copies, throw at people and hope something sticks. Now that is the traditional spray and pray, and I'm not a big fan of that. You can probably do it if you have run out of land to kind of do something. But I would advise that if you step back, you will certainly find the right guiding light. Focus on that. Be persistent with that thought for a longer period of time, and I'm sure things will stick. And which is why you see there are certain brands which we remember, okay, beyond consumption occasion, or at times we aspire beyond the immediate consumption opportunity. Now those have left a mark on us. Is it difficult today to do that? Yes, it has become difficult because you have so many pieces of stimulus hitting you through the day. I remember a decade and a half back, there's probably 10,000 pieces of communication which came across. Uske baad, I think it's become so big, nobody's done a study on it. Okay, so there is no numbers left. But if you still have to feel that moment, roses continue to smell as sweet. Can we unlock that value in our brands for the consumer to appreciate? If we do that, I think we made a kill. And there are brands which we feel strongly associated with. No, we really don't trade them off for anything. We will walk to the next store. We will go to the next site to probably buy into them. So I think that is the moment, and that rests with the amount of effort we all put in as marketers. I don't think so that needs to be slipped. Because there are too many creatives coming out there doesn't mean you stop putting in that effort in that one creative. And that's the long and short of how I can think of this.
You know, one of the biggest categories which very few of us in this room would be working and which bombards the most amount of advertising to us is politics. The political parties outspend the largest spender in the country, and we consume a lot of that. And in that is we are trying to sell rice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you so much. That was quite interesting and fascinating session. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Especially you shared your experiences with us, and we derived so much of value out of it. We request you to please stay back, sir. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. Once again, we would like to thank Mr. Subramaniam, thank you so much, sir, for joining us here for this discussion. And thank you so much, sir, for helping us with this session. It was brilliant. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take this further. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for our next speaker. Just few more minutes, we'll begin. Thank you. Well, there's very special keynote address coming your way. Topic you all can relate to. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is designing ads people don't want to skip. Yes, designing ads that people don't want to skip using creative science. And for this, we have amongst us Mr. Navajit Nath, Sales Director, India Cargo. Hello, sir. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us here. It's a very, very innovative topic, and I think we all are ready for this. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello everyone. Hi. Is my voice audible? I'm sure it is. So, good afternoon. I hope you are having a great MOBEXX 2026. I'm having a great time, especially inside the room, outside the room. Everyone is engaging and everyone is sharing knowledge. And I think this is one of the first events of this calendar year. So I think the energy is very palpable and everyone is energized and talking about the calendar year, their objectives for the year. So lots to learn. What I brought to you today is a very specific topic because marketing in general, and I heard a lot of sessions and two main pain points which a lot of marketers are talking about. First pain point is obviously marketing mix kaun sa use karna chahiye, what kind of data, what is the communication, and where should the ads be running, especially in today's digital world. These are pain points which are always there for marketers. But the second pain point is something which has really cropped up in the last 5-10 years, is the problem of attention. Now, this is where Cargo, I represent Cargo. It's a 23-year-old organization based out of New York. We are there in India for the last 3 years, so maybe a few of you might not have heard about us. That's where I think we are focusing for the longest time, how to derive and drive attention from campaigns, attention from our creatives, and hence we have started using creative sciences. It's a trademark by Cargo globally. So all the creatives that you see has a science behind it. That's where we drive a lot of attention for our campaigns. I'll quickly move to the next slide and show you 3 numbers which everyone knows. I think a lot of brands and a lot of speakers these days use these 3 numbers to talk about how attention is dropping across the world and especially in India. 12 seconds used to be the attention span of humans in the 2000s. Currently, it's less than 9 seconds. It's around 8 seconds, which is lower than even a goldfish. Now, goldfish is famous for not having a brain, I think, right? So you can imagine where the world is going, especially with this kind of attention span of users across the board. Now, Cargo does a lot of studies on attention as well. Recently, I came across a study which kind of talked about attention over a period of 20 years. I read this book. Of course, I did not read the entire book. I got the excerpts from the book and the top, whatever the highlights and whatever the points were mentioned in the books. And the first point and the main point that I could take away is that the attention span of users on focused tasks where you are focusing, there it's still less than 1 minute, sorry. It's around 47 seconds. Imagine if a person is non-attentive to a article, or maybe just they're reading, they're not attentive to the creative or the communication or the ad, the attention span dwindles and drops to less than 10 seconds. On a focused task as well, the attention is not more than 1 minute. Imagine where the world is today, where you as marketers and agencies, you might have the best product. You might have the best in the category. Your USP is good. Your communication is great. Your copy is great. Still, I'm sure no one can guarantee that you're getting the attention of the users like you want. And that's where Cargo has worked for the last 23 years. And that's what we are bringing to the Indian market as well. And hence, I want to share two more data sets. And after that, I'll just take a 2-minute introduction of Cargo as well. This is a study done by Nielsen and Growth SRC, which says that around 67% of users report banner blindness. And that is a huge issue, especially in India, because in India, there is no fixed ad refresh rates. Everyone refreshes the ads on their on their websites as per, without much thought, right? So therefore, the loss of attention and the banner blindness is a very important issue for brands and agencies in India. 67% are saying that they are watching through the ad on the screens. They're not even looking at the ads probably. Second point is that 53% of ads meet viewability standards, which is very low, by the way. 53%, matlab half only meet the standards. And the other half get less than 1 second of actual attention. Less than 1 second of your campaign, which you have spent crores of rupees to launch in the market, and you feel that the audience is right for this, still just 1 second of attention on those creatives. Hence, I wanted to introduce Cargo to you for the next 2-3 minutes. Just bear with me. We are an organization which has kind of developed a lot of creative science around the enhanced formats that we do. We work with brands and agencies to ensure that their creatives kind of shout out from the screens. And we have pivoted in the last couple of decades. Firstly, we started off as a ringtone and wallpaper company, as you can see, because at that time there was no digital. 2003 we are talking about. Then we moved to the ads business in 2008, when the world also kind of became aware about digital and moved to the digital ecosystem. And then the main pivot that we took was in 2016, when we became an SSP. The feature of Cargo's SSP is that it is one of only 2 SSPs in the world verified by Analytics as 100% brand safe. And that is very important for brands, because anyone who's in marketing, anyone who's at an agency side, brand safety is something which is paramount, right? You have to have brand safety. There are measurements, there are tools which are there, which is kind of assuring you. But then if there is a platform which is by default verified by the biggest of third-party measurement tools that we are 100% brand safe, that gives you a kind of a relief that your dollars are not wasted. Your dollars are not running on bot traffic or fraud traffic or MFA websites, etc. So that's the biggest pivot we took around 10 years, exactly 10 years back. And in 2021, we became omnichannel, so we can run brand safe, innovative creatives, attention-grabbing creatives on CTV, mobile, desktop, etc. Now, we are present in 15 offices across the world. We are huge in America, Europe, Australia, and now in the last 2.5-3 years in India as well. This is another slide which kind of reaffirms the fact that we are a slightly premium kind of a platform and 100% brand safe, because if you see the viewability metrics for our campaigns across the board is 75% and plus. If you saw my previous slide, it mentioned that 50% is somewhere where all the viewability metrics is being counted in India and globally. So 75% above is the assurance which Cargo gives for any campaign that you run with using our creatives. And then 98% brand safe as measured by Moat and Grapeshot. IAB is also measuring us as a highly brand safe and lower invalid traffic kind of a platform. And attention is measured by Adelaide. We have a partnership globally with Adelaide, which gives you attention reports. And the beauty of the attention report is that during the campaign itself, you'll get the attention report. Normally, after the campaign, you get the BLS studies and a lot of these studies. But attention report is one which we give you every 7 days. So you can optimize the campaign as well using the attention report and say that, hey, these are the publishers which are not giving me as much attention as I want. We call it the AU score, as in Adelaide unit score. And these are the campaigns which are not doing well because the attention is low. So we can optimize during the campaign itself basis the attention score as well. So this is something which is a value add that we have brought to the digital fold in India, and we allow you to run attention measurement tools as well during the campaign. And then 100% MFA free. There is not a single made for advertisement site on Cargo's SSP. Made for advertisement sites are the sites which are not fraud, not adult website or something, but these are created especially in India from a point of view of only serving impressions and clicks. That's the only job of MFA websites. And it's a huge industry. I'm sure marketers will know about this. Especially in India, it's a huge industry where MFA websites are created to serve impressions and clicks. These are not fraud traffic, so you cannot just pinpoint that, okay, these are totally unauthorized or not authentic kind of a website, but those websites just do one job: clicks and impressions, that's all. And we are 100% brand safe as verified by multiple players across the globe. Now coming to the bold creatives. This is the fun part. What I normally do is I kind of switch my presentation to talk about the brand safety and MFLS, SSP, and one of the most attention-grabbing platforms in the world, because that's the boring part, I know. But then that kind of gives you or gives the audience a kind of a relief that, okay, these are the people who are taking those kind of things very seriously, like attention and viewability and brand safety and all. And then coming to the cooler part of our business, which is the creatives that we run. I'll show you, I've taken just a few examples for you. I've got hundreds of examples which I can share as per the brief or as per the campaign objectives. But yeah, these are the few innovations that we normally do, and we run it on our SSP only. Store locator, there is video plus carousel, there is runway. Runway is one of the most popular products that we have got. We launched it globally a few years back, where we have taken the 300 by 50 banner, which a lot of brands do not like. I'm sure a lot of marketers are here. You do not like your ads running on 300 by 50 because it does not communicate anything. I'll be slightly blunt here. But then we have kind of elevated the 300 by 50 to 300 by 130. So all the publishers which are part of the Cargo SSP, be it the networks, Network 18s of the world, Times of the world, or Hindustan Times of the world, they have allowed us to kind of elevate it to 130, and therefore your communication is properly visible even on a 300 by 50 kind of a slot as well. Other formats I'll just quickly browse through. We have formats on CTV as well. Again, CTV is one-to-one integrated. So if I say that there is a LG or a Xiaomi on my SSP, it's because I work with the Chinese Xiaomi team. So that's how we are integrated for innovative formats. I'm sure you can directly work with a Samsung or a LG or a Xiaomi, but with me, you can run innovative creatives on these platforms, on these OEMs and OTTs. Now, coming to smart targeting, India is a huge country. Without targeting, you cannot, reach out to the relevant audiences, even if your creative is the most attention-grabbing, right? So what we have done is we have partnered directly with IBM Watson. It is known to be one of the most advanced NLP models in the world. And IBM Watson kind of allows you, and a lot of discussion was happening on contextual targeting before me. And the discussion was that keywords and headlines, they are slightly passé. Of course, they are very important, but then how to look beyond them. So IBM Watson gives us the power to contextually target audiences basis readability, sentiment, demography, and various other factors. So you get a IBM Watson's backing from an NLP model, and then we ensure that your campaign is contextually relevant and reaching out to the right audience sets only. Quickly moving to, yes. This is something which I have, always, projected or promoted across brands and agencies, is that Cargo believes in never signing my own homework, signing our own homework. We give you a lot of value-add reports by default. Even if you don't ask me, I'll give you IAS report because my SSP is IAS certified. We'll give you a footfall report, even if you do not ask me. Of course, you have to have an offline store for that. Secondly, we have attention report through Adelaide and Lumen. So we give you either. And then brand lift studies are value add for us for any campaign that you run with me. And of course, I mentioned LifeSite and FSQ as the footfall measurement tools. So Cargo believes in not sharing cargo reports. It's always a third-party verified report that you get for any campaign that you run with me. Now coming to the main reason why I'm on stage today. A format called Spotlight got launched in the US in the starting of 2025, where a few, I think, agencies approached us and our product team kind of huddled together and tried to find out a futuristic ad in the digital ecosystem. Why futuristic? I'll tell you a one-line statement about how Spotlight ads work. Spotlight is the only ad format, as per my knowledge, and especially, of course, in India, which gets triggered only when a user is active or inactive and it does not obstruct the user's content consumption. And hence, the word futuristic is being used for this kind of ad. Now, these ads, the Spotlight ads, get triggered on 4 triggers. First is content consumption, content complete. When a user is consuming, I'll just quickly show you some examples. When a user has completed reading an article, only then our content piece will appear, our ad will appear, which we call the Spotlight ad. So this is the first kind of a trigger to have a Spotlight ad appear in front of your screen. And hence it does not bother or obstruct the user because he or she has read the content. Now he or she is maybe prepared for an ad. That's when the ad will appear. Second is attention shift. When a user is watching or reading an article and then gets a SMS or a WhatsApp or a call, he or she is distracted, goes away, and then comes back, and voila, there is a Spotlight ad. We have not obstructed the user. He was not attentive and he was outside, and then when he returned to the article, only then a Spotlight ad will appear in front of them. Thirdly is idle time. I think it's self-explanatory. Whenever a user is idle on an article, not reading too much, then the Spotlight ad will appear for 5 seconds. And after that, whenever he or she is attentive again, he will see the ad in front of them. And lastly is the scroll activity. When a user has consumed the content, the article is finished, he or she is going up and going after a new article or searching for something on the website, only then a Spotlight ad will appear as an interstitial. Now, this is the feature of the ad, is that it only pops up at the most opportune and performant time in front of a user. Your direct question would be, sounds fancy, yeah, slightly futuristic maybe, but then can these be run on the top websites in India and globally? Yes. On our SSP, we have partnered with most of the top websites in India and almost all the top websites that you can name across genres internationally, which are read in India. And we have launched Spotlight ads across. I can see a couple of marketeers who have tried it out with us in the past quarter or so, and we have seen amazing results in terms of CTR, attention, viewability, etc. Now, yes, as I said, CTRs are 6x a normal CTR. Now, I know CTRs are slightly looked down upon these days because CTR to aa hi jata hai. But then Cargo is known globally for having a very prominent cross button on any of the innovations that we do. So therefore, it is not, as per our understanding, bot traffic, what is this called? Accidental clicks. So that is something which we definitely avoid. And hence the CTR of 6x increase through Spotlight ads is because of that. Prominent view on the mobile screen and a prominent cross button as well if you do not want to kind of engage with the ad. Secondly, higher viewability, of course, because it takes almost 70 to 80% of your screen size. So hence it's very viewable. And then higher attention. This is, I think, one of the most important points is that the attention unit score of such creatives, the Spotlight creative, is 50% above a normal creative. What are consumers saying? Now, brands are happy, at least the people who have piloted with us, and globally a lot of brands have piloted with us. They are happy, salespeople are happy. But then what about the users who are seeing these Spotlight ads? So we did a CSAT review, and the CSAT score which has come up after the extensive review is everyone is quoting 4 and above for these kind of ads because they're happy that they are not being obstructed, because entire digital landscape is kind of created on obstructing a user, right? You are reading an article, you are watching something, and then ad pops up. But then these are the only ads as of now, especially in India, where we can say that we are not obstructing the user. And hence the rating for our masthead is around 4.6 out of 5 in front of users. So users are loving this. These are the future of ads. And I would love that a lot of brands and agencies today can, reach out to me and then let me know if you want to try it out with your campaigns. Thank you. That's all. Very short and crisp. Let me know if there is any questions, and I'm also around. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, sir. Can we give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Would like to thank you for sharing your strategies with us, and this small token of appreciation from our side. Once again, sir, we'd like to thank you. Thank you so much for giving us your precious time and sharing your knowledge with us. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next panel discussion, that is on future of CTV and mobile marketing, emerging trends, 5G, AI, privacy compliant advertising. And joining this, we have our session chair, Sachi Gurudanti, producer, director, MIQ. Hello, ma'am. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. And now I would like to invite our panelists on the dais. We have amongst us Abhishek Chadha, EVP North and East Interactive Avenue. Can we have you, sir? Abhishek Ranjan, Digital Head, DS Group. Hello, sir. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. Chirag Jogwani, Head E-Commerce, Derma India. Hi, sir. Thank you so much. Welcome. Sajid Gopal, Head of Media, Domino's. Welcome, sir. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everyone. It's an honor to be here today with such an experienced and diverse panel group that we have here. We had a brief chat outside, and I can tell you all there's a lot we can learn from this group that's sitting in front of us. Before we go into the discussion, I want to quickly touch on the topic and give context on what we're going to be discussing today. So, India, as we all know, is already pretty mobile heavy. And now improving connectivity with the rapid rollout of 5G is changing how Indians consume and experience content, not only on their phones, but across screens as well. At the same time, AI is becoming deeply embedded in marketing, from targeting to creative personalization, helping brands be more relevant at scale. But with that, increased capability, questions around data use, privacy, and consumer trust are also coming to the forefront. So today we'll explore how connectivity, cross-device behavior, AI, and privacy are shaping CTV and mobile marketing in India, as well as what opportunities lie ahead. So I'll maybe start with you, Sajid. As 5G helps improve connectivity across India, I think most of India now has 5G coverage. Have you already started to see consumers engage differently with content on their mobiles or CTV? And as a brand, has that influenced how you're thinking about CTV and mobile marketing today?
Definitely, the landscape has changed, and more so post-COVID.
And from a brand point of side of view, if you look at Domino's, we are one of the largest QSR brands in the country that has its own digital app platform. So we were very initially the first runners to actually invest on tech part of it, and a good part of our business now comes through tech itself. So when we talk about Domino's, it's not just a food product manufacturer company. We are a business that actually integrates foods with tech, and that's what solves the business problems for us, because from planning to delivering, everything is part of tech. And it has actually helped us grow a lot in the way you look about food, you order your food, everything from the delivery apps. That brings a lot of trust to people. And CTV, I think there's no way, right? A lot of people say that CTV is rising. I think, no, it's already risen. It's been 2.5 years, because there's no other ways about it. You look at it, we talk about CTV as connected TV and all those jargons to marketers. For consumer, it's a TV. It's a big screen. And now if you go out to the market, there's no other option available. It's easy. You have content available at the fingertips. And that's what it goes for. People, it doesn't matter for audiences who are watching it. What they see is that there's a remote, they click on it and they watch content. And definitely food, from a point of view, I always believe that whenever you are in the job of doing emotional communication, when your job is to touch the hearts of people, you have to have that large screen presence. And that can never be done as effectively with a smaller screen as compared to the advantage, a larger screen, a core viewing television viewership. And CTV and linear TV is just the change of platform it happens. I think it's already one of the largest spaces for us to invest, and we're in this for I think 2 years back we've been starting doing it, and it's becoming more and more relevant for us now.
Thank you for that. Sajid, I'll ask you the same question. You belong to the FMCG category. So how has this, growth of 5G CTVs across India influenced how you are looking at CTV and mobile marketing? And how is that different from, maybe a few years ago?
Hi. Before I start, I would like to ask some questions from the audience. Then I'll try to take it up. So first, good evening to everyone. Let me wake the audience. Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible at the back. Good evening, guys. How many of you watch CTV? How many of you watch CTV at home? How many of you watch your favorite content on CTV when you have good time? 4 days are coming, I think, this weekend, right? Anyway, great. So I'll quickly tell you about how exactly we do it at DS Group. So this is Abhishek. I think you switched. So we switched our places just to give you this stuff. But yeah. So you know what? In digital, what has happened that overall, lot of evolution has happened, right? In 2009-10, when I started my career with digital, we used to work for more like the US clients, what the friend told me before the session, right? So he took this spotlight ad, the well kind of ad from on digital, which is exclusive. So like I was working on US market, and we were doing all those work which was like chai patti channi wala kaam karte the, right? We were doing all the trafficking. If anyone understand trafficking, keyword research, the ad copywriting, why to do this SEO and all those were very basic days, right? Now we are talking about AI, Gen Z's, LLM. What has happened? A lot of evolution has happened. So normal digital marketing, from where SEO started, search, PPC started, it took over by geo revolution. What ma'am asking, 5G. 5G, the whole contribution by Reliance Jio. Because of that, the real Bharat came into picture, correct? The people who are there into tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, in fact, the deeper markets, now they have 5G, accessing 5G and trying to come up with the content, right? They are watching reels. They are creating reels. It's not about marketers. We are getting people from those market as a creator for brands like Catch. So that is one change which I am right now seeing from overall mobile marketing per se. Now what happened after that? Now from geo revolution, what has happened again? COVID came into picture. There were so many clients in the market when so many salespeople, my friends used to go and ask, sir, let's do this campaign, that campaign on digital. There the overall reservation was no. We are happy with TV, we are happy with print, we are happy with radio. Digital, thoda kuch kar lo. That was the thing which was happening pre-COVID. During COVID, what happened? Entire dhanda shut. What to do? Dude, digital is there. Now people who were not there fully ready in their organization, cultures on the owner-driven company where you have to work on desktop. You can't have a laptop. You can't take laptop to home. These were the stuff which were happening at companies. Soon, procurement team were active. Order 500 laptops, 1,000 laptops. Let's bring the world. Let's take the company into momentum. That was the change which again happened. What happened? So many companies who were not thinking much about digital, they also came and they also thought. And now Geo was there, internet was there, their audience was there. All those were happening, correct? So now, fair chunk of people on digital doing a lot of stuff. After that, what happened? Now, CTV and AI. We are talking about CTV and AI. The replacement which is happening, the kind of linear as a behavior which is changing. So if you see what exactly is happening, your entire brand discovery, your entire brand behavior is now changing. This is not going to be linear anymore. What happened now? Any of my, let's say my wife, my sister, anyone watching a reel on Instagram, seeing a Nika product, buying then and there. What happened? The entire journey changed and flipped. It's no more watching our TV at first, searching on Google, then going checking that product offline and then buying. Those behaviors already gone, right? And if I talk about what is happening in CTV as a space, me as a catch for digital head, what I am doing now, I am putting more than of my 40-50% of monies on CTV. That's the power which is happening on CTV. Why? Lot of scale which we are trying to see on CTV because I'm getting a bigger real estate. That is number one. Second, I'm getting audience more on the top funnel because FMCG as a category, it is more like top funnel reach and frequency game. Correct. Other than that, my mobile is helping more toward the influences, more toward the engagement side of it. So those kind of attribution which has changed. So if I have a product, for example, typically if I'm having, let's say coriander, red chili, this kind of product, or maybe mixed spices, the kind of marketing and the channel which I'm going to use is completely different. But when I talk about products, for example, Szechuan or maybe peri peri or maybe pizza pasta sauce, what will happen? My entire marketing is going to change. So that has shifted now as per me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think you put it really well. You explained exactly how the journey has changed over the years and will likely continue to evolve. But one thing's for clear, I think, consumers have started to move more fluidly across screens. There's connected TV, there's mobiles, and there's laptops and desktops as well. So, I think the next challenge that will happen or already is a challenge for marketers is actually connecting those experiences from a marketing perspective. So I'll start with you, Chirag, for my next question. How are brands, and specifically brands like yours, thinking about seamless cross-device targeting and measurement?
So seamless cross-device targeting is pretty important for us. We at Fixerma are looking at it from the perspective of creating top funnel awareness because the dependency on performance solely cannot be the full aspect of marketing. It would be very expensive to create that kind of awareness. And beyond a sustainable point, you would not see the results on performance. Hence, the brand building activation or the top funnel activation getting in new users has to be done through new channels like CTV, like Google, YT, and let's say an MX player or stuff like that. So yes, this kind of funnels have to be built to get in more new customers to the ecosystem. Else we are always just playing around with the same level of customers, and slowly and steadily someday down the line they will die.
Thank you for that. I'll ask you, Sajid. I'm so sorry, Sajid, right? I was prepared to say Abhishek.
That's the fun part, no? That what we created here to make the audience awake.
Sorry. So Sajid, I guess Domino's is very hyper-local, offer-driven campaigns typically, right? So for you, as well for a brand like Domino's, cross-device marketing or targeting would be very important. So how are you going about that? Is that a core part of your strategy?
So look, that becomes a relevant part, but a very key part of it. But before going to that section, while we think about Domino's, we're trying, and we do not believe in being an offer-led organization. We are more prone towards value. So we say that we do not say that that's the cost benefit that brings you, it's the value that you get out of it that brings you back. But at the same time, like he said, there's an objective. There would be definitely certain campaigns that you want to do purely to bring in the audience. Performance driven is a big part of it. But at the same time, brand also becomes important. And while there's a lot of tech parts that we can do to do cross-device measurement and see it, but at the same time, I strongly believe the thought process behind it is what helps us a lot. Because instead of just going behind, so chasing the thing that did I get the most unique reach? Ideally, we start thinking on the lines, did I get the best reach that I can get? Is it the most effective space to reach out? For us, a very important aspect of marketing is occasions. So instead of going behind different screens, I think the idea is to plan for people. So you want to catch occasions. So for example, you have World Cup coming in, cricket coming in. It's a very important aspect for us. So instead of going behind that, am I going behind people who are watching CTV, mobile? Let's figure out how we can reach out to people who are interested in cricket, what they talk about. So very strangely, if you look at this fact, while cricket is happening, there's a lot of other online viewership around cricket that goes up strangely very strong. Pre-match YouTube analysis, post-match analysis, viewership of people's reading articles go up 10 times, 20 times, where the people are reading up before watching a match. These are all spaces where you can so instead of just figuring out that did I get the most unique reach, the objective is did I connect with the right set of audience who are interested in this set of content? If you start chasing it, it's more easier to do. It's more relevant and more realistic.
And Abhishek, I think within DS Group, there is a whole bunch of brands that you are working on, and I think every brand is different. I think you gave an example when we were talking outside about the pizza spice category.
Szechuan, pizza pasta sauce.
Right. Could you touch on that a little bit and talk about how you're planning CTV differently for the different types of brands?
Absolutely. So, if like I was talking about, when I'm planning a hardcore campaign where Akshay Kumar ji is there and we have spent a lot of money on him to take the mileage, what exactly we can do for the campaigns. There, my strategy is full throttle. I have the entire Rajshri production kind of set up in media also. So I have a lot much to spend, right? More close to the promoters and also in those scenario, we have ample amount of money, correct? Now what we do, we'll go more on the planning where we say that I want to go on a reach maximization as a strategy. Maximum reach, maximum frequency. Now, for us, frequency is not impression. This is going to be view frequency, correct? So on those lenses, we plan and we take a lot of GCs on OTT and YouTube and all those things, 100% programmatic. This is a case one for us. Similarly, when we are promoting the NPDs, the new product, where we have very less dhanda on that, correct? Now, again, we have to promote that. There we are very, very miser in our planning, correct? What we do first, we go and think, who are the right audience to go about it? Instead of my market, instead of all those stuff, I go more by my audience, who are the prospect buyer, correct? Now, what are they consuming? A big-handed slide of media approach on that. That what we have to do. Basis that we select the genres and all, and then we plan. But of course, there my strategy is going to be more about the less of a platform, but more of a impact. In my first plan, I have more of the platform, more of the impact. So with the monies, we divest like that. Now, other than that, if I'll tell you more about the planning, what we do. So for example, in past, we have done campaigns which are more on weather signals, right? Now on weather signals, what happens? Suppose you are sitting in Kolkata and it's raining heavily. बहुत बारिश हो रही है, if people understand in the all. So बहुत बारिश हो रही है and you are scrolling your Instagram. At the same time, if you catch ka sprinkler with chai pakoda, and in your regional language, Bengali, what will you do? And there it is there, 20% off on your chaat masala. If you don't have, you go and buy it. So those kind of tactical campaigns we have done, and it has really performed well. So those are very, very moment-led campaigns which we have done in past, and those kind of nuances and technique which we use. Similarly, we do a lot of performance-led campaign as well, where let's say more campaign on the day parting kind of stuff. For example, 7 o'clock in the morning, working women, if less with the spices, maybe something has ended up or something, we have the kind of hookup that order your spices, 20% discount, ASAP, go and order. So like those kind of nuances we go and try to do. And similarly, product dissemination also, that in morning, what kind of spices are being used. In afternoon, what exactly is the stuff. Similarly, for evening, what are the items which can be quickly ordered. So those kind of nuances where we are trying to build. Because of that, we are topping the quick commerce as well. So that is how we plan.
That's amazing. That sounds very creative and data driven, and I think that's how marketing is heading now. Another topic that we wanted to discuss today is AI. I think pretty hot topic over the last couple of years, and that's something I'd like to hear from all of you about. But how can AI help with better targeting, ad relevance, and effectiveness? And I'll start with you, Chirag.
So I think with the kind of cell phones that we're using and the kind of content that we're seeing on our TVs, on our phones, I'm sure the accounts are already sending a lot of signals to Google specifically. With the help of AI, they would definitely be able to target us well in the form of interest, as in what is the kind of interest or what is the kind of content that I'm trying to see. And basis the relatability of it. Plus, if I'm making a purchase, any purchases linked to my Google account, or any, let's say on Amazon, Blinkit or anything, all of those purchase information is already going in the form of a order email or an invoice email to my Google account. So Google is definitely taking those signals as well. I'm sure of that. Basis these signals, they can definitely help us target better of through AI. That okay, these are the kind of customers who are okay to buy this kind of a skincare, or these are the customers who order a lot of pizzas. These are the customers who order regularly from Blinkit, specifically early in the morning, so that they can be shown as relevantly. So yes, AI's use has definitely increased. Along with that, I think AI's advertising has also improved. So people are, we've created a few AI ads where the production cost is slightly expensive, but we are okay to do away with celebrities. And we do not need any approvals in terms of ad rights, in terms of 1-year licensing fee with celebrities. So that base, AI has also helped us navigate through these issues on marketing.
Actually, a follow-up on that. India is huge about like celebrity culture. Is crazy in India, right? People love celebrities.
Right.
So I'd love to know, how did that perform? How did those creatives perform?
There is a saturation to it. Initially, they did perform well, but there are limitations to it. With certain categories I'm in a skincare category. Fix derma means we fix your skin. So there's a problem that has to be fixed. If I'm showing a problem on a celebrity, they would not agree on it. So anti-aging, acne, and all these problems cannot be shown, and that is my bread and butter. So in order to navigate these, I'll have to let go away celebrities, because then I can show what I want to show. I can show real concerns, I can show real problems that need to be fixed. So yes, celebrities beyond a certain extent will not work. Only the product or the product solving solution will work for me.
Abhishek, I feel like
I think you could have asked this to the right guy, right? So I'm into spices and there is a celebrity war in our category. So I'll tell you the name. Sorry if anyone is there from any brand, but I'll take the names. Everest, Amitabh and Shahrukh. Catch Spices, Bhumi Pendekar, Akshay Kumar, Rajpal Yadav, Bindu Dara Singh. One more ex-brand, Hrithik Roshan. One more brand, Kareena. One more brand, Katrina. One more brand, Madhuri. So you name the celebrities everyone is owning. In my AOP, I'm trying to plan and see which celebrity to look for next. Next to Akshay Kumar. Trust me, I don't have an answer for my bosses. Still working. So Grover can be a good option, but thinking about it.
But I think it's similar for almost all industries today.
But
I mean, we had Vani Kapoor, she was doing my ads in skincare. Suddenly she was doing some other brand also in skincare. So this kind of hopping is really remains.
भाई कितना पैसा लगाते हो वो मैटर करता है ऐड के साथ. I can tell you we have more than 30-40% growth from past 3-4 years, and we are now 1500 crores as a brand. 3-4 years we are struggling to reach 1000 crores, and we are 1500 touching. So imagine the power of celebrity. Now from past 3 years we are riding with Akshay. Earlier it was more with Balan. So we have understood, I will not say that this is going to help every brand, but what we have learned in our category, that if you have a very high decibel campaign with celebrities, and if you are taking it, then definitely you need to spend, like I told you, Rajshri wala pura setup hona chahiye, correct? So you have to have money, and with that, definitely you can do something. Second thing is that your overall script and overall narrative should be very different. It should not be a typical ad what everyone is doing. So you need to be different. For example, us as a brand, we are not saying that we have done fantastic or wonders, but we have tried to do something different. For example, bringing Akshay Rajpal together, again bringing those garam masala nuances, because they are the journeys where no one was taking Rajpal for a commercial, right? We took Rajpal Yadav for that. So this is how we took, and no one thought of Bindu Lara Singh. We took him on board. So those kind of scripts we write, we ask our creative agencies to work on that, and like that we do. Coming to what you asked for AI, I would like to answer that. So don't ask about what we are doing for a brand. You ask me first what I have done with AI, right? So I lost 12 kgs with AI. And honestly, I'm saying 12 kg. I have a crash course plan with AI. Anyone want to lose weight, I can do it free for them, right? So that's a quick plan for everyone if anyone want to come, because I know we are in between their awards and drink along with the session. So it needs to be wrap up. So this is what they are thinking, right? So in brand, what I have done with AI, we have done a lot. For example, from image creation to social media uses to voice-led wishes on Raksha Bandhan to brother sister, a lot we have done with AI, right? Only one problem, whenever you go with that, legal will say and come with a creative and say, "Bhai, iska approval kisne diya tha?" Right, that is number one. Second is, suppose you are using any phrase, because for example, our proposition is kyunki khana sirf khana nahi hota. Their humanization is very important. You need to have a face. Suppose I took a AI image which is resonating like you. Tomorrow you come and say, dude, why you use my picture? I need 20 lakh rupees.
Please don't do that.
So this is how it is happening. But other than that, the good case study for a food brand, which I am working right now, I don't know where I'll land up. Trying to create a recipe kind of section where what we are trying to do is, for example, you have any items at your home, okay, and you are working, women. Evening you came home and you are just asking CatchBot, I want to prepare something with this. Suggest me a good recipe. On a voice, if you get something, that is something we are building. And AI, it's very, very possible, because when I went to Google and saw what AI is doing, AI was literally fighting with an agent and saying, I won't give you discount. That was agentic AI doing. So I can understand what the capabilities are. It's all about how much time and energy and money you have, basis that you can kill model for that.
I'm very happy to hear that I'm not on the tricky board that these guys are. Yeah, I don't have to fight with celebs cause there's no issues. Food is the celebrity for mass that sells. No one sells pizzas better than a good hot looking pizza, I would say. But at the same time, yeah, that's it.
We are into reality. Akshay Kumar can cook, so we took Akshay. No one else can cook.
For us, it's been our delivery and our food and our cheese that works. We get your food fast. That's what people need. They want good looking food, great innovations that works for us. But from the point of view of AI, I would have a slightly different POV from the factors, because I strongly believe it's a very slippery slope when we talk about AI. Because a lot of times, yes, I've done creatives with AI. Are they as good as short films? No, they're not. If you're talking about emotions, can I still replicate pure human emotions, joy? No, you cannot. Can you replicate food through AI? No, you cannot. But what AI does is, AI is not a solution. It's basically helps you solve problems faster. There are times, so in pure common language, you say, when you need a jugaad, that's a solve for it. There are certain times, I don't have the time band or time with to go back, spend 6 weeks, shoot a creative. I need something tomorrow morning. I can figure out that. So AI comes in where there are nooks knocks where I need to have that savings. where I don't need to have a full-fledged creative. I need to have a campaign that just does the job for me. Yes, that's where. It has a long way to go. And first thing is most important, what I always say. When I've seen a lot of times when I'm talking to partners, everyone say that I can do this with AI, I can solve this. The question is, what is the solve you're doing it? Why are you doing it? That needs to be first clear. What are you solving for as a problem needs to be very clear. And it's also not easy. Believe me, when we start doing AI creatives, the first piece when we had a very horrific time creating that creative because there was a shot, we're doing something and all of a sudden the continuity was not there. We said, okay, how's it second? There's like this agent doing it. No, human intervention is still relevant. It takes time also. It's not that it can be done on a blink of an eye. You will not have a quality product on a blink of an eye. You need to spend time with AI for creative purpose. Because there are other things for implementation purpose, for targeting. That's very good. For analysis, you can actually sit out with agentic tools and they can give you a solve for it. They can analyze n number of consumer data, markets, and pinpoint your red dot pockets for you, where you need to put more efforts in. All those things can work in. But I still believe that human intervention is very key, especially for marketing and creative communication. The probability of you going wrong is very high. We have to be very concise. Like they also said, legality, wrong creative going in. You can use AI to get multiple copyrights done. Your copies would be ready, but you need human intervention to go through them because a single wrong term can put you in a very bad spot because a lot of efforts been gone behind building all these brands we're working with. So we have to be very careful. We cannot right now, at least right now, we're not in that phase where we can trust 100%. I think we'll take a long time to reach there.
You're absolutely right what you said. The emotion is word which we are always finding when we are working with AI. But other than that, on a pun side, what AI can do? Client brief, create a creative which is very innovative. Bhai viral ho jaye. Write it to AI. AI will not say no. That's AI job.
I love that discussion. And maybe a note to add Gully for their next event is to add a panel discussion on celebrities and advertising. I'm sure that'll be a very good success. I think in that last question, I think most of you covered my next question. So I'll wrap it up and start with you, Chirag, but close it with, what are some emerging trends and opportunities that you're seeing in streaming, TV, and mobile? And over the next 2 to 3 years, what are those trends and what impact would that have on CTV mobile marketing and why?
So I think in terms of emerging trends, I would say regional advertising is picking up very aggressively. You cannot have one type of creative or content that fits all types of, markets, all types of seasons, all types of audiences. Let's say customers in the south, like India is not just north or east or west. It's there's a full south, there's a full northeast India who is very well connected to technology. Orders are increasing by the day towards the northeast side, especially in areas like Guwahati, Assam, Arunachal Pradesh, and all that. So content needs to be thought for that kind of audiences, and this would definitely help leverage CTV and mobile in a more better way. So let's say creators in local languages, creators appealing to the kind of problems that they may face, or creators appealing to the kind of taste buds that they may have. Let's say tandoori is more of a North India side, but kokum or let's say gunpowder kind of ingredients are towards the North South India side. So those kind of leveraging of pointers will definitely help in the trends that will come up.
I'll go by regional only. Dissemination or culmination of creators as of now, big challenge. If you want to do a regional level campaign, definitely maybe it is from the creator per se, or maybe it is from the OTT per se, wherever you go. That's a big problem which is there for the brands. And of course, I see that. I don't know whether I'm going to use it or not, but the kind of AI-led targetings are building up and up. I don't know where it will take, but that is a trend which is happening a lot. And the third thing which is going to happen a lot, people are talking a lot about omni-channel, right? Adding all the channels together and then talking to one user, which I think MIQ is also doing. So with that, the proposition will go more deeper into that. This is what I'm thinking right now. Thank you.
For me, the aspect would be content primarily because the way, again, regional, non-regional, and independent content creators coming up that way. So that's one big aspect where brands have a great influence because somewhere the clutter has become so high where advertising has to have a deeper meaning of communicating with audiences. That becomes the first aspect. And the second aspect would be definitely connection with consumer. We have moved very faster in the sense of how we used to have a one-way communication saying that X solves X problem to actually a two-way communication where we can have connect with the consumers. It can be in the form of solutions he provides. It can be the form of recipes that he's talking about. And for me, it can be post-consumption experiences as well. So when you start having that engagement with consumer one-on-one level, more than it goes beyond advertising, it's more deeper connected, understanding the consumer where the brands are being personalized and they are from a brand to saying just being a brand to your best friend or your mentor or your advisor. So we're seeing that a lot happening very rapidly in your fintech. You've seen the automotive. Now you have expert autobots helping you, assisting you through the way you have chat GPT, the way any life problem can be solved. I think brands also will start adapting that role just being a service provider to a companion and a solution provider. That's where the value comes in. That's where consumer also start appreciating your ability to communicate them. Otherwise, it's all wastage. It's all garbage. If you're just showing them ads back to back, it's garbage. Once you start connecting with them, you build a resonance, and then they feel that there's someone I know who's talking to me. It's more personal. That's where the real future is going to be.
Since you're talking about personalization, I just wanted to follow up on that and ask how would you balance personalization with concerns around privacy that's, growing now in the industry?
I have a very good answer for that. That's purely based on what the value you're providing it. Personalization doesn't mean right now a lot of times personalization is based on capability. No, it should not be. It's not that you're capable of personalizing an ad. You should actually look into the aspect that what is the value that the consumer is getting through this personalization? It's the benefit that's happening. If a consumer benefit is at the center of, because there needs to be a value exchange. You're intruding into someone's space, you need to have a value exchange there. If you build the value exchange right, you will not feel as intrusive. Very simple example. The highest data privacy problems happens with your mobile devices. Why do you do not find too much concern? Because that's solving a problem for you. So when Google is solving a problem for you, you don't see as a problem, that's an opportunity. When you are pushing yourself and just posting your ad, just because you can personalize it, that doesn't do anything. You need to think back and see, boss, when I do this, does it add something for the consumer? Does it add relevance for it? If that is there, then I don't believe that challenge would be that big.
Did you have something to add on that?
I think let's wrap it up. No, I think you asked what is the update. I think one more update I'll give them what will happen. So what will happen now, AI will take all our jobs and AI will do everything. And next conference, Bijoy will do with AIs. Thank you.
Awesome. I think we can open it up to the floor if there's any questions. Otherwise, we'll let you go.
काटो 10 रुपए.
Sorry, before we wrap up, I have two questions. One for Sajid sir. So I come from a brand side, typically representing ASOS India here. We also have offline stores. Now we do mobile-led marketing for offline stores. But do you really think CTV would be one avenue where store visibility could be a focus, or it is purely a branding, a top funnel kind of an activity that we can see?
So look, right now the ability is there, but ideally you should do it top funnel because that helps. Because what is the end CTA that you want to take out to? Because just talk about the consumer, someone is sitting at his home. watching TV, doing something, and you say, you go out, step out, tomorrow you go out and come to my store. Might not make that much sense. But does it bring in memorability? Yes. Because so while we were discussing this thing for our brand also, we realized that when we do performance campaigns, which is slightly supported by branded campaigns, the impact of performance actually goes very up. There's an interlink. Because the moment you see a pop-up of an ad that you have seen the product previously somewhere, you're aware of it, your trust, your ability to click on it increases. So that's a measurement that you might not be able to otherwise make, but we've seen the number of campaigns we have done. Anytime you take out all the branding campaign and just do pure performance, there is a stretch that happens. When branding ads, it not just gives you branding related things, it helps you do your performance run campaigns better. For example, the same example, it's about the product. For example, same example when we're doing a commercial on CTV, when someone is sitting with his family having a beer and watching a match, and a Domino's ad comes up, we don't tell them to go to the store and buy. They say, phone uthao, ad aa raha hai, click it. By the time the next half time happens or by the time the innings ends, your pizza will be there. So what we are saying is that you don't have to go into the kitchen. You can continue watching the match and order your food. So that's a consumer truth about it. Now you have to break that on the product sense at how it works. If that makes sense, it's no limitation. It's about your thought process, how we build the consumer journey. If the consumer journey is right, these are all platforms. There's all the way to, you have to say at which junction of the consumer journey you're making what communication. So if you want to build trust, definitely, I think that's it. And right now, technologically, you have the ability of doing pin code targeting CTVs as well. So that can work. There's nothing stopping it, but then you have to pick out your first battles. What is the challenge you are? Are you facing a trust issue? Then ideally, I think that's a good solve to it.
I'll come free with that, one more answer to it. So I'll give you an example of a client called Bosch & Lomb when I was with DDB Mudra, Bosch & Lomb contact lenses. There, so many people talk about the Facebook lead generation. If you remember Facebook forms, right? 99% people say that Sara kachra lead aata hai, auto pop-up ke saath. Bosch & Lomb, there was a problem that they wanted to sell specs people contact lenses, powered contact lenses. For that, they want people to visit the optometry stores. What we did, we created a robust form, Facebook form. And we took all the options, what a serious guy can, right? Because parallelly a free trial campaign was also working, where bhar ke free lenses people were coming with no business. So here what happened, with 6 months of optimization, what happened, this campaign was the lead campaign for Bosch & Lomb. All their focus, energy and money was there on this. Similarly, if you want to do CTV, two things. First, do you have the budget in hand to do CTV? That is number one. If you have good chunk of amount, do experimentation with one market and do it with right innovation. For example, create a Facebook form or whatever, link it with a QR code that will give you business what you want. So that will answer whether you want to run it for all the market or not.
Thank you so much. But I think QR code we have already tried, but apparently by the time people remove their phone, scan it, the ad is almost gone.
Take 20 seconds ना, that's why I said कि पैसा ज़्यादा होना चाहिए. 5 सेकंड पे तो भाग जाएगा.
Fair enough. Okay, now my next question is for, of course, you. You just said that there is the linkage of the weather forecasting versus the ad that you showcase, right? It was raining and you showcased the pakoda ad, right? Now, do you think that 2026 as a year is something that we should continue with this, or should we leverage more towards contextual targeting?
That's a kind of contextual, dear. See, we are same humans, right? If you are from tier 2, 3 market, still you'll feel all the metropana, right? You'll be same rickshaw se chaloge and all those kind of stuff. So the mind and everything will be there. So it's a part of contextual. So my mind will not be different. If it is raining and I'm seeing a samosa, of course, here, whatever I'll do on weight loss, forget, let's have samosa.
Okay. Sure, thank you so much.
And what he's not telling you is that this is the fact, this example he reached out is after trying 15 combinations. So it's a trial and error. So the part of which you only get the success story where this is what works. But believe me, there's no true answer to it. You have to put what he said. It's a trial and error.
That's why a crash course.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the panelists.
Well, we would like to thank all our panelists. Thank you so much for this brilliant and insightful session. We request all of you to please join us for the photo op. A big round of applause for our panelists, please, ladies and gentlemen. Quite an informative session. And this is the token of appreciation for your support and contribution to this conference. Your presence is valuable to us. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again for our panelists. Thank you so much. With that, we would also like to thank our partners. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be breaking for 15-20 minutes for MOBEXX Awards. And we request you to please join us for tea and coffee, and we'll be back in a short while. And we'll continue with our MOBEXX Awards. Thank you.
AI-powered advertising technology, and we can show it to you in action. Imagine seamlessly tapping into more digitally connected channels and countless data sets telling you what your audience watches, browses, and buys. Imagine intuitive customization that gives you the choice of your data and inventory, allowing you to take full control. Imagine decisioning that's built for both insight and action, based on quality data and decades of trading expertise. And imagine results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12, a masterpiece double aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double aged for an irresistibly smooth sip. Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat on the rocks or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel
Ladies and
Factory,
gentlemen, we request all of
context
you
matters.
to please
We
move to
understand
pre-function
content better
area.
than
We
anyone
need to
else,
set this space
with
up
precision
for
and
upcoming
transparency.
rewards and recognition, please. Everybody will request you to please. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 minutes we will be back here.
We've built game-changing, AI-powered advertising technology, and we'd like to show it to you in action. Imagine seamlessly tapping into more digitally connected channels and countless data sets telling you what your audience watches, browses, and buys. Imagine intuitive customization that gives you the choice of premium data and inventory, allowing you to take full control. Imagine decisioning, built for both insight and action, based on quality data and decades of trading expertise. And imagine results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful performance. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12-year-old, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch, as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double-aged for an irresistibly smooth sip. Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat, on the rocks, or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel Factory, context matters. We understand content better than anyone else. With precision and transparency, brands get back control on where and how they activate on social platforms, eliminating budget waste on placements that just don't make sense for your brand. Channel Factory is recognized as the preferred partner for the world's biggest brands and agencies globally. Channel Factory. We place your ads where they matter most.
Ready? शुरू करें? खेला तो होगा खूब जमेगा जबरदस्त जब ना
So, what's next?
India is ready for title. संकल्प लेते हैं हम इसी मिट्टी पर सेना खड़ा करेंगे और युद्ध होगा
क्रिमिनल्स को नहीं क्राइम को खत्म करना जरूरी है
मेरी बेटी तुम्हारी बहुत बड़ी फैन है यार मेरे का चक्कर तो नहीं
So now tell me everything from the beginning till the end.
जब ना हमेशा खुले दुनिया का कोई भी कानून बदला नहीं होता अब खेला शुरू हुआ है देखें क्या होता है
मुझे अपने टीम को बचाना है कैसे भी I don't have much time.
Looks like destiny wants us to be together.
एक भासो रियलिटी शो और 2 हिस्सों में बटा एक खेल।
हम सब साथ खेलेंगे ना तभी जीतेंगे
मैं नंबर 1 पे अपने आप को प्लेस करना चाहूंगा
देश के हर कोने से फाउंडर्स लेकर आएंगे अपने सॉलिड बिजनेस आइडियाज और उनके लिए होगा 100 करोड़ का रियल सॉलिड कमिटमेंट
शायद आपको प्यार
कि पब्लिक को मालूम है कौन कौन आने वाला है
जब ठोकना होता है तो मैं बात नहीं करता बस ठोक देता
मजा तो बहुत आए
अगर हम हिस्ट्री क्रिएट नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कौन करेगा
Hey there! Ready to skyrocket your mobile marketing game? No matter if you're in gaming, finance, e-commerce, CTV OTT, food and drink, or travel, AppTrove has got you covered. Introducing our cutting-edge mobile marketing solutions. Deep linking for seamless user experience, iOS attribution for precise tracking, audience segmentation for targeted campaigns, and top-notch fraud prevention. AppTrove helps you drive higher ROAS, scale user acquisition, unify, and increase user engagement. It's time to hit your marketing goals and watch your business grow.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual advertising solution with a multi-format approach. Hive. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation.
AI vision advertising platform Vox offers eye-catching ads that are embedded into images and article content. Bright formats have high visibility, while non-standard mechanics and artificial intelligence capabilities create wow impressions. Overcome banner blindness with Vox.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronize TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
Programmatic advertising wasn't designed for what it's become. That's why we created MIQ Sigma. With our AI-powered advertising technology, connectivity is seamless. Customization is endless. decisioning is fearless. And your results become boundless. MIQ Sigma. Take your programmatic advertising to the nth degree.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. At the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 15, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Sweeter in style, Dewar's 15 reveals vibrant citrus, delicate floral notes, and a rich honeyed finish. Crafted in 2009 by Stephanie McLeod, named Master Blender of the Year for a sensational sixth time, this whiskey embodies innovation and tradition. A gold medal winner at the International Spirits Challenge 2024, Dewar's 15 shines in every sip, whether enjoyed neat,
Results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful performance. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12-year-old, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double-aged for an irresistibly smooth sip. Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat on the rocks or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel Factory, context matters. We understand content better than anyone else. With precision and transparency, brands get back control on where and how they activate on social platforms, eliminating budget waste on placements that just don't make sense for your brand. Channel Factory is recognized as the preferred partner for the world's biggest brands and agencies globally. Channel Factory. We place your ads where they matter most.
Ready? शुरू करें? खेला तो होता खूब चलेगा जबरदस्त जब ना
So, what's next?
India is ready for Titan.
संकल्प लेते हैं हम। इसी मिट्टी पर सेना खड़ा करेंगे और युद्ध होगा।
क्रिमिनल्स को नहीं, क्राइम को खत्म करना जरूरी है।
मेरी बेटी तुम्हारी बहुत बड़ी फैन है यार, मेरे का चक्कर तो नहीं।
So now, tell me everything from the beginning till the end.
जब ना हमेशा खुले हैं। दुनिया का कोई भी कानून बदला नहीं होता। अब खेला शुरू हुआ है, देखें क्या होता है।
मुझे अपनी चिन्ह को बचाना है, कैसे भी। I don't have much time.
Looks like Destiny wants us to be together.
एक धांसू रियलिटी शो और 2 हिस्सों में बटा एक खेल।
हम सब साथ खेलेंगे ना, तभी जीतेंगे।
मैं नंबर 1 पे अपने आप को प्लेस करना चाहूंगा।
देश के हर कोने से फाउंडर्स लेकर आएंगे अपने सॉलिड बिजनेस आइडियाज और उनके लिए होगा 100 करोड़ का रियल सॉलिड कमिटमेंट।
शायद आपको प्यार
कि पब्लिक को मालूम है कौन कौन आने वाला है।
जब ठोकना होता है तो मैं बात नहीं करता, बस ठोक देता।
मजा तो बहुत आए।
अगर हम हिस्ट्री क्रिएट नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कौन करेगा?
Hey there! Ready to skyrocket your mobile marketing game? No matter if you're in gaming, finance, e-commerce, CTV, OTT, food and drink, or travel, AppTrove has got you covered. Introducing our cutting-edge mobile marketing solutions. Deep linking for seamless user experience, iOS attribution for precise tracking, audience segmentation for targeted campaigns, and top-notch fraud prevention. AppTrove helps you drive higher ROAS, scale user acquisition, unify the customer journey, and increase user engagement. It's time to hit your marketing goals and watch your business grow.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Vox. Contextual advertising solution with a multi-format approach. Hive. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation.
AI vision advertising platform Vox offers eye-catching ads that are embedded into images and article content. Bright formats have high visibility, while non-standard mechanics and artificial intelligence capabilities create wow impressions. Overcome banner blindness with Vox.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronize TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
Programmatic advertising wasn't designed for what it's become. That's why we created MIQ Sigma. With our AI-powered advertising technology, connectivity is seamless. Customization is endless. Decisioning is fearless. And your results become boundless. MIQ Sigma. Take your programmatic advertising to the nth degree.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. At the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 15, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Sweeter in style, Dewar's 15 reveals vibrant citrus, delicate floral notes, and a rich honeyed finish. Crafted in 2009 by Stephanie McLeod, named Master Blender of the Year for a sensational 6th time, this whiskey embodies innovation and tradition. A gold medal winner at the International Spirits Challenge 2024, Dewar's 15 shines in every sip, whether enjoyed neat, over ice, or in a refreshing highball. Dewar's 15, where smoothness meets sophistication.
We build game-changing, AI-powered advertising technology, and we'd like to show it to you in action. Imagine seamlessly tapping into more digitally connected channels and countless data sets telling you what your audience watches, browses, and buys. Imagine intuitive customization that gives you the choice of premium data and inventory, allowing you to take full control. Imagine decisioning that's built for both insight and action, based on quality data and decades of trading expertise. And imagine results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful performance. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12-year-old, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch, as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double-aged for an irresistibly smooth sip. Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat, on the rocks, or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel Factory, context matters. We understand content better than anyone else. With precision and transparency, brands get back control on where and how they activate on social platforms, eliminating budget waste on placements that just don't make sense for your brand. Channel Factory is recognized as the preferred partner for the world's biggest brands and agencies globally. Channel Factory. We place your ads where they matter most.
रेडी शुरू करें खेला तो होगा खूब जमेगा जबरदस्त जब ना
So, what's next?
India is ready for Tiger.
संकल्प लेते हैं इसी मिट्टी पर सेना खड़ा करेंगे और युद्ध होगा
क्रिमिनल्स को नहीं क्राइम को खत्म करना जरूरी है
मेरी बेटी तुम्हारी बहुत बड़ी फैन है यार मेरे का चक्कर तो नहीं
So now, tell me everything from the beginning till the end.
जब ना हमेशा खुले हैं दुनिया का कोई भी कानून पर लागू नहीं होता
अब खेला शुरू हुआ है देखें क्या होता है
मुझे अपने चीनों को बचाना है कैसे भी I don't have much time.
Looks like destiny wants us to be together.
एक भासो रियलिटी शो और 2 हिस्सों में बटा एक खेल।
हम सब साथ खेलेंगे ना तभी जीतेंगे।
मैं नंबर 1 पे अपने आप को प्लेस करना चाहूंगा।
देश के हर कोने से फाउंडर्स लेकर आएंगे अपने सॉलिड बिजनेस आइडियाज और उनके लिए होगा 100 करोड़ का रियल सॉलिड कमिटमेंट।
शायद आपको प्यार
कि पब्लिक को मालूम है कौन कौन आने वाला है।
जब ठोकना होता है तो मैं बात नहीं करता बस ठोक देता
मजा तो बहुत आए।
अगर हम हिस्ट्री क्रिएट नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कौन करेगा?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin with our remote presentation. People in pre-function area requested to please come in and settle down. Everyone, please take your seats and put your mobile phones on silent mode. So here is the moment we've all been waiting for. We are celebrating you, your work, your determination, resilience. So tonight you all are really special to us and we're truly honored to have you all. Standing at the back, there are few seats vacant in the front row. If you can come forward and come here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much for joining us here for the awards and recognition. So it's a proud moment for all of us to be associated with all of you. And you deliver excellence when it comes about your work. Thank you so much. So can we raise both of our hands up and give big round of applause to ourselves, please? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to acknowledge our partners who make the MOBEXX and important possible. We'd like to thank them. So, I'd like to thank them, our presenting partner, Channel Factory. Can we give them a big round of applause? Co-part partner, Amazon MX Player. Co-part partner, Truecaller. Gold partner, App2. Audience Connect, Hybrid, MIQ. Silver partner, Motors. Gifting partner, Ray Ethnic. Celebration partner, Brewers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big round of applause for our sponsors, our partners. We'd like to thank them for supporting us. And can we have sponsor Amy, please?
We've built game-changing, AI-powered advertising technology, and we'd like to show it to you in action. Imagine seamlessly tapping into more digitally connected channels and countless data sets telling you what your audience watches, browses, and buys. Imagine intuitive customization that gives you the choice of premium data and inventory, allowing you to take full control. Imagine decisioning that's built for both insight and action, based on quality data and decades of trading expertise. And imagine results that are faster, smarter, and more effective, guaranteeing more powerful performance. That's our new AI-powered advertising technology. And now, it's time for you to see it in action. In just 30 minutes, we'll show what we've built, share a demo tailored to your business, and discuss how you can put it to use straight away.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. And at the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 12-year-old, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Dewar's 12 is the world's best Scotch, as per the International Whiskey Competition Award 2024. Double-aged for an irresistibly smooth sip. Dewar's 12 reveals layers of rich vanilla, lush dried fruit, and a hint of citrus. The finish is pure indulgence. Smooth butterscotch with a subtle, smoky hint of peach. Whether you enjoy it neat, on the rocks, or in a classic highball, Dewar's 12 elevates every occasion.
At Channel Factory, context matters. We understand content better than anyone else. With precision and transparency, brands get back control on where and how they activate on social platforms, eliminating budget waste on placements that just don't make sense for your brand. Channel Factory is recognized as the preferred partner for the world's biggest brands and agencies globally. Channel Factory. We place your ads where they matter most.
Ready? शुरू करें?
खेला तो होगा, खूब जमेगा, जबरदस्त.
जब ना
So, what's next?
India is ready for title.
संकल्प लेते हैं. इसी मिट्टी पर सेना खड़ा करेंगे और युद्ध होगा.
क्रिमिनल्स को नहीं, क्राइम को खत्म करना जरूरी है.
मेरी बेटी तुम्हारी बहुत बड़ी फैन है. यार मेरे का चक्कर तो नहीं है.
So now, tell me everything from the beginning till the end.
जब ना हमेशा खुले हैं. तो लगा कानून पर लागू नहीं होता.
अब खेला शुरू हुआ है, देखें क्या होता है.
मुझे अपने चीनी को बचाना है. कैसे भी. I don't have much time.
Looks like destiny wants us to be together.
एक भासु रियलिटी शो और 2 हिस्सों में बटा एक खेल.
हम सब साथ खेलेंगे ना, तभी जीतेंगे.
मैं नंबर 1 पे अपने आप को प्लेस करना चाहूंगा.
देश के हर कोने से फाउंडर्स लेकर आएंगे अपने सॉलिड बिजनेस आइडियाज और उनके लिए होगा 100 करोड़ का रियल सॉलिड कमिटमेंट.
शायद आपको प्यार
कि पब्लिक को मालूम है कौन कौन आने वाला है।
जब ठोकना होता है तो मैं बात नहीं करता, बस ठोक देता।
मजा तो बहुत आए।
अगर हम हिस्ट्री क्रिएट नहीं करेंगे तो फिर कौन करेगा?
Hey there. Ready to skyrocket your mobile marketing game? No matter if you're in gaming, finance, e-commerce, CTV, OTT, food and drink, or travel, AppTrove has got you covered. Introducing our cutting-edge mobile marketing solutions. Deep linking for seamless user experience, iOS attribution for precise tracking, audience segmentation for targeted campaigns, and top-notch fraud prevention. AppTrove helps you drive higher ROAS, scale user acquisition, unify the customer journey, and increase user engagement. It's time to hit your marketing goals and watch your business grow.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem. Hybrid platform. Customized programmatic solutions. Box. Contextual advertising solution with a multi-format approach. Hive. In-house programmatic solution for mobile app developers. AI-powered. Human-guided. Get a personalized quotation.
AI vision advertising platform Vox offers eye-catching ads that are embedded into images and article content. Bright formats have high visibility, while non-standard mechanics and artificial intelligence capabilities create wow impressions. Overcome banner blindness with Vox.
Hybrid is a global full-stack programmatic advertising ecosystem which offers flexible solutions for agencies and brands. Achieve the best results with our cutting-edge technologies. Hybrid Places. Reach your customers everywhere they are. Hybrid Weather. Display ads depending on weather conditions. Hybrid TV Sync. Synchronize TV and mobile ads. One platform, endless opportunities.
Programmatic advertising wasn't designed for what it's become. That's why we created MIQ Sigma. With our AI-powered advertising technology, connectivity is seamless. Customization is endless. Decisioning is fearless. And your results become boundless. MIQ Sigma. Take your programmatic advertising to the nth degree.
Dewar's, the world's most awarded blended Scotch whiskey. At the heart of this legacy is Dewar's 15, a masterpiece double-aged for extra smoothness. Sweeter in style, Dewar's 15 reveals vibrant citrus, delicate floral notes, and a rich honeyed finish. Crafted in 2009 by Stephanie McLeod, named Master Blender of the Year for a sensational 6th time, this whiskey embodies innovation and tradition. A gold medal winner at the International Spirits Challenge 2024, Dewar's 15 shines in every sip, whether enjoyed neat, over ice, or in a refreshing highball. Dewar's 15, where smoothness meets sophistication.
Once again, a big shout out to our partners and sponsors. We'd like to thank them for their support and contribution to MOBEXX Summit and Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. Well, our first award is in the category Best Mobile First Brand Strategy. Before we begin, before we announce the winner, I would request our presenters to please join me on the dais. I would request Ganpati sir from LTF to please join me. And Mr. Abhishek from DS Group to please join me on the dais to present the award. Hello, sir. Welcome once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Best Mobile First Brand Strategy. World Award goes to ATM Money, nominated by Global Media. Congratulations! Hello, congratulations! Advertising excellence in CRM campaign. Trophy goes to Vibrant and Ardina, nominated by In-Movie Advertising. Congratulations! So, congratulations. Wow, your dedication definitely inspires us. Let's move on to our next award. That is Mobile Advertising Excellence in User Acquisition Campaign. The Gold Trophy goes to FilmPay, nominated by Global Media. Congratulations! Well, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for FilmPay, nominated by Global Media. Now let's move on to our next category, that is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Brand Campaign. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Brand Campaign. Silver Trophy goes to Rob, nominated by Vivi. Congratulations! Hi. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on with our next category, that is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Brand Campaign. Gold Trophy goes to Kotak Mutual Fund, nominated by FNO's Digital Marketing. Congratulations! So proud to see you all reach this milestone, ladies and gentlemen. Next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Cross-Screen Campaign. The silver trophy goes to Society P, nominated by White Rose Media. Congratulations! Our next award category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Cross-Screen Campaign. Gold trophy goes to Swerve Tractors, nominated by MIQ Digital. Congratulations! A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Well, next award is for the category Mobile Advertising Excellence to Amplify Content. Gold goes to CDSL IPF, nominated by Big Strong Communications. Congratulations! Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Hyper Local Marketing Campaign, and gold goes to Shell, nominated by Hybrid. Congratulations! Congratulations on truly outstanding achievement, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much. The next category is Best Culture and Festive Mobile Campaign. And gold goes to Daniel, nominated by M. Thunder. Congratulations. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए everybody. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next category, that is mobile advertising excellence in native advertising campaign. And gold goes to Axis Mutual Fund, LS Digital, nominated by Digital Shout Media. Congratulations! We salute your success, your hard work. Congratulations once again. And I would like to thank our presenters. Thank you so much for supporting us, for rewards and recognition. And now I would request Gandhar Sachdeva from Hybrid and Mr. Sachin from Bottle Opener to please join me on the dais. Can we have you? A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our presenters, please. Thank you so much for joining us here. And now let's move on. Our category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Messaging Campaign. Gold goes to Grab Driver, nominated by VV. Congratulations! Well, our next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Performance Campaign. And bronze goes to Nara Realty, nominated by White River Media. Congratulations! Woo! Well, ladies and gentlemen, silver in the category of Mobile Advertising Excellence in Performance Campaign goes to Money View, nominated by BitKinetic. Congratulations! Ladies and gentlemen, please for them, all of you. How would you feel if you come on the stage and nobody claps? Yeah, you'll not be happy, right? So let's not give it to them. Next is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Performance Campaign Gold, and it goes to Vibrant and Reliance Digital, nominated by Cash Connor. Congratulations! Now let's move on to Mobile Advertising Excellence in Rich Media Campaign. Bronze goes to Ultratech Siemens, nominated by InMobi Advertising and Glance. Congratulations! Can we have you guys? and gentlemen, this category is mobile advertising excellence in rich media campaigns, and it goes to Royal Enfield OMD, nominated by Digital Shoutouts Media. Congratulations! Congratulations, this win is yours. A big round of applause. Well, ladies and gentlemen, gold in the category of mobile advertising excellence in rich media campaign goes to Swiggy Food, nominated by Pivot Foods, a Harris company. Congratulations. Silver in the category of mobile advertising excellence in sales promotion campaign. Silver in the category of mobile advertising excellence in sales promotion campaign goes to Boca, nominated by M Canvas. Congratulations! Next award, gold in the category of mobile advertising excellence in sales promotion campaign goes to Vibrant Awards Digital, nominated for Audience Connect. Congratulations! Well, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause, please. A huge shout-out for our winners. Award advertising excellence in social media campaign goes to Eno, nominated by ZF Media. Congratulations! Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next award is for mobile advertising excellence in social media campaign silver, and it goes to CDSL IPF, nominated by Big Strong Communications. Congratulations. Congratulations once again, and once again, we'd like to thank our presenters. Thank you so much for doing the honors. We truly appreciate your presence, and congratulations to all of you. We really recognize your brilliance, and congratulations for truly outstanding work. Ladies and gentlemen, for next set of awards, I would request Mr. Vishal Singh from Global Media and Mr. Navjeet from Cargo to please join me on the dais. Can we have you here? Hello, sir, once again. Thank you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now let's move on with our next award. In the category Mobile Advertising Excellence in Social Media Campaign, gold goes to Vibrant and Geomap, nominated by Cash Pro. Congratulations! Well, ladies and gentlemen, silver in the category of mobile advertising excellence in search campaign goes to Weebly, nominated by Weebly. Congratulations! Well, ladies and gentlemen, gold in the category of mobile advertising excellence in search campaign goes to Royal Sundaram, nominated by Ethnos Digital Marketing. Congratulations! Next category is mobile advertising excellence in moment marketing. Bronze goes to Post, nominated by Right Reverse Media. Congratulations! Woo! Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All of you, let's give them a big hand. Proud to see you all reach this milestone. So inspired by your hard work and dedication. And now, let's move on to our next category, that is on mobile advertising excellence in moment marketing. Silver goes to Vega, nominated by Harvest Media and Silver Push. Congratulations! Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next category is mobile advertising excellence in moment marketing. Gold goes to Amazon Explore, nominated by Pivot Roots and Harvest Company. Congratulations! Next category is emerging SaaS brand in app analytics, and gold goes to App Pro. Congratulations! Ladies and gentlemen, next category is best contextual advertising campaign, and it goes to, well, please put your hands together for Vivo. Ladies and gentlemen, gold goes to Vivo, nominated by Hybrid. Congratulations! Congratulations once again to all of you. Your contribution to your industry is spectacular. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for them. Category is best use of mobile analytics, and it goes to Crypto, nominated by Bitcoin. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, they can go to work. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. We'd like to thank both of you. Thank you so much for joining us and doing the honor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for our presenters, please. And now, for next set of awards, I would request Aditya Single from MX Player and Chirag from Fixed Dharma to please join me on the dais. Can we have you? So, sir, welcome. I would request Miss Bijoy Ghosh to please join me on the dais. Can we have you, ma'am? Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us here in doing the honors, and let's move on. Our category is mobile advertising excellence in display advertising, and gold goes to Association of Mutual Funds in India, nominated by MOBEXX Digital. Congratulations! Glad all women came here to receive these awards. Thank you so much. We're so proud. Such an outstanding achievement. And now let's move on to our next award, that is Mobile Advertising Excellence Influencer Campaign Silver goes to Savvy, nominated by Matchrise Digital Marketing Agency. Congratulations! Woo! Mobile Advertising Excellence in Influencer Campaign. Gold goes to Riders, nominated by the Small Big Idea. Congratulations! Can we have you here? Let's move on to our next category. That's on Mobile Advertising Excellence in Real-Time Targeting. Yes, Mobile Advertising Excellence in Real-Time Targeting. Bronze goes to Starbucks, nominated by Digital Shoutout Media. Congratulations! Ladies and gentlemen, next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Real-Time Targeting. Silver goes to Raptor Calamine, nominated by M. Campus. Congratulations! Woo! जोरदार तालियां हो जाए, please, all of you. Next category again, excellence in real-time targeting, mobile advertising. Gold goes to Amazon MX Player, nominated by Pivot Roots, a harvest company. Congratulations! Well, ladies and gentlemen, bronze in the category of mobile advertising excellence in pragmatic campaign goes to WPI, nominated by Global Media. Congratulations. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for outstanding champions. Let's give them a big round of applause. Next category, silver, mobile advertising excellence in pragmatic campaign goes to Echo Insurance, nominated by MOBEXX Media. Congratulations! Woo! Well, ladies and gentlemen, gold in the category of mobile advertising excellence in pragmatic campaign goes to and one nominated by Audience Connect. Congratulations! Let's give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen, please. Next award is silver in the category mobile advertising excellence in launch campaign goes to Grab Driver, nominated by Vivi. Congratulations! Woo! Thank you so much. We'd like to thank our presenters. Thank you for doing the honor. A big round of applause for them, please. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on with our next set of awards. And for that, I would request Sajid Gopal from Domino's and Shimendu, CTV Scale, to please join me on the dais. Can we have you? Hello, sir. Welcome. This course, once again, we request you to please join us for the felicitation. Can we have you, ma'am? Well, ladies and gentlemen, category is mobile advertising excellence in launch campaign. Gold goes to Amazon MX Player, nominated by Pivot Roots, a Heaven Company. Congratulations! Well, ladies and gentlemen, silver in the category mobile advertising excellence in use of video goes to Pass Pass Pulse, nominated by White Rivers Media. Congratulations! Woo! Congratulations. I'm so proud to see your brilliance recognized. And now, ladies and gentlemen, gold in the category of mobile advertising excellence in use of video goes to Aadhaar Housing Finance, nominated by Big Trunk Communications. Congratulations. Can we have you? Hello, congratulations, welcome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Gold in the category of mobile advertising excellence in integrated content goes to policyblogger.ae, nominated by the Small Big Idea. Congratulations! Hello, welcome, congratulations. Next award is for gold in the category most innovative use of AI in mobile marketing goes to Top Youth, dominated by Multiple Media. Congratulations! Right, ladies and gentlemen, next award for gold in the category Mobile Advertising Professional of the Year goes to, yes, ladies and gentlemen, gold Mobile Advertising Professional of the Year goes to Ashish Kushreshtha from Digital Products Media. Congratulations! Woo! Advertising Professional of the Year. Congratulations, sir. Gold in the category App Growth Enablement Platform of the Year goes to. Congratulations. Our next category is the most creative mobile campaign of the year. Most creative mobile campaign of the year goes to Laptop Calamine, nominated by F Canvas. Congratulations! Ladies and gentlemen, next award is for the best emerging mobile marketing platform of the year. Best emerging mobile marketing platform of the year goes to JetPrompts.ai, nominated by Digital Products Media. Congratulations! Woo! Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next award is for the most outstanding pragmatic platform of the year goes to Audience Connect. Congratulations! Well, our next award is for the Integrated Digital Creative Agency of the Year. Yes, Integrated Digital Creative Agency of the Year goes to. Any guesses? Well, ladies and gentlemen, White Reverse Media. Congratulations! Woo! Congratulations! Next Advertising Agency of the Year. Any guesses, ladies and gentlemen? Mobile Advertising Agency of the Year. Yes, absolutely right. Goes to Digital Service Media. Congratulations! क्या हो रहा है? कुछ करके लोगों के लिए जोरदार तालियां हो जाए, प्लीज. Congratulations, guys! Remarkable, fantastic achievement. So proud of you. And now we have few more awards left. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award is for the best use of multi-influencer campaign in the category goes to Zydus, nominated by the Small Big Media. Congratulations! Well, next award is for the category of mobile advertising excellence in app install campaign. Mobile advertising excellence in app install campaign. Bronze goes to Domino's, nominated by In Movie Advertising. Congratulations! Well, ladies and gentlemen, next award, silver, is for the category Mobile Advertising Excellence in App Install Campaign. Yes, Mobile Advertising Excellence in App Install Campaign. Silver goes to Story TV, nominated by Global Media. Congratulations! Woo! Our next award is in the category of Mobile Advertising Excellence in App Install Campaign. Mobile Advertising Excellence in App Install Campaign category gold goes to Grab. Congratulations. Nominated by VV. Can we have you? Well, ladies and gentlemen, bronze in the category of Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Integrated Campaign. Bronze goes to Zydus, nominated by the Small Big Idea. A big round of applause for them, please. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next category is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Location-Based Targeting. Mobile Advertising Excellence in Location-Based Targeting. Bronze goes to Swiggy Food, nominated by Pivot Food Harvest Company. Congratulations. Next award is Mobile Advertising Excellence in Location-Based Targeting. Gold goes to Jewelry, nominated by Big Trunk Communications. Congratulations. That's it. Thank you so much. We'd like to thank the presenters. Thank you so much for doing the honor. Once again, we'd like to thank all of you for making this MOBEXX Summit and MOBEXX Award a very, very successful event. Would like to thank all of you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last award in the category Mobile Advertising Excellence in Real-Time Targeting. Award goes to Amazon MX Player, nominated by Pivot Roots Habits Company. Once again, I would request Ms. Ghosh to please join me on the dais. Congratulations. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, your creativity, your innovation, it inspires us. Thank you so much. And we are so proud we celebrated this big step with all of you. And now we request all of you to please join us for a drink. We break for networking. And a big shout out to our partners, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them a big round of applause. Their support and contribution made this summit and awards possible.
So